Was I muted that whole time? All right, so I think we had we've been having some power outages here, and that's a classic. What better way to start it, right? So when they do that, it resets my audio equipment. I have to like press this button again. Yeah, well, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the dreaded birthday SFT. Today is going to be a 5-round tournament featuring some of the world's best players. Over 55 people, I believe, playing in today's event. So it's going to be really, really thick. And I'm very pumped for this one. So as a kind of special caveat for today's event, a little bit of celebration fun, we're going to be putting in a $100 cash prize for the winner of today's event. So normally we don't put prize pools in for non-major events. But today we are going to be doing it. Dude, thank you guys, man. Helping me pay that prize pool already. All right, thank you. We got Badger Knight. Thank you for the 20. And happy actual birthday. Thanks for the amazing Warhammer content. And happy birthday from Lich109. Thank you guys. Right on. Hell yeah. T-Rex. Oh my God. Okay, well, the prize pool's covered already. T-Rex push-ups. It's the 0330. Let's get this party started. Yes, all day, every day. So let's have some fun. I appreciate all of you guys. T-Rex push-ups, that is extremely generous. And like I said, we're going to be putting $100 into the winning player today. So it's going to be pretty cool. All right, let me get in this lobby here. And we're going to be finding the outer region lobby. Lobby code, please. So we're going to be casting a whole bunch of games, which is going to be fun. Okay. And joining this one. Multiplayer battles. Join with the code. Outer. Okay, so it's called Outer. No password. It's extra forbidden. All right, outer region lobby. Let me get this, and then we'll sit back and kind of shoot the shit a little bit. So yeah, yesterday was quite a bit of fun. I'm in the one with you. Okay. In his. Okay, great. So this is going to be. We don't know what the matchup's going to be yet. All right. And there we go. Alzak, thank you, man. Shower the birthday boy in gold. Damn, man. Thank you. That's thick. Holy shit. You guys are way too generous, man. By the way, Alzak, on that note, I also raised the bitrate today as well. So I'm hoping the stream is going to look a little bit better. We did get some of the internet stuff updated. So I'm hoping the stream will look better quality on both YouTube as well as Twitch. Davok, a slice of pink birthday cake. Dude, give it to me, man. Thank you. We need to play some Lord of the Rings soon, by the way. Our schedules are very different. I always play like super late at night, but looking forward to playing with you, man. And Conord, hey, bro, happy birthday. Thanks for the stream community building you do. And much more to come, by the way. Bretonnia versus Nurgle in game 1. That is awesome. Conord, thank you. So got a lot of fun stuff planned for the future. So fasten your seatbelts. Obviously, Total Tavern update eventually going to be going down. And as soon as we get like a really, really big, epic new game of some sort, RTS, whatever, we're going to go all in on making some cool community stuff. So it's going to be fun. All right, folks. Thank you for joining. I really appreciate all the generosity out of the gates. That is massive. You guys have already paid for the prize pool for the players today. So they're going to be excited to know there's a prize for the SFTs. And yeah, man, we're going to do it. Finally, an EU-friendly stream. I figured we got to get up early and hang out with the crew. All right, so Snickerdoodle on Nurgle, outer region. It's going to be on Bretonnia, a very classic, fun matchup here. And let me see, I'm being pinged. All right. Let's see here. Right. Okay, a little bit of admin stuff. It wouldn't be without it. And where are we right now? Looking around here. And I'm getting pinged, and I think we're all set. Okay. Perfect. Hey, Dead Air. Thank you for the fiber. Greatly appreciate it, boss. Thank you. What's the best way to donate? Don't stress it. But if you want to, YouTube is fine. Twitch is fine. Channel member, whatever you're into, really. Yeah. It's also a great way if you want to become a channel member. It's good. Helps quite a bit as well. Icelander, thank you. Thank you for the 25. And BS finally picked up Warhammer 3. Thanks for all the one boomer gamer to another. Yes. Us dreaded boomers must stick together. I got you covered. Man, thank you guys so much. Really, really a lot of generosity. BS and Icelander and Dead Air. Thank you guys. Summoning the Slanesh demons. Okay, so it's actually been a while since the Slanesh demons have actually joined our stream chat. They've grown less bold. They usually just raid after all of you guys are gone. The Valiant Defenders have disappeared. But there was a time, do you guys remember when the Slaneshi bots would actually like come into the stream chat and talk with us and stuff? You know? Yeah, they're not so bold anymore. Pros girl. Hey, Snickerdoodle. Birthday stream, proposed to a girlfriend and saw MCR concert in Seattle. Dude, that is the millennial experience right there. Did they do the Black Parade song? When I was a young boy. Dude, it just takes me back to the days of old, man. We found their lair and struck it the night. Yeah, I was there, I remember. Dude, thank you guys so much, man. Seriously. All right, let's break it down. Time for the first battle here. It's going to be a good one. We have Tamerkhan, so the Hordes of Nurgle, going to be facing off against Bretonnia. Now, Tamerkhan on foot is pretty good. He's an anti-large fighter. He bonks pretty hard. He can fight against characters like King Lewin because he has almost 9,000 HP. He's a very meaty boy. So Tamerkhan is going to be pretty resilient here. And of course he wants a Nurgle caster because he can't heal himself. So bringing the Fleshy Abundance is very clutch. And we are going to be seeing Miasma and Stream of Corruption. The rest of the army here is going to be Marauder Horsemen in the front to grab objectives, backed up by Forsaken as well as Marauders with some Chaos Warriors too. So baseline shielded Marauders in the front, Forsaken in the back to shock down Bretonnian infantry. Very weak against cavalry though. If Forsaken get run down by Questing Knights or Knights of the Realm or anything like that, pretty brutal. And we do have Chaos Warriors. Now, great weapons are really nice to sneak in against Bretonnia because even though they're not anti-large, these guys are actually very effective at bonking down the cavalry. So you can use these guys to get their big old axes of justice or great weapons, whatever the hell they are, and they can fight cavalry and infantry. Yeah, we added a little bit of prize pool to the tournament. So today is a $100 prize. Rathalos, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate you, boss. Welcome to the crew. And looking here at the Bretonnian legions, it is going to be a mega horde of peasantry. So Grail Relique is going to be moving with the peasants in the middle. That's going to be giving leadership and keeping those guys fighting. And in the woods, we do have the Green Knight, the dreaded Green Knight. Tamerkhan does not do magic damage, but he does have an item that makes him do magic damage for a short period of time, the Black Cleaver. So if he can activate this and fight Green Knight, he'll definitely win. Battle Pilgrims, and Battle Pilgrims. A very good sustainable unit. They do beat the Marauders. We'll lose to anything higher up, but typically, that's enough. And it is going to be Alberic the Border Low. So he is there, and he does have the anti-large, and he'll be good against Tamerkhan too. If you can cycle charge him when Tamerkhan's busy with other targets, it's pretty damn good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. Who are you guys rooting for here today? Is it going to be the Lady or the Chosen of the Plague Father? All right. The battle is on. Objectives are open here on Crystal Lake. Objective 3 immediately going to be taken by the forces of Nurgle. And these two will be contested, obviously. By the way, can you guys let me know how the stream quality looks? Does it look a little bit better than usual on YouTube and or on Twitch? I raised the bitrate by quite a bit. So I'm hoping it's going to be a little bit of an increase in quality. So, Tamerkhan, Tammy is going to be here, and Tammy only has 60 armor, but still pretty tanky. 8,500 HP is no joke. And for reference, by the way, if you look at Alberic, Alberic is on a monstrous creature, and he has 6,600 HP. So you can see that old Tammy is going to be very, very meaty. As he waddles up here, the big Chungus is on his way. Looks a bit smoother. Okay, on YouTube it looks great. Glad to hear it. I've been getting some comments about how on YouTube it doesn't look as good as Twitch, so I wanted to try and improve it for you guys. Make it good for everybody. All right. So advancing up is the big man, and we do have the Forsaken as well as the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, and they're going to be cruising for a bruising. Outside objective here, like I said, goes to Nurgle. And honestly, with these horsemen, you can do a little bit of cycle charging into the peasants. They can't really fight back, so Knights of the Realm will, of course, beat them in combat, and there is going to be a call-out of Pestigors. Now, this is a brilliant call-out, because Pestigors, even though they take a lot of damage from shock charges, they are able to get in there and put some hurt down on the old Knights of the Realm in combat, so that is good. All right, guys, the battle is on, and moving in are the Marauders and the Forsaken. The whole gang is going to be advancing in, and the Bretonnian forces are going to be pulled back, while an ambush from the woods, from the Battle Pilgrims, as well as Alberic, are going to be attacking into the Pestigors. Now, Pestigors are, a pretty fighty unit, but Battle Pilgrims will actually trade up into them, I would say. Or around the same cost, give or take. Stream of Corruption activated from Nurgle, going to be hitting a couple of the Pilgrims, while the Pestigors kind of get wrecked by Alberic. Another unit of Chaos Warriors going to be advancing in. Now, the Chaos Warriors are going to be a different story. These guys with their 100 armor, going to be very, very hard to kill. But out of the gates, guys, we do see that the forces of the Plague Father are going to be getting all 3 objectives. Outer region getting a nice punishing charge here. It looks like a lapse in micro from Snickerdoodle, but he is going to be responding here. And the Marauders are going to be retreating away while the Pestigors come in with their big goat axes and try and drop some of these knights. And some of the knights do end up going down, actually losing 3 or 4 of them there. So not the worst thing in the world. But triple cap for Nurgle. I mean, look, this is the power fantasy for Nurgle. If Nurgle can maintain this triple cap and just kind of keep the battle as is, they're going to win the game, obviously, right? That's going to be pretty massive. Tamarcon of the Woods actually trying to battle it out with the Black Cleaver activated. He's duking it out with Alberic. They're kind of, you know, making out over here by the tree. And Alberic is going to be trying to run away the other direction. Tamarcon's too fat to get around the tree. Oh, shit, look at that. Oh, I haven't seen that. Tamarcon just, like, picked that guy up and stomped him. Have you guys ever seen that animation? Holy shit, I've never seen that before. It's like a sync animation kill. Tamarcon, like, picked that guy up and, like, WWE slammed him and then stomped on him. Oh, my God, pretty savage. Well, anyways, around the battlefield, value trading is even. We do see Nurgle sitting on the middle objective and the Marauders pushing back the peasant mobs here. More Marauders pushing back peasant mobs, and the Sorcerer is actually working on the Grail Relic, so that is a nice pick. Sorcerers are good fighters, you know, but you don't want them fighting anything elite, but, you know, beating down the Grail Relic I think would be good. Forsaken penetrating into the secondary pretty good. We see a couple groups of Forsaken making it past the initial battle lines, and a unit of Furies, ooh, really, really cool. So the Fury's actually able to get 2 archer units before Bretonnia is able to muster its defenses. So honestly, the battle's looking pretty good for Nurgle. Snickerdoodle has been an up-and-coming Nurgle player, and he's very, very good at them. He's made it to the semifinals quite a bit and has done pretty well with them. Gracious and Tansen, thank you guys for subscribing. And also, Frost, thank you so much for giving out 5 community subs on Twitch, and Barrows as well. Thank you guys. You guys rock, man. All right, value trading is even, and remember, this is the thing about Nurgle. If you're even value trading with them, you're losing, because every single time this Nurgle character casts a spell, the Children of Nurgle lore passive is going to be healing the entire Nurgle army for almost 1% of their HP, which is pretty fat. So the Forsaken are going to be karate chopping through these peasants, certainly very good, but Questing Knights would be a pretty hard counter against them. Stream of Corruption coming out, and Bretonnia is able to get a little bit of stabilization in the backfield, as here they do clean up a unit of Nurgle forces. And the archers are going to be coming back online as well. So archers, archers, archers. Even though they're tattered, they can still make a difference. Tamarcon going to be beating this bad boy down. So here they go. Moving up and trying to chase down the Grail Relic. Definitely want to finish that thing off if you can. And Curse of the Slug is activated. And Tamarcon is being given a charge order into the Knights Errant, with some Marauder supporting him, which isn't much. And he does get an attack on the Green Knight. But look how little damage he does. When he doesn't have the Black Cleaver activated, he's not going to do much against Green Knight at all. And honestly, this could be a throw from Snickerdoodle right here. So Snickerdoodle did advance in with his Sorcerer in the back and is getting attacked by Green Knight and Alberic. And Green Knight now has anti-large from Alberic's buffs, and that was a pretty big disaster. I mean, losing this Chaos Sorcerer when Tamarcon still is going to want this healing throughout the course of the battle is pretty brutal. But, I mean, we'll see. Maybe he's going to be able to weasel away. He did manage to get some Pestigors in. The Black Cleaver is now activated, so Tamarcon is going to be doing magic damage. Looks like he got trampled there for a second. Going to be jumping up, I would imagine. And the Green Knight is going to be hot on the case. We got some green on green action right here. Are we going to be seeing a Fleshy Abundance, or is the Sorcerer going to break? Green Knight showing why he's one of the strongest characters in the game. Oh, I love this. The Rotting Riders arrive from off screen with the steel chair. Now, Rotting Riders, they do magic damage. So they're, I would say, like a medium counter against Green Knight. But it looks like Green Knight is going to get his prize as the Sorcerer gets killed by Gilles Le Breton. Oh my god, okay. So Nurgle is going to need to resummon its Sorcerer Lord for sure. Rotting Riders are one of the better tools that you do have on the roster for keeping the Green Knight in check. And now they're going to be diving in, battling against these Knights of the Realm, but potentially getting fully surrounded here. So really going to suck to not have a Fleshy Abundance on these guys, as the Knights Errant, Knights of the Realm, and Green Knight do get us around. But it could be that classic moment of like, you're trapped in here with me. Are the Rotting Riders going to be able to solo everybody around them? They do have Tamarcon nearby. Tamarcon is going to be helping. He's got his bonking stick here. Is going after the big man. Okay, so Alberic is taking hammering, but yeah, not a good position for the Rotting Riders to be completely surrounded like this. But trying to retreat is a death sentence. You're going to want to stand your ground and fight here and hold these guys off. Pestigors also probably need to move over here and try and help. And yeah, we do have Forsaken coming in. So maybe they're going to endure. They're shaken. They're losing a lot of HP, but they do have the Blessing of the Fly Lord, which of course gives them ward save. Very, very nice. And Nurgle has been very dominant on the field for sure. For the first time in the game, Bretonnia on the other side is going to be getting the objective here. So objective 3, going to be going to the Knights of the Realm, and they will be able to get that one. This fight is going to be pretty important for both sides. If Alberic gets karate chopped here, maybe. We do see the Rotting Riders actually end up breaking. Pestigors also breaking as well. Bit of a chain route with Gilles putting in a ton of work. But here's the thing. if these Rotting Riders can create some separation and they can rally, they of course have a lot of healing cap, right? You can see currently here they're sitting at 2200 and have a lot of room for healing. Massive points lead as well, ladies and gentlemen. Massive points lead. As we do see objectives 1 and 2 still belonging to Nurgle. So Nurgle's just going to want to tar pit these 2 objectives here. And we do see the Nurgle Sorcerer brought back in. Look at the Curse of the Slug. Oh my god, look at that. So he's like flying down in slow motion doing his 80s movie landing. Very dangerous though. I mean, man, Tammy's going to be able to potentially kill this character. He's at 1900. If Alberic were to die, that would probably seal the deal and give the game to the forces of Nurgle. So if you're Nurgle right now, you're up really heavily, right? You need to just be spamming great weapons and just like armor units that can fight cavalry onto the objectives. And it looks like the Rotting Riders are going to get a fleshy abundance. So Nurgle did bring back its Sorcerer, which I think is the correct play at this point. That healing is just too valuable. And Nurgle still has so much Winds Magic to use, right? They don't want to be throwing that right out of the gates. And the 2 Knights of the Realm thinking about grabbing the objective, but the Rotting Rider is going to come after them. And here we have the Pestigors with the Black Cleaver. Oh shit, Green Knight's getting wrecked! Green Knight getting wrecked by the Black Cleaver combo, the magic damage from Tamarcon. Look at him, he's getting whooped on. Green Knight at 116 HP. Regrowth casted on him. Is Tamarcon going to be able to get the killing blow? Okay, it looks like Green Knight is probably going to escape that, but man, that was really close. He actually throws in Alberic as a countermeasure to try and stop that from happening. A couple great warriors, great weapon warriors, going to be moving towards objective 2. And man, it looks like Nurgle might be able to clean this up here. We do see Alberic get nice and stinky in here. Tamarcon, the coolest Nurgle character for sure, takes down the Lord of Bretonnia. Now Green Knight going to be coming in for vengeance as well. Tamarcon going to be getting his big axe, dropping a big beat down on this bad boy. We're going to see what happens here at 1100. And yes, the axe blows are going as Nurgle's favored son is activated. Going to be making him very tanky. And great weapons and Marauder Horsemen to arrive. And this is where the Rotting Riders are going to be getting to feast. So right now we can see the Rotting Riders probably sitting at about 1,500 value. I would say about 1,000, 1,500. Yeah, 1,500. Oh, still got it, baby. Still freaking got it. And they're going to be crumping down these Knights of the Realm, while the middle objective is going to be held by Nurgle. Top objective is being threatened, but I think Tamarcon probably just won the game. I think him taking down Alberic and putting Green Knight in the pits a little bit is going to be enough. And honestly, Nurgle might be able to roll and just steal this objective too. We do see some Marauders moving over there. Chaos Warrior with great weapons going to be moving back to this objective. And this is a really good game, man. Super fun. I mean, it was kind of an interesting situation, even though it looked one-sided on the objectives. It's one of those things where if Bretonnia is able to win this fight here, you know, the Green Knight and Alberic are going to steamroll everything else and take all the objectives. But since they kind of ended up losing it to Tamarcon, that was like the break point. Oh no, I use Foot Tamarcon against Norska, against Bretonnia. I use him in a ton of matchups. He's very good. A little bit risky against elite shooting factions. Bretonnia's archers aren't good enough quality to really like be afraid of bringing him. But yeah, he's awesome, man. So Chaos Warriors with great weapons going to be arriving up, and they got their big bonking sticks, and it is going to be on as the Rotting Riders do move in there, and they are going to be bringing rot and ruin to the lands of Bretonnia, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So that's going to be a triple cap for Nurgle. That's going to be GG well played, and Snickerdoodle will be defeating Outer Region in Game 1. Now, this is a matchup that I think people who main Bretonnia and play them all the time, of course, you know, have had some success, but it's actually tricky. It's one of the few matchups in which Nurgle can be very sticky and very hard to beat. All right, guys. Tamarcon is chasing down the Green Knight. Green Knight's going to be running away. He does not want to be afflicted by the Feast of the Maggot Lord, so he will be running. And Tamarcon's gotten the job done. You know, his little parasite's going to pop out, and he can find another unwilling host here, I'm sure. Depends. If he's one of his fellow Nurgle forces, we'll see. Hey, Ruben, thank you for the 15 bucks, man. You've been here for years. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate the support. All right. So that's going to be it. We do have 1469, 1472, 1475. The points are going. The auction house commentary shall begin as we do see Tamarcon running to the Green Knight as his last act, the valiant charge of the big beastie boy. All right, guys, really fun match. We got to see Tamarcon. We got to see the Green Knight, Gilles, Alberic, as well as the Rotting Riders. That was a very fun one. So, Ziggy, thank you for the $69 donation. That's the classic right there. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate you. And cool. I don't think I missed any there. I think we're all good. Dude, thank you guys so much. Okay, so what do we got here? What is going on in the neighborhood? Value, Tamarcon got 1,900. It looked like he got way more, but still pretty functional, pretty good. Aside from that, probably nothing did that insanely. The Rotting Riders did good. I really like Angels of Decay and Reserve. And seeing the Plague Drones is kind of an interesting tech as well. Probably against like Questing Knights, you bring that thing out, right? All right, so looking at the army here, Green Knight showing why he's one of the best characters in the entire game, just assassinating the caster, doing a ton of damage against Tamarkon, an unholy menace to deal with. And that's partially why you want to bring, honestly, Snickerdoodle played like a God King there. The only thing that I would have changed is bringing Rancid Visitations. You always want to bring that to help finish off Green Knight and or the Bretonnian characters. You could even bring 4 spells. You know, it's worth the investment to bring the freaking like you could just like cut 1 Forsaken and change it into a Plague Bearer, which isn't great, but and then you could get the Rancid Visitations and you're going to be all good. Assyrian, what's going on, dude? How you doing? Gracious, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Hell yeah, let's go, man. All right, so that is going to be round 1, and today's tournament is very thick. Hooter, thank you for the $1.99, brother. Hope you're doing well. And right on. So the lobby is going. You guys want to see how thick this tournament is today? It is extremely thick. All right, so we're going to head over here. So Snickerdoodle defeats Outer Region. Dark Age Rush defeats Jack. Navigator defeats Abi here, Abil. Lahust defeated Kiha. Vrax versus Rowdy. Melkor defeated by Iceman. Apostate Prostate with the W. Maximillionaire defeating Shield of Faith. Serkia defeating Mr. Hill. And we have a handful of games going down here as well. It's okay, William. It's a 5-rounder. You know, you have an opportunity to come back. And these are the games that are still in progress. So these ones should be going soon. But you could see it's a big event, actually. Like, that game was reasonably quick, the one we just casted, because, of course, it, was Nurgle got a big points lead, and there wasn't a swing back. So it was basically just one player steamrolling the points all the way through. Yeah. 5 rounds today. Yeah, 5 rounds seems like the sweet spot. Thanks for the channel. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed the channel, man. Good times to come. I really do want to do Tempest Rising. I'm thinking of doing a stream of that maybe tomorrow and trying to learn it. I haven't really played it yet, so. Don't you think Rancid Visitations, both Rancid Visitations and Fleshy Abundance is a bit pointless? No, I don't think so. Gives you a ton of utility. It's good to just have the option because sometimes all it takes is 1 Rancid Visitation to win a game. And it's a matchup specific thing, all right? Because in this case, when you're dealing with Green Knight, he's a real menace. Let me show you, for example. I'm going to show you. We're going to go in, skirmish versus AI. What the hell? How did I get him in there? Okay. It took me back to the actual competitive lobby. All right, so we're going to get Tamarkon just for testing, and then we're going to get a Nurgle Sorcerer. He can just have all the spells. It's fine. Rancid Visitations is a very cost-effective sniping spell. So in this case, we're going to go against Bretonnia. We're going to get you, and we're going to get Green Knight, okay? Cool beans. And we'll do Pillar of Bone for testing purposes. Cool. Let's get it. Yeah, Litton is playing today. Fast Winston, thank you, man. Happy birthday, youngin. Inching closer to the big 4-0. I am, dude. The dreaded 40 is coming. I'm not even worried about it, though. Not even worried about it. As long as, like, the big thing is just keeping your health, That's, oh, is this a Deathcaster? Shit, I gotta reload. Green Knight got 2k value for me against Chaos Dwarfs. Absolutely. Chaos Dwarfs have some good tech against him, though. The Deathstreak rocket launchers can actually kill him. But, yeah, he's very good. Okay, we need to get that to be a Nurgle caster. So Nurgle, and let's get you on this. Awesome. Thank you guys for all the birthday wishes, man. Thank you. And yeah, Winston, it's coming, man. It's coming. Yesterday was pretty cool. My wife got me some neat birthday gifts. She got me the Isengard Battle Host, and then a bunch of paints to paint them with, which has been pretty cool. I painted a couple today. Carrot Shell, thank you for the 20. And Pool, thank you for the 24. Enjoy your birthday. Thanks for years of content. More to come, guys. We're just getting started. Just getting this party started. It's 40 you have to watch out for. Yeah, I'm not worried. 50 is a little bit more daunting, and it's really just the health thing, right? So, okay, so let's say you're fighting Green Knight, right? So we're going to get in here. We probably want to wait till we have enough for an overcasted so I can show you guys what it's capable of. All right. Outstanding, and Rancid is 15 WOM. I think when you overcast it, it does a considerable... Yeah, the pro Ackle paints are good. They're very good. I painted 3 Urukai so far. I just got to do some edge highlighting. I'll put some pictures up when we finish them, but they look pretty cool for now. Da-da-da-da-dun-dun. Isengard's theme is just so heavy metal. I just love it. And like the evil cackling wizard trope is just my favorite. All right, so here's Green Knight, right? Normally, watch what happens when he fights, Tamarkon. Tamarkon like barely tickles his pickle, right? Like barely. Look at the amount of damage what a huge combat character does against Green Knight. That's like nothing. But when you pop the Black Cleaver and then you use Rancid Visitations on him overcasted there, it's going to be doing a lot of damage. Watch this. So Green Knight suddenly goes from like just wrecking your shit to being like, oh god, I'm almost dead. Look at that. So that's one way to deal with Green Knight. And I think you always want to bring that kind of a thing, and obviously he might be able to get away here, but Tamarcon can do his thing, and the Sorcerer can just, you know... What the hell is this item, by the way? The Phylactery. Okay, that's kind of neat. Yeah, but that's uber cost-effective, right? And you're able to get the Green Knight down, he's going to retreat, and yeah, it's very good. So, hopefully that is helpful for you. It is a good direct damage spell. Yeah, man, the Lord of the Rings soundtrack is goated. And you know what's kind of interesting? If you listen to some of the soundtracks for this game... Like, go onto YouTube and just type in, like, Total War Warhammer 1 themes and 2 themes and stuff like that. There's actually some really good stuff. Like, a lot of the themes are very Tolkien-esque, or very Howard Shore-esque, I should say, inspired. They seem very similar to the stuff from the movies. Especially some of the High Elf themes. They have, like, that epic kind of, Howard Shore feel from the movies. All right, guys, handful of games still to finish. People are making progress. It is a big, thick tournament today, guys. So there might be a little bit more downtime in between rounds, but yeah, so we can, like, in between games, I think it'll be nice to talk about little tips and tricks. So another tip that's very good for Nurgle, let me show you guys. So one of the other problems that Nurgle has is dealing with Wrathmongers, okay? So Wrathmongers are an insanely cracked unit. They're very good. But let me show you guys another little forbidden trick to deal with those. The Murderous Prowess theme is my favorite. Dark Elf music, yeah. Ogre music is really good. There's amazing stuff. You know, I should probably get some of that music just to play in the background. I mean, of course, the game sound plays, but I'll pick my favorite themes. Today's tournament will probably be about 4 hours, I would say. Yeah, although with this many people, it could go longer. So if you're having trouble with Wrathmongers in your neighborhood, there's a little friend I would like to introduce you to called the Curse of the Leper. Okay, so Curse of the Leper is a spell that when you overcast it, it gives armor and 28 damage reflection, which is pretty badass, right? So damage reflection is a weird thing. But it can be very good against lead infantry and shock damage infantry, especially things like Wrathmongers. Neo, happy birthday, Turin. Thank you to fund the Tamarcon body pillow. All right, that's what we're here for, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Neo. All right, so advance again. We do see the gremlins. They're going to be going in, and you're going to want to do it like right as the charge impact comes in. So wait and wait and wait, because it has a little bit of a casting time duration. Then you cast that. And there it goes. I was a little bit off on the timing of that because it could have gotten some big damage there out of the gates, but watch what happens here. So this is just a shithouse unit. It's like a little Nurgling, and look how much damage we're actually able to deal to this guy. If I had done it on the charge, let me go ahead and refresh that and do it again. You got to be a little bit clean with the timing, but it's very good. Because normally, this is a 350 gold unit versus a 2,000 gold unit, and getting them down to like half health, use a Marauder, for example, too, is extremely good. Extremely good. All right. So there we go. It is time. The Chaos Dwarves have some cool themes as well. I mean, Chaos Dwarves are about as close as you get to Isengard in this, right? Yeah, like industrial scariness. Okay. Let's get in there. We're going to go charge the Bloodwake Berserkers and have some fun. And there we go. It is time. Yes. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the kind words. Okay. So let's move you guys in there. And I need to be a little bit more on point with it this time. So we're just going to cast it early. There we go. Okay, that was better. So now the charge impact is actually going to reflect. And kaboom. So you have like a crappy Marauder unit versus one of the most elite infantry units in the game, right? So there you're able to get some good value. And you could use other spells if you want to, but that's like almost even trading, right? Like that is such a cost-effective trade. You know, look at that. Oh, I love it. And that's just about as good as it gets. Like Khorne cannot heal these guys. So dealing with these guys is massive, right? And if they come back in for round 2, you can, of course, do this, and you can, you know... Stream of Corruption doesn't do much against them, but you could tickle with it a little bit. It does some damage. All right, but that is very, very good. That was like 1,000 gold worth of value. Yeah, the problem is sometimes people are going to notice it, and if they retreat with that unit, you lose all your value. So you need to do it during the chaos of battle, right? So you need to wait till, like, you know, they're focused elsewhere, or... Not on the first engagement of the Wrathmongers. Wait till maybe they get to their second unit, you know, and do that. So that would probably be my 2 cents. Nurgle's actually pretty good against Khorne. Or not good, but even-ish. Maybe Khorne slightly favored, but they can definitely fight it. Okay, let me make sure there's no admin issues in the tournament here. Looks good so far. Okay, copy that. Okay, responding to a couple messages here. One second. Yeah, he's all dropped out. Great. Okay, so all good. Okay. Outstanding, ladies and gentlemen. How does the range compare to Fade? Fade of Boring will not do nearly as much damage. So, for example, because Khorne, you have to remember, has the spell resist. So I'll show you how much damage Fade of Boring will do against one of these units. Damage Reflection is kind of an underrated one. It can be good in a couple matchups. Like, even if your opponent's using a Forsaken unit, it's actually kind of good. And what's even better about it for Nurgle is that it triggers the army-wide healings, and it's a cheap spell. So Curse of the Leper, I think, is pretty pimp. All right. Hey, welcome. Thank you for the kind words, Tommaso. Hope you're doing well. All right. So let's get it. And we're going to save up for a Fade of Boring. This item's so weird. Immune to contact effects and spell resistance. I guess it affects nearby allies. So you could use this to avoid like getting roasted by like a burning head or something. Probably not worth it. If it was like 40% spell res or something, then maybe we can talk. But no, Fade of Buna is not actually good here. I think Spirit Leech, if anything, would be more effective. But Lord of Nurgle is the way you want to do it. So we're going to go cast Fade of Boring on these guys and show you what that looks like. All right, so it gets them down to... So that's 22 wins of magic. It is guaranteed, though, right? Whereas the Curse of the Leper requires a couple things to do its business. But that's definitely not worth it. Spirit Leech is going to do how much damage to these guys? Spirit Leech will probably be slightly more cost effective. Not really. It does about 400 damage. That sucks. That majorly sucks. Yeah. Not fun at all. Hey, you just joined. Welcome. Yeah, so we just finished round one. We had an amazing game between Nurgle and Bretonnia. And we are going to be getting into the next round right now. Oh, wow. Everybody just finished. Shout out to all the players today, man. Effective, clean, getting those matches done quick, despite being a massive tournament. I like that. I like that. So let's advance to the next round here, and we are going to be casting and having some fun. All right. Yeah, so damage reflection, the unit needs to be getting hit, correct? Yeah, it does. Okay. Aces. Okay, so let's see if we're ready for the round two, and the brackets are live. Total Tavern decided to work today. It knows it's my birthday week here, so weekend, so it's trying its best. And Goblins, round two. All right. So round two, who do we want to cast? I think we're gonna do. Ooh, do we want to do a Danikentrop game? Do we want to get some dreaded Druki in here? I think so. Although. We could do for Poland versus Navigator. That sounds fun. So let's do that. We'll save Daniken for a little bit later. Yo-yo. Yo-yo. Lobby code, please. So we're going to do most likely a Chaos Dwarf versus Dwarf game, I'm guessing. It could be. We got the lobby code coming in. Hey. Password is uno dos tres. All right. So these guys both won their first ground game, and we're going to be getting going. Yes, yes. Oh, is it going to be Skaven? I do not know. All right, so we're in. We're hanging tight. We're just waiting. The Total Tavern upgrade fund is going. It's already getting upgraded. Yeah, we have some glorious volunteers who are putting in some work. Oh my God, is this a Chaos Dwarf mirror match? If it is, I'm going to be doing a different game because we're not here for mirror matches today. Let me see what a prostate is on. That name is so good, by the way. Apostate. Is this a Chowie mirror match? Is this a Chaos Dwarf mirror? Let me check. I hope it's not. Okay, one moment. Oh no. Is this a Dwarf mirror? I don't know if it is. We're about to find out. Nurgle's completely viable. They have some really bad matchups, but they also have some good ones. Nurgle's like a polarizing faction. They're really good against other melee factions, but not really good, but playable. And a little bit weaker against ranged kiting factions. They can be pulled apart for sure. All right. Oh no, it's vampire counts versus dwarfs. That's a fun one. Okay, I'm here for this. This is gonna be good. Okay, turn. How the hell do you beat Lizardman as Vampire Coast? Saracen Skinks clap their entire roster. Okay, so it's not the easiest matchup in the world, but Saracen Skinks will have a bad-ish time versus things like Animated Hulks and Morgul's. Double Rotting Leviathan can catch their infantry builds off guard. So if you go like Double Rotting Leviathan and like play like a slow push out from one defensive objective position, it can work. Lore of the Deeps is quite good too. You can use that with Celastra to spam the Tide Call ability to just annihilate the Skinks. And then you can use the Damn Knights Errant to chase down like Salamanders and those sort of things. So there's plenty of ways. Yeah. Where are the orcs? I'll try and find an orc player for you. Let me check and see. Thank you guys for the birthday wishes. The dreaded 37 is here. Another, man, so we've been doing YouTube, hanging out with all of you guys for how long now? Oh, man. So I think I started covering Total War in 2016, which was almost 10 years. Pretty freaking nuts. Time goes by so quick, you know? Started doing YouTube, and I remember around that time my wife was coming out to the United States from Poland, and yeah, man. How do you get started playing as dwarves? Front line of blasting charges. Not front line, but a front line of dwarf warriors. Just whatever, great weapon or shields, depending on what you're fighting. Backed up by blasting charges. You know, 2 missile units, a couple slayers, and a dwarf lord of some sort is going to be a good starting position, I would say. Yeah. Happy birthday, Big T, this year. Big 37 for you, too. Hell yeah, man. Let's go. Bacon is life. We're moving through it, man. We're getting there. We're getting there indeed. Happy personal solar revolution, yeah. Is it worth it to take the passive for Lore of the Deep? I think so. If you're spamming the cheap spells with Lore of the Deep, then yes. But if you're using expensive spells with it, no, probably not. So if you're just spamming like Tide Call and Spiteful Shot, you know, or using Tide Call only, it's probably worth bringing, honestly. Can we have an FFA at the end? I'll think about it. We'll see how long it goes. My wife and I are trying to get to an open house later today. So depending on the time of the stream, we will see if we have time for that. Because this is a big one. We got a lot of people playing, so. All right, no admin stuff, which is great. All is smooth in the realm. Okay. And awesome. So it begins. Okay. On Rakshay, I know. So Chaos Dwarves versus Vampire Counts is an interesting one. Usually the big Bale Torch characters can do a lot of bullying, but the way to win this matchup is just to basically get a bunch of Cathay Fireborn and feast like the Heathen Kings of old, right? You just get those guys in there and you just mow down the vampires with fire damage. Now, if for Poland doesn't bring at least 3 of them, then I think there is maybe going to be an issue there. We'll have to see. Happy birthday, Legend. Hey, Da Vinci, thank you so much. Thank you. It's been good. It's been good. Got the Isengard box going. Painted a couple fighting Urukai. It's been very fun. Hold on. I gotta do some highlights. They look a little bit haggard right now, but we're trying our best. Hopefully some elite infantry. Yeah, honestly, elite infantry are good against vampire counts. Under the right, in some situations. I think the Infernal Firesworn and the Immortals are actually quite good. Last time I beat a pretty good vampire count player with the Chaos Dwarves, I did use the Immortals, and they just like chewed through everything. Because they kill Cryptors, they kill the infantry, the Grave Guard. They're absolute menaces. Yeah. Yeah, Daniel, for sure. For sure. Is there a plan to increase the... No, I don't think so, Cham. The meta is very much... 15,000 gives you plenty of time, really. I think 1,500 tickets... Not 15,000. 1,500 tickets is a sweet spot for us. Yeah. Whom do you serve? Is the Cathay Destroyer a thing? I mean, look, there is a chance we could see it. I hope for Poland tries to win, though. If he thinks the Cathay Destroyer is his best path to victory, then good for him. That would be cool. It is, in theory, okay against vampires. It's a big monster. I'm pretty sure it does fire damage and can bonk down a fair amount of vampiric units. But in my experience, it tends to just get tar pitted by Cryptors and do nothing. But we'll see. We will see. I really want to look at their builds. I'm very curious what they're going to be bringing here. All right, Chaos Dwarves are ready, and now it is time for Count Chocula to get their business together. So let's see what they do. Would Graveguard Halberds be a decent pick into Fireborn? Yeah, Shino, not a bad idea at all. Honestly, I think you're onto it. I think bringing 2 Graveguard Halberds with like backed up in the back behind your chaff units will make it much harder for Chaos Dwarves to push you. Because they will bring trains, Fireborn, Bale Taurus Lords, all that stuff. Hey, Amat, thank you for the donation. Happy birthday, Turin. Keep the Warhammer streams coming. We'll always be a fan. They will keep coming. And hopefully we'll get some dank Warhammer games in the future. Let's hope so. By the way, didn't they announce the release of the Dawn of War 1 remaster? What's it called? Yeah, the Dawn of War 1 remaster from Relic. Isn't that coming out in like a month? Excited for that. Dimitri! Oh, dude, that's a ton. Thank you, man. Please, don't apologize. That's very generous. Yeah, my first YouTube video was not actually Warhammer. It was, so, like 2 or 3 years before I started doing Warhammer videos, I wanted to do a Magic card channel. I wanted to do a Commander. So I just uploaded a random video talking about, I believe it was Gerard Golgari Lichlord, but man, oh man, that was such a different time. Holy shit. Yeah, big old Anticity's in here today. The trailer's out. Yeah, I think I saw the trailer last night. All right. So, for Poland is ready. Navi, not quite ready. That's a classic trailer, though. It really is. The Dawn of War 1, where the Blood Ravens are, like, running up the hill with the banner. Hey, Turn, do you recommend SFO? I play the vanilla game only, so I can't say anything about it, really. I'm sure it's good, though. People put a lot of love into it, so. Trust not. Thank you for the 20. Please accept these simple offerings from an... Dude, you're not an underling. Come on, man. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that, boss. Oh, Giga Chad Elite Chaos Dwarf Infantry. Infernal Ironsworn. We have the Immortals, and we have a Fireglaive as well. Oh, yeah. Talk dirty. Talk dirty. All right. Well, here we go. Justin, you discovered it a few months ago, and it really helps me relax. Medical school is tearing me apart. Yeah. Oh, man. I've got some family who've gone through the same thing. Yeah, medical school is brutal, I've heard. Here, young Turin. It was me with like a potato microphone. I was actually, I think, recording it on like a Macintosh laptop, like their built-in mic. It was pretty bad. Yeah. I used to have really bad allergies back then too, so my voice probably sounds pretty different. I didn't find out what I was allergic to until I got, I don't know, maybe like 6 years ago. So in a lot of my earlier videos, you'll probably hear I sound a little bit more nasally. Yeah, so like I suffered my entire life with like horrific allergies, and I still do to an extent, but it's much better now. I realized that a lot of laundry detergents were the culprit. So I was basically washing my clothes and like just having horrific allergies when I would put on these t-shirts and these pants and things like that. And I was like, God damn, dude, I guess I'm just allergic to everything outside. But it turns out once my brain was finally able to kind of piece it together, I switched, my detergent system and found some better alternatives. And yeah, man, that was big because I was just like suffering like every day. It was horrible my whole life up until I was like 20, maybe like 30, 31. I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, I embrace Nurgle. That's right. Now you just don't shower. That's really the forbidden Nurgle tech now. But all jokes aside, I use vinegar and baking soda and a couple other alternatives to wash clothes. So. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it going. Let's break it down. It is going to be for Poland here, and he's going to be bringing the dreaded Infernal Ironsworn. So these guys are super heavy metal and look badass as hell. And yeah, they do fire damage. Their blasting charges are good at clearing out chaff. Blazing Beards of Basharik as well. And we do have Chaos Dwarf Warriors, the Immortals, and Infernal Guard Fireglaives. So that is pretty awesome sauce, man. I freaking love it. And it looks like it is going to be a Bale Taurus. Now, these guys did get nerfed in this patch as well. They basically lost their map-wide healing. So now they only heal if you're actually close to them. So enemies need to cast a spell in their vicinity to heal them. So honestly, I think you're going to start seeing Astrogoth. You're going to start seeing Zaytan, a couple of those characters. Hey, Jer, thank you for the donation. You joined in 2014, Ancient Times. Holy shit, so you were here for the Magic videos. Yeah. Yeah, I see the Twitch stream quality is different, which is weird since I increased the quality and the bitrate. But I'll look into that. I'll look into it afterwards. Don't you worry about it. Hopefully it still looks all right. All right, guys. So looking on the other side, we do see the vampire counts. It is going to be a Dread Legion of the Master Necromancer. And he is going to be here with Gaze of Nagash, which is incredibly good. Oh, dude, he is expecting to lead infantry. Because Navi, if you guys don't know Navi, he goes by a couple names. Navigator, and doesn't he? No, Apostate Prostate. Is that a different person? Shit, am I getting him confused? Fireball's going to be coming in, bonking the Master Necromancer on the face, and it does a little bit of damage. But Gaze of Nagash as well as Winds of Death are both S-tier abilities at killing elite infantry. So that's going to be very, very nice. All right, guys, advancing up are the Spearmen and the Zombies, as well as the Corpse Cart with the Unholy Lodestone. Double White King's going to be moving in as well. So White Kings did receive a minor nerf, but still I think are an S-tier unit. They're very, very strong. But foot characters in general in this patch do die easier than they used to. So basically, in the old patches, you would see the foot-based characters get knocked over instead of taking damage, but now what happens is they actually take the damage more often than not. They still can get knocked over, but it's pretty great. Okay, so advancing up, we do see the Elite Dwarves. The biggest thing for the Dwarves is going to be avoiding the freaking big Winds of Death spells and those type of things. In the back, it is going to be a Deathreek Terrorgeist on the way in. So the Goose is loose, and the Dwarves going to be gathering, preparing, and they do a Burning Head. So Burning Head's going to be really good against zombies and skeletons on this kind of middle objective here. Chaos Dwarf Warrior is going to be posturing, and the Infernal Guard Giga Chad Fireglaves are going to be setting up. I love these units. They're so cool. Look at them with their little rifles. They're going to be forming ranks and putting some firepower down into the Crypt Horrors. You can see a big volley there, able to nail the Crypt Horrors. And they do lose a little bit of HP, as a Fireball is going to be going for the Goose, which is interesting. I would prefer to see the Fireball used on one target over and over to guarantee kind of a kill over time. Like going after the Master Necromancer the whole game would be a stronger play here, I think. But blasting charges are out. Really nice one. Holy shit, look at that. The grenades of the Dowies are able to melt a skeleton spear out of the gate. So, you know, killing a 300 gold infantry unit with one blasting charge salvo, or two, whatever the hell it's going to take, is super worth it. And look at that, the Fireglaive shooting. That's so heavy metal. I love that. Goblin Laborers being thrown to the dogs. Of course, that makes sense. Chaos Dwarf Warriors and Blazing Beards of Basharik going to be gathering, as we do see the Fireglaives getting a shit ton of value. Vampire is probably going to want to fly over and drop a zombie summon on their heads. That would be the correct play, I think. Just fly over top. There's no snares or anything, you know, and they won't be able to turn quick enough to keep up with you. So if you just run past them, you can just drop a zombie summon on their head, and that's going to be rad as hell. All right, so Blazing Beards up on the point. They're going to get wrecked by the White Kings a little bit. I think you need to use the Sorcerer Prophet to bully the White Kings away. Otherwise, there's not really going to be much that can deal with them. Cathay Fireborn actually can kill them as well, though. Jackal, hope you had a good... Hey, thank you, man. Cheers for the content as always. Always and forever, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, guys, up in the sky, we do see the big man battling it out. The Sorcerer Prophet is going to be duking it out with the Terror guys. Violef has Shoot activated, so that's going to be imbuing massive fire weakness right there, ladies and gentlemen. So he's going to be down and taking a lot of damage. And look at this. Yeah, the Sorcerer Prophet not doing bad. Big old burning head down the pipe as well. That was a beauty. Oh, my God, look at the value on that. Able to really cook the zombies and the skeletons, another zombie and another zombie. So basically all the chaff units going down here, and the Sorcerer Prophet up in the sky really giving the business to this Goose, because you can see in the back the Fireglaves are providing fire support. They're going to be doing some big armor-piercing damage against the Goose. And the Goose is loose and the Goose is very low. You definitely keep chasing that. So Varguy's called in. We do have two Fireglaves on the field. On the flank, we did see the Undead try and sneak around the outside here. So they tried to move in here, and they were intercepted by the dreaded Cathay Fireborn. So the Cathay Fireborn were able to get a little bit of work done in there, and are basically a counter against all these units. Skeleton Spears are a little bit problematic for them. But here we do see the Crypt Horrors, being next on the list, as the Chaos Dwarves do call out some great weapons to help with the Crypt Horrors and these diving units. Oh my God, Master Necromancer getting Fireglaive as well. He's getting Palpatine blasted, and look at that, he's getting breath attacked by the Sorcerer Prophet as well. All right, so the Master Necromancer is going to need to invo himself, because if he dies, the game's basically over. So at this point, you definitely are going to want to drop a heal. Vampires are doing a good job holding the objective, though, and we do see the Warriors of the Dwarves kind of being held back. A couple Fireglaves are back online and shooting at the Crypt Horrors, and Crypt Horrors are being given a forced diving order, so they're basically being spam-clicked onto the secondary here. Oh, shit, that's going to be a nice Winds of Death there. So there it goes, right in the face, and that is going to be nailing the Infernal Guard here. Would have been a little bit stronger on the Immortals, probably, but I think the Immortals are being kept in reserve. Or are they being engaged on the flank somewhere? I didn't quite see where they went. But Navi's actually going to be tapping out early. Holy shit. He just thinks it's over. Oh my God. Wow. He gave up pretty quick there. I guess losing the 2,000 gold Goose was a little bit too much for him. His Goose got cooked. And yeah. So yeah, that game was probably going to be won by the Chaos Dwarves. They had both Fireglaves online. Their elite infantry were still pretty healthy. It was looking pretty bad for Vampire counts. Losing the Goose, getting shot up. I mean, they lost the freaking Vargeist right away. They lost this guy right away. The Necromancer was probably going to die with the next Fireball. So everything was looking pretty bad for the boys right there. So what we're going to do now, guys, let's get it going. We are going to play a game for fun since we have time. So if you guys want to play against me, Turin game, come join up. And we're just going to play a match because we have time. That was quick. Yeah, I mean, Vampires are often 4,000 value behind. It's not uncommon for them to be behind. No hot dog eating Total War tournament for no. Maybe next year. We'll see Nightwish. Maybe next year. The goose is loose. It is. Yeah, I mean that can happen sometimes. Who do we want to play, by the way? Let's go ahead and do this, and we're gonna do the. We can do Borderlow Landing. It's fine. You just need to have the Total Tavern map pack on, and then you can duke it out here. Okay, so Borderlow Landing is here. Let's play a Skaven game because I feel like losing right now. So we're gonna play some Skaven. And before Falcon joins, I could probably beat Falcon pretty consistently in domination mode because he just hasn't played it. Anticity, on the other hand, we have pretty much no chance of beating. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to go Skaven. Play whoever you want it. Have some fun, dude. All right. Grand Cathay versus the Rats. So it begins, the greatest battle of our time. All right. Wookiee will be here. And where are we at? So let's think of something fun. Cathay are very MVP in that matchup. They are. They're MLG pro gamer units. Okay, so we're playing the Dreadlord. We're about to get wrecked, but this is good. This is going to give us. It will take enough time that we'll be able to get going in the next round. Bring the pain. I really wanted to try this. Yeah, I really wanted to try this. Let's see. So that's not that good here, is it? It's probably very, very blessed as a Wookiee. I know he was a noble beast for sure. He was really a noble creature in life. Double hell pits against Cathay? I don't think so. I don't think that sounds like it's gonna be great. Okay, so I think I'm gonna try some funky business. Anticity is playing Grand Cathay right now, so it could be blimps. It could be any number of really, really troll units. You know. Okay. So that's going to be nice. And then here, what do we got? Oh, God. The fact that he's ready already means he just had a build in mind. Oh, no. He's already ready, guys. He's already ready. Okay. Avalanche mortars are cool, but they're uber hard to protect. That is an issue with them. I've been wanting to try this character out, but God, he's so susceptible to being sniped, man. He's so vulnerable to being sniped. Obviously, Ikit Claw with like Cleansing Rune is going to be one of the more consistent choices that you're going to be running into here. Yeah. Let's actually try this. And then what else do we want to get? Okay, those look pretty good. And we're going to get you as well. And get that. Cut this. And I think we keep everything else. All right. Awesome sauce. It's a Magic Max build. Oh, God. I'm dreading it already, guys. The dreaded Magic Max build, huh? You know what? That could be kind of fun as well. Let's try this out. So we're going to do this. Yeah. Okay, I don't hate that. It's a little bit sneaky. Sneaky. I don't know what Cathay's going to be up to, man. I have no idea. We do not know what foul schemes await us. Shielded Clan Rats. Clan Rat Spears. Obviously, we want to max out on those. Going to be pretty good in the late game. Ogres need to be brought in some considerable numbers. Otherwise, we just get bullied by cavalry. And yeah, I think we can mix in you guys and you guys. I like that a lot. I think that's fun. And for last disappearing act, we'll get you guys. One more ogre is going to be good. Oh shit! I need to bring a Harry Potter. I was like, I don't have a caster in this army. I need to bring one. All right, so what does Lore of Eshin even do, really? I don't really get to use it too often. Warlock Engineer is always pretty nice, honestly. He's a little sneaky little git. Death Frenzy's fun. Cleansing Rune is fun. He does have the Doom Rocket ability. All right, so that looks fine. And then for our last unit here, probably some Globadiers. Wouldn't be a terrible choice, although they're going to be incredibly hard to protect, that's for sure. And who let the dogs out? I think we're going to let the dogs out for now. Going to do this, and then we should do that and that. All right, good luck, have fun. Probably going to get annihilated here. I'm not sure. We're experimenting. And we are playing the #1 ranked player in the world right now, so let's see if we can get the dub. Bring on the Rat Ninja Star meta. Yes. The Rat Ninja Stars will rise from the ashes of the old world. By the way, how's the round looking? I assume there's still a lot of games being played because our game was literally over in like 2 minutes, so probably a whole bunch there. All right, the Rat Ninja Star meta. It would be kind of fun to try like a Ninja Star build, but I have a feeling it wouldn't be very good. All right, so what do we got? We got some Skaven slaves. There they go. Perfect. Okay, and we have some fun stuff here. Okay, let's try a little bit of this. And great. So you're going to go up the main army here. So that's going to be control group 1. We're going to need a couple of you guys to do your thing here. There we go. So knowing Anticity, he's going to pop out of my back bushes with like a bunch of, you know, peasant horsemen and shit. They're going to be like all up on the side objective there and grab that. So probably going to have some problems with that. We can get you guys here. 1, and you're going to go there. 1 and 1. So this is going to be our sneaky spec ops unit. You're going to move over to the side here and grab that. And we're going to get this ogre to protect these guys as well. Yeah, no, Anticity's not playing today. We're just playing a game for fun in between rounds because the game we were casting ended super quickly. So we're just having a little bit of fun here. 9 units, yeah. It's probably going to be like mass cavalry, right? Or some sort of funkiness or some magic maxing build. Who knows? Who knows? All right, so you guys go there, and we're going to do this. And we're going to send a doggy over here to get this. All right, so you're going to go get that. And okay, he's like moving over here with everything real quick, like holy shit. All right, so what does he got? He's got the Astromancer, a couple crows, jet lions, and okay, that's a scary build. That is a scary build. I definitely regret not bringing Flensing Ruin now. That's for damn sure. That would have been very nice. All right, so these guys need to just flee the scene because he's just bum rushing that side objective, man, like it owes him something. All right, so Ogres and company gonna get this, and yeah, you guys just kind of set up shop here and prepare to party. We're gonna do this. Spell intensity, yeah, so he's going to be trying to punish my characters and stuff, right? That's going to be the game plan. All right, so we don't want to start shooting with the Jezzails quite yet. Man, I really wish I had brought some freaking Lore of Yin, so Storm of Shadows is kind of interesting. Okay, form ranks, and you guys are going to go back here and get sneaky, and you guys will come around this way. And yeah, we just kind of hang tight, take fire at will off, and what do we want to call in next? I think we want to call in probably some Guando rats to provide extra anti-large. That's going to be the idea. Pop a little bit of this. You guys are just going to hang out nearby there, and we do see these guys coming in. I do have a snare with Deathmaster, but not going to be quite as good. Okay, so let's put you in 5. So he's looking for me right now. He's coming to check shit out, you know. And we're going to put a little bit of hurt down here, try and dodge this, and get the ogres to move in there. And okay, a lot of spell spammage. Oh, that's cool. So those are the free abilities from the lions, but I'm curious what kind of damage we're going to be able to get here. Dryads are coming in. We do have the Death Runners lurking, and you guys in the meantime can go there. Start threatening that objective. One of his lines does get very smashed up, which is good. So now we're going to turn about face, shoot at you a little bit, and form ranks. All right, so we have the double objectives, you know, feeling okay about that. These guys are going to form up. We have Deathmaster in case he decides to land. And cool. So we just hold on to these points. We see Jezzails coming out for Ents, which is fine. They can shoot. As long as they're just shooting at, you know, crap house units, it's not a big deal. Storm of Shadows is here. I do have Howling Warp Gale, so our engineer could come over and use that. I think he's a little bit out of range right now, though, so we're going to try and move. See what kind of business is going to be going down here. And Ogres need to come back. Okay, that was not bad at all. That did some good damage. I think the Jezzails are still going to keep shooting, though. Okay, so Ogre's going to come back on protection duty. We're going to get Whirl of Weeping Blades ready to go, and Vixrins are going to move in. And we are stealing his back objective right now, so that's quite nice. All right, so Ogres and Ogres. Let's get you guys in there. It's all Ogre now. If we can get 2 Crowmen for the price of 1 Jezzail, it's not a terrible trade for us. And we do have the doggies here. They're just hanging out. But yeah, 2 Crowmen for the price of 1 will be nice. All right, let's pop this. Use that. We do have the Howling Warp Gale ability. And the Jezzail is obviously going to die, right? These Crowmen are pretty close to crumbling here. We're taking a little bit of damage on the rats in the front, but nothing too crazy. Let's get these Ogres over there. And yeah, 2 Crowmen, it's a good trade for us. Yeah, they're not cheap. And I did take his back objective too, so that's pretty massive. All right, so that guy's going to die. He's probably going to do an AoE bombardment on us here. So let's do this and do a little decoy. Just to try and mix things up, we're going to send you to the back objective here. All right, and we're going to get AoE'd again here, but that won't do too much damage against the Ogres, so I'm not too concerned about that. All right, so that's 2 Crowmen down, and it looks like there's going to be some sneakiness on the back objective. My opponent might go for something back there. I do have a lot here, and Triads are going to be waddling to the back point. We're going to get you back in the trees, and now what we want to do is probably tar pit his back objective using some trash house units. So we're just going to get you and you, get you guys waddling down there. All right, and take a look at what's going on the field. I think we're okay for now. We need to get the Ogres and Deathmaster up to the front. Get you guys out to the outside here. And you can see, yeah, it's going to be some Peasant Horsemen coming in to split push. Let's get you guys there and get these doggies over there as well. Okay, cool. So, yeah, Jezzails are shooting, like, mostly trash units. So for us, it's not a huge deal. And I think the Jezzails are going to get chased off, which is understandable, makes sense. And I think we're okay. So we have the triple cap right now. We do manage to get some pole arms over here, which is going to be incredibly nice against the cavalry split. And how are we looking on the back objective? Looking pretty good. Let's pull you guys back here. Ogres are going to just kind of hide behind the pillar here. Line of sight that. Cannon's shooting in as well, but it's fine. All right, so he's going for his back objective. He wants it back. I don't blame him. So we're going to just run into the bushes. Because there's no way we can stop all that. There's absolutely no way. The Jezzails will come off cooldown and we'll bring them back. That's going to be kind of nice. And we do have the ogres. Where's his cannon? So his cannon is there. We need to like line of sight like so. Keep a couple of you guys here. Value trading is like kind of even, which is good for us. And you guys just keep running back into the trees. All right, so we're going to lose one polearm unit. So we're just going to turn and fight and get these guys to run away. As long as we keep the Vixtrans online, then we're in pretty good shape here. So, all right, and you guys honestly could just creep up towards the middle there. I think that's going to be fine. We're very blobbed up, which is unfortunate. And we could make a little bit of a push for his back point, actually. I think that's a good idea. So we're going to do this, and we do see the sneaky on the backside here. A couple peasant horsemen are coming out, and I think it's time to let the dogs out. So we're going to go ahead and let the dogs out, Okay, let's go down here and push a little bit. All right, so Deathmaster hasn't really had too many opportunities yet. We're going to go creep him back here and see what we can do. And these guys were able to escape, which is outstanding. So we're still in an okay position. We're going to get on top of these guys. I think he's a little bit too far away to protect. So we're going to actually get on top of one of the weapons teams there and shut them down. In the meantime, we can do a Howling Warp Gale on you, keep you away from the backfield. And you guys are good. Let's get you coming this way. And outstanding. So the Howling Warp Gale is good. These guys are running, and we're going to just kind of do a full court press right now. And all these guys can go and steal this objective again, which is going to be great. I just need to make sure I don't lose Deathmaster. That's like the big thing. All right, so that's down for the count. He is charging pretty good like. We got the two wolf rats, so let's go ahead and intercept here and get you guys to intercept right there. And we do get slowed, which is fine. We just need to make sure Deathmaster lives. He hasn't really done much this game, but that's actually okay. So where's my wizard? My Harry Potter's back here. Yeah, he's trying his best. So two wolf rats getting into combat here. You guys go get on the cannon right there and get these ogres to intercept these horsemen. And we should, in the meantime, be stealing that objective. All right. So spears, and you guys fight, and spears there, and spears here. Okay, good. So that objective should go to us. We do fold up this flank here, which is good. The Jezzails are online, but we do have a substantial points lead, right? Like pretty substantial. And we're going to need to reinforce the middle, like hardcore. So 1, 2, 3, yeah. Like just get rats and rats and rats. The rat tide must cometh. All right, so we managed to fold those guys up, and let's get our fresh rat tide. We cannot afford to lose the middle. That's for damn sure. We need to hold on to this. The back objective should go to us. We're going to lose a fair amount of expensive units here, which feels bad. But if we can flip it, that's pretty huge. Okay, so the rats, do we get the flip? I think we do. All right, so let's keep pushing back here. I think we can continue, although we probably want to retreat back a little bit. We do have the Howling Warp Gale also. Is there anything to really target? There is. We can get those guys here, and cool. So with Deathmaster, we can go ahead and use his Whirl of Weeping Blades. And we did get that objective, but then we lost it. So it's fine. It's fine. So we're in a situation now where we're going to be trying to stuff our opponent, obviously. We're going to use Slippery to try and get away here. Because we have the points lead, right? That's our win condition, to make him push up and try and get the objectives. Maybe that was a little bit ambitious to go for the triple cap since we were not actually in bad shape. Those guys should hold on to that objective. The cannons, of course, are still generating some okay value. Those are going to be Jade Lancers. And Deathmaster able to get away. He did sneaky little rat things. All right, so we're going to keep bum rushing the cannon here if we can. So we're going to get that. Anybody in the woods survive? Not really. So that was the doomed conquest there. We're going to get on that. And I could call in a Jezzail if we want to, but I don't know if that's worth. I think just getting the Triads with the anti-large out is going to be the way. All right, where's our Harry Potter? He's still alive, which is good. We do see the Goon Squad coming in. So you're going to form ranks, and we don't need to get everybody on the objective right now. I don't have too many tools to honestly fight back against these guys, which is a little bit scary. Do we get on the cannon? We do. And a couple of these doggies are also going to jump on the cannon. Hopefully they can get in there and do something. Deathmaster able to hold there. We get a little bit of DACA poking us down. Yeah, so we're going to need the capture weight here. So you get up, you get up, you get up. And Howling Warp Gale as well. So we're going to get the Howling Warp Gale on you guys. And Deathmaster is going to need to go here. We don't have any ogres in this formation, so that's actually really bad for us right now. So we need to call in an ogre just to get here to give us a little bit of mass, right? Yeah, Deathmaster is going to get in and help. We have the Warlock Engineer guy, but I don't know. We'll see what that actually equates to. All right, so that objective is looking dodgy as hell for us. We're going to get you onto the cannons there and try and sneak that one out. Do we want to try and push back there? I don't know. Deathmaster's doing it. We'll pop Slippery. These guys can try and dodge this. We do have the Eshin Triads there. I think we're going to partially dodge that. Still going to make some contact, though. Okay. Very cool. Let's pull back this way. Now we do have a triple cap, right? Like, we can just, like, Helm's Deep on our back objective, but Skaven are not the best Helm's Deeping faction, right? That's not necessarily their big strengths. All right, so we can go after his wizard here. We can actually lock down this character. Although there are 2 lions nearby, so 2 Lionos are going to be a problem. Okay, you fight here. Let's get the ogres in there to protect a little bit and fight. The objective is actually flipping back to us, and it looks like back here we do have the Jezzail, so we're going to go stealth. Go over there and jump on those guys if we can. So let's go ahead and see. We're going to use concealment bombs. Do we have any ogres nearby? We got this guy chasing. We have Howling Warp Gale. So I'm going to just lock this thing down and try and buy us some time here. And I think we just got to spam out ogres all freaking day, every day. Yeah, if we lose our lord, we lose the game, basically, is the problem. So Howling Warp Gale is coming into effect, so we're going to need to run away. The brave Sir Rat is going to flee the scene. And ogres and, yeah, and you guys. All right, so you guys keep moving over this way. Deathmaster getting killed probably is just a game loss for us, because that's just the way of the Skaven. We're going to do a Howling Warp Gale back here. Maybe get you guys to force path that way. I don't know. Do you have anything that can fight back here? Those are Jade Lancers. Going to be very resilient against us. I think we need to make a play to try and save the Deathmaster. Okay, he's free, so we're going to do the Whirl of Weeping Blades right now. That should do some decent AoE damage, and you can see it actually does. Holy shit, that's actually a hell of a lot of damage. God damn, that ability's actually no joke. Okay, so let's see if we can get him out. Just keep running away here. Ogre's coming in. Deathmaster's going to try and flee. It looks like it was like a temporary terror route type thing. So let's get doggies over here to try and peel. And we need to just get all of you homies back. So Ogres get in there. Deathmaster needs to try and skitter away. Skitter, flee, yes, yes. So we're going to use this. We're going to use this. And we still have some units fighting in the middle, but not too much. All right, so we did manage to get back here, actually. Take down those crane gunners, which is nice. So now we just need to hold the back, which is going to be way difficult. It's going to be incredibly hard. All right, so you guys turn and fight here. Get you doggies coming out this way. 1 unit of you guys can go right there. And we do have the big bombardment here, so we're going to drop that right in their face. All right, cool beats. So we get here. I could go for a ninja on the back point. It's maybe not going to be a bad idea, so we're going to start working towards that back objective right there. Deathmaster does have some snares, but not too many good targets to go after, to be honest. Ogres get into the back here. We really don't have too much. So I think we're going to have to ninja gremlin play the back objective. We're going to move all you guys up to the middle. Get you guys to the back, you guys to the back. And can Deathmaster hold this? I don't know. Oh, yeah, if the cap's... I mean, a 1 cap, I think I still win at this point, but it's probably not going to be able to hold it, honestly. I think there's just too many Cathay forces back here. I think we blundered a little bit going for his home objective, but this is a really good game, actually. It was quite fun. All right, let's do this and get you going. So you guys are going to go to the back objective here. And we're going to take our characters, do a little Howling Warp Gale action right here on the blob. And Deathmaster is going to weasel away here. We do have the Deathmaster Sigil, so when he lands, we'll snare him. Yeah, that's going to be the game plan here. All right, so Deathmaster is cackling, and we're going to go ahead and do this and snare you down. Hopefully that buys us time to escape. And do we have any chance of getting his back objective here? I don't think so. But here comes the Death Runners, too. Yeah, fun Skaven build. I don't know if Deathmaster was particularly good. He kind of felt like he lacked a little bit of agency here in this game. On this point, we do see the Jet Lions going, which is super fun. Those guys are going to get back, and we do actually threaten the middle, which is kind of cute. So we have a couple objectives under threat right now, which is rad. Those are spears, so we're going to go actually rotate to the middle and see if we can ninja that shit. Run into the woods, keep you going here. You guys go there, and the rats are trying their best to get the middle. They are. All right, so let's do this and do the Whirl of Weeping Blades. It doesn't do much damage against SCs, but he's probably harder to hit while he's activated with it. I don't know. Okay, so he's doing a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, he's wavering again. Not the bravest of rats. He's certainly trying. I feel like his whirl abilities were not bad. Middle objective almost flipping right there. Deathmaster is going to be sent running for the hills. Is he going to rally? I wonder if he will. Okay, so in the woods, you guys keep pushing that objective here. Is there any rat play I can do to come back? You know, we really need to embrace our inner Skaven here. Okay, yes, keep coming. All right, Deathmaster's still alive and cooking, which is pretty great. Guando rats are fighting well here, and we do have some returning champions to try and get that objective. It's a kind of a weird thing, Death Runners having like that many models, right? Yeah, just like what is it, like 72? It's such an odd number. It's going to be hard though, man. I think we're just cooked. Deathmaster's coming back, but our Sorcerer's in trouble. I mean, we can make a play for the back objective here. I think that's going to be good. Rats are doing it, and we have some of these doggies here as well. Okay, let's get them all to the middle. I think we're just going to bum rush the middle. Okay. Really fun game, though. We got to see some cool experimentation from both sides. Deathmaster against Skaven feels like a bit of a liability. Granted, the Whirl of Weeping Blades was quite good. These Death Runners might fight here for a minute. We'll see how they do. All right, so in the middle, we're pushing, and we do have some rats coming here. You always got to look out for those rallying rats. There's always tons of them here, so we're going to get you and you. The value's actually gotten a lot closer, which is weird. Like this, we were down by way more. We do manage to fold up this position, which is awesome. Astromancer, we're going to go ahead and put you on Naughty Jail, so we do get that, and we're going to use Slippery as well. Are we actually going to get a kill on the Astromancer here? That'd be pretty MLG, wouldn't it? All right, Death Runners get folded. Deathmaster is going to have to put in some work. He's only gotten 1,100 value this game, so it feels kind of bad. You know, he's not had his best performance. It has not been his finest showing, but look at this. Deathmaster actually maybe going to kill them. Oh my god, then he gets terrified again. Oh, they're so low, dude. Look at this. Oh, both of them. Okay, this thing is crumbling, so at least we were able to get one kill right there. That's nice, and I think he actually will rally, which is kind of funny. Death Runners are completely gone, nowhere to be found, and Deathmaster has the Whirl of Weeping Blades again. We can do a little bit of a doggy call in here, so we're going to call in the dogs. We're going to run them past this unit, and then we're going to rear charge into the side of them. Okay, so Whirl of Weeping Blades, we're just going to activate it, see, because it's going to keep us in place instead of running, and maybe do a little bit of damage, I don't know. All right, so dogs, who let the dogs out? We need to keep them alive for a little bit longer to see if we can do anything with that. All right, so you're moving here. We do manage to fold up that position. The game actually got a little bit closer than you would expect. I still think we're cooked, obviously. Yeah, now the Deathmaster is gone, the rest of my army is going to fold, but he's ahead by about 3,000, so. Yeah, that was a really fun game, man. Really cool. Well played to him. Awesome game, man. Thanks for playing. Cool builds from him. I love the Lions and the mobility style. Like, very different Grand Cathay. Salt Mine League. Holy shit, thanks for the raid. God damn. Where'd you guys come from? Hope you're doing well. Sorry, I was in the heat of a very sweaty game, so I missed that. But Salt Mine, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Welcome. Welcome. Okay. Cross-pollinating Warhammer and fighting games. Hell yeah, let's go. And Spiff, thank you so much for resubscribing. So yeah, for anybody just joining, this is Total War Warhammer. It's obviously has a campaign, but this is the competitive multiplayer aspect of thing, where you create an army and you basically fight over objectives. That was pretty stressful. It was a really fun game, dude. Yeah, great game ends. Always fun to play you, man. I love the Lions. They probably didn't do great, though. Yeah, so 500, 800. I think your Moonbird character and your Crowman probably carried with the Jade Lancers. The cannon did okay. Yeah, you're shooting against the Skaven clan rats didn't accrue a lot of value, but your magic was really good, and I think your Jade Lancer play was really good as well. So definitely some very forbidden stuff. How many people on both YouTube and Twitch, by the way, is this your first time seeing Total War Warhammer? I'm always curious about that, if we have any new dogs in here who are getting into the scene. If you're interested, by the way, we have a Discord channel where we have a ton. Oh, Lions are just there for the magic amplification. Got it. That makes sense. Where we have a ton of RTS games. So if you're looking for, you know, Total War, Age of Empires, a lot of people are playing Lord of the Rings right now as well. You're going to find it. Hey, Burning Greed, thank you. Thank you, guys. I always watch your events when I can. So I had to raid you at least once. We finished the Capcom World Warrior. Oh, dude, that's fun, Salt Mine. If I didn't have, like... Yeah, the Searing Doom was really good, Ant. I loved your build. It was cool as hell. I hope to see you use something like that in a sweaty tournament. It's awesome, man. Salt Mine, yeah, I love fighting games. When I was young, I used to play them. But I unfortunately, in my early 20s, developed an autoimmune disease that, like, really messed up my wrists and my, like, tendons in my wrists. So I can do this, but, like, having to be, like, rabid on a controller or, like, you know, however else you would play a fighting game, it's too much button mashing. It would mess me up. Yeah, it sucks, though, because I did enjoy those. Like, I would love to play Mortal Kombat. I like the Mortal Kombat game, and I used to play the old, like, Capcom vs. Marvel games back in the day, and Tekken, and a lot of the OG ones from, like, the late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah. Fun times. I've been trying to make it work. Going to try and get Cathay win. Yeah, I would love to see it, dude. I think you can do it. I think you can do it. I believe in you. I'm going to be playing some more Skaven, too. I love the little rats. All right, so looking at today's tournament, let's go ahead and see what's cooking over here. All right, all right. And refresh the brackets. There's no way that no games to finish. Okay, it was just lagging. I was like, there's one game still to finish. All right, I was like, there's no freaking way. Because we played literally 2 games on stream here, and that would be pretty absurd. You're not in my 20s. How old am I? I am 37, dude. 37 years young. Yeah. Almost the big 4-0. You know, us RTS folk are usually a little bit crustier, if you know what I'm saying. We're a little bit, you know, long of tooth is, I think, the expression. Derek, thank you for the 49. Happy birthday, Turin, the man, the myth, the legend. Thank you, brother. Is that the expression, long of tooth? It is, right? You know, it's like the way to say someone's old. I mean, look at the RTS space, right? Like most of the RTS gamers are a little bit on the older side for sure. Yeah, in terms of like competitive stuff. By the way, I think people are refreshing the tournament page too much, so stop doing that right now. It's causing a little bit of lag here. Okay, perfect. Awesome. So just one sec here. Goblins, stop refreshing. You got to get the goblins to stop refreshing the website. Yeah, it's a little bit of. So we have our own competitive website for Total War, but it does need some updates. It tends to lag a little bit in bigger events if everybody's inputting commands and trying to like see the brackets nonstop. It can lag down the website. So we're just gonna chill for a minute here and let that reset. Saltmine says, I was actually top 20 in the world at Command & Conquer Red Alert 2 for a while when I was young. Oh, dude, you should come back to your RTS times, man. Get in here. Come play some, you like old, what are your favorite RTS games? What are your jams? I feel like I'm the guy from Walk Hard, you remember? When they're, when like, you know, oh, you don't want none of this, and then he opens up the trench coat and he's got like all the party stuff in there. That's like what I am to my friend circle. I'm like, oh, you don't want to play this tabletop game? It's a lot of fun. It's great. You know, it's Lord of the Rings. And I lure my friends in and then their wallets suffer. And it's always been the way. All right. So just hang tight, guys. Okay. So I'm going to need to refresh this. Hopefully the website doesn't explode right now. It might. It very well could. May I ask what autoimmune disease? Yeah, it's kind of, they call it enthesitis, but they suspect it's rooted from the like psoriasis stuff I have. They don't really know, so they just put me on biologics and try and figure it out. It's honestly nobody's been able to find an answer for it so far, so it definitely sucks. All right, so just hanging tight, waiting for the website to stabilize here, and then we're going to be going to the next round. So all is good. All is good. About to do a large donation. Has Turin put up a yeah, Cass, you can, if you want to hit me up and you can do it to PayPal too, which is fine if you want to. It's just whatever your preference is. YouTube's totally fine as well too, though, so don't stress it. Long in the tooth is a nice way of saying thin in the gums. Yeah, I mean, who is the oldest like competitive RTS gamer out there that like still competes at a really high level? Would it be the Viper from Age of Empires 2? I mean, I'm saying outside of the Total War community, because we have some old dogs here who are pretty good. But, I mean, Grubby is up there. Grubby's like older than me. I think he's 38 or 39. Hey, Odessian, thank you, man. Greatly appreciate it. Okay, so the round is done. We're going to fix that later. And just hang tight for a second. You're getting 40 this year. That's powerful, big 4-0, man. Yeah. Yeah, fighting game players are OG too, because fighting games were like, in the 90s, we had RTS was huge. RTS, RPG, and fighting games were all very big in the 90s. And like that was pretty savage. I don't think Grubby's quite 40 yet. Viper's only 33. Okay, he's a little bit younger. No, that's right, Artosis. But Artosis, he's very good at the game he plays, but I don't think he's like pro level, right? Yeah. Doubt is in his 40s from Age of Empires 2, right? So there's some fellow crust out there. I respect that. Okay, guys, we're ready for the next round. Let's advance it. Hang tight. Do not refresh the website, please, or else it's going to explode and fireworks are going to shoot everywhere. Warcraft 2 Orcs and Humans. That was a fun one. Yeah, I remember the meta being very heavy into spamming those ogre guys with the Bloodlust. The Death Knights are always my favorite in Warcraft 2. They're so cool. Yeah, you had like the Death Coil, and it was fun. Good times. When did you last play a Tamarcon campaign? It's been a while. All right. So next round is processing. I think there might be another tournament going on or somebody messing around at the back end of the website. Yeah, if you are one of the tournament hosts, do not mess around on the site right now. It's struggling hard. Oh, Grubby's birthday was yesterday, really? That's fun. That is fun. Professor Pone is 54 and still pretty good at RTS. That's right, he is. That's why he goes to bed at like 7 a.m. and can't play games with me late at night. Okay, round is loading. The voice actors for Warcraft 2. Oh, it's so amazing. Old Blizzard was very magical. Late 90s, like Diablo 2, Warcraft 3. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Okay. So let me see if this will load. Then we should be good in the neighborhood. Yeah, some evil lag down the website. Some evil that does not sleep. Probably one of the other tournament hosts messing about. So yeah, you guys were talking about rounds up, by the way. All right, so we have this player who's going to be. Let me see here. Somebody needed to drop, so that was going to be who? Echo. Okay. Gonna have to drop you there. Perfect. And there we are. Should be all smooth. I do definitely miss the 90s like games that we had. Yeah, so Tempest Rising, let's talk about this. This is a game I was very interested in because I love the Command & Conquer Red Alert 2 and Yuri's Revenge and all that stuff. I used to play the hell out of those games. So I kind of had a lot of high hopes for the Tempest Rising. But I've heard from a lot of people that it has some issues. Yeah, be curious to hear what you guys have to say about it. All right, so the round is ready. And Goblins, round 3 is live. Good luck, have fun, get your games going. Thank you guys for your patience. We can do Dark Age Rush versus Hlidden. That sounds like a fun one. 2 great players. Okay. Later. Okay, perfect. And all right, so then we have attack speed. No, we're gonna do Dark Age Rush. Dark Age Rush. Yo, lobby code, please. So likely gonna see Dwarves. Definitely gonna see Cathay as well. Yeah, you said it's not great. You tried it. That's kind of what I've heard. I logged on to Tempest Rising the other night looking to get a game in there, and I like to learn by just trial by fire, like just going in against players and getting wrecked. And I couldn't find a match for like 30 minutes. I was like, what the hell? Yeah. Yeah, it was a bummer, man. Well, maybe the times will change. Okay, so lobby's here. Players are going to get their games going, and I will do some admin stuff in between the round. Join with code, and it is going to be here. Perfect. Ah, somebody with a fancy password. 132. Okay, I love it. Making it extra complicated. How's the Yeah, I've heard the campaign's quite good in Tempest Rising. I played one game against AI and I actually enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. It seemed smooth. You know, it seemed to be pretty all right. Yeah. All right, so Dwarves versus Grand Cathay. Oh, this will be fun. Are you guys ready to see Dwarves versus Human Dwarves? Yeah, because that's what's going to be going down right now. Okay. Get a little notepad of admin stuff. Okay, so round points, and then we had. I'm literally making a notepad of like all the admin changes I need to do after this. The Scottish versus the Chinese. Oh my god! I was watching you play Lord of the Rings recently. I remember playing this game so much all day with friends, not competitive. Dude, it's so fun. Age of the Ring is amazing. Hey, Sean, thank you for the birthday donation, boss. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. Oh, Walnuts, it happens to everybody. It happens. The Lord of the Rings RTS game, Age of the Ring, which is a mod of Battle for Middle-earth 2, has really made me wish we could get another one. I'm like, dude, if we could get a new modern Lord of the Rings RTS game, god damn. I mean, it's probably not going to happen because it was kind of like, back in the day, there used to be a lot of RTS games and games developed around like the zeitgeist, like kind of the movies, right? I mean, maybe if like Lord of the Rings, like the Hunt for Gollum is really good or something, it could reinvigorate like game studios' interest in doing Lord of the Rings stuff. But goddamn, that'd be fun. Yeah. The Game of Thrones RTS, I have a lot of hope for. Cringe name. I'm hoping it'll be good. It's an FFA game, which is right up my alley, and it's good for people who are solid at RTS, but you're not uber sweats because the FFA element will bounce that out, which I think is fun. So we'll see. We will see. I don't know how well Lord of the Rings games sold back in the day. I mean, it was a little bit trickier to get access to that information back then, right? Like nowadays, like you see the Steam charts, you see like the amount of players playing the games, but back in the early 2000s, that data was a little bit harder to come by. You know, it was more provided by industry people. Yeah. Oh, Kael'thas, I would have such a raging boner if we got Warcraft 4. You have no idea. That would be freaking awesome and a half. Yeah, Saltmine, if you want to play, join our Discord, man. The mod is completely free. I'll even play some games with you sometime if you want. It's so good. So Mr. Fenn says, I want to get into Total War multiplayer, played a ton of single player. Come join us. Join our crew. We have a lot of great people in our Discord who are going to happily answer all your questions, help you out, give you builds, whatever you need. Warcraft 4 would be so hyped. That would be just amazing. Is there any like inflections of it coming? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, so it is good. Everybody should have their opponents now. We're not being pinged for any admin changes, which is great. We have a couple people who got buy rounds that should get corrected in the next round. Apologies for that. It's just the nature of the beast. And let's see if the website is still lagging. Should be all right now. Okay, it looks like it's fine. Yeah, I don't know how they would do a Warcraft 4 story, because I know the World of Warcraft shit is like insane. There's like freaking time travel, and it's just like nutty, you know? All right. I love WoW Classic, and I really liked World of Warcraft all the way up through Wrath of the Lich King, right? Because it carried on the story of Arthas. You know, you got the Arthas saga, which was so fun. It was essentially like the culmination of what you experienced in Warcraft 3 and the Scourge of Lordaeron and like all that shit, which was my favorite, like hands down. But after that, when it got into like, you know, the dragons and the pandas, and I was just like, I don't know. I don't know if it does it for me as much. I don't know if it does it. Oh, you're talking about Stormgate? Hey, Yako, thanks for being a member for 20 months. By the way, great way to support the channel. If you guys want to become channel members, it helps out quite a bit. Warcraft 40k, please. Anticity's really getting creative over there. I love it. Okay. So then we need to do some buy round points. So we need to give... Okay, we had a handful of drops here, which is fine. It happens when you have big events. WoW is kind of facing a problem of needing more bombastic enemies. Oh, yeah. It's been around forever. Warcraft died with Arthas. I know. There can only be the one true king. Okay, let's refresh this. Memzel, thank you for becoming a channel member. Appreciate it, boss. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to the Green Name Club. And, all right, so Jack is going to be here. So Jack should have one win now. So we'll do this. We're just waiting for the game to start right now, and I'm doing some admin lifting in between. Okay, there we are. Yeah, it was fun. Good time. Saltmine League, thank you for subscribing with the dreaded Prime. Welcome to the crew. Yeah, just getting started on Twitch. It's been fun. Met a lot of new people. I had a ton of fun doing the event with Grubby. That was great. Great times. Okay, so that's fine. And then Vrax is going to need some points too. So Vrax should have how many? How do you spell his name? Curse the Baggins. It's around here somewhere. All right. Almost ready. Players are still doing it. They're hanging out. Getting ready to get started here. And who else has a buy round? Oh, it's 2 Vs. Okay. Vrax. 2 Vs. And 2 Rs. Okay, so he's got 1 point here. And over here, we do have you here with 1 point. Okay, that looks good. And then Claw as well. I guess we'll do this one after. Seems fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 3 in today's tournament. Monitor, thank you for subscribing with Twitch as well. Let's get this party started. Let's break it down. Let's have some damn fun here on the Burning Barricades, I believe is what this map is called. It is one of our new maps made by Wacka Wacka 3000. Absolute beauty of a map. Very cool, cornate kind of hellscape. Who doesn't want to hang out here? This looks like fun, right? This looks like the city I live in during the summers. All right, guys. So breaking it down here, it is going to be the Dwarves versus Cathay. You know, you can always justify Dwarves fighting anybody because of grudges. Like, if there's enough of a ridiculous reason, the Dwarves are just going to find a way to, you know, satisfy the grudge, right? So battle line's going to be chaff. So really going to be cheap units. These guys are cheap and have AP. They'll lose to Jade Warriors, but they'll do some damage. Secondary line's going to be Dwarf Warriors, backed up by a couple Archers, Quarrelers to counter the Cathay shooting. We do have a Thane, Malachi Makaisen. So this guy's a really, really cool character. Essentially, he has a couple buffs. He has the Eyes of Grungni, which nearby cannons get range, which will make them beat the Cathay cannons probably pretty decisively. Armor-piercing damage and base missile damage. And he has Artillery Master. So you sit this bad boy back by the objective. He can guard it also against threats that come to an extent. But the accuracy and reload skill is quite huge. And he has deranged munitions. So he can give the artillery a massive, massive damage spike as well. So super heavy metal. You love to see it. Looking at the armies of Grand Cathay, Dark Age Rush, one of our homegrown Cathay. He's one of the few Cathay champions. Jesus Christ, Cass, goddamn! Happy birthday, old man. The Imperial Fist icon your wife painted me is attached to the door to my gun closet. The Emperor protects. Right on, dude. Keep up the good work and hope you and the family are well. Jesus, dude, that is a massive donation. Holy shit. All right. Wow, Cass, please, man. That is huge. Goddamn, dude. Thank you. That is uber generous, man. Please shoot me a message in Discord afterwards so I can thank you. That is insane. Thank you, Cass. I really appreciate that, boss. I'm a little bit taken aback there. That's very. All right, how can I focus on this again? Where were we? Goddamn. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, so it is going to be Dark Age Rush with a lot of mobility. Peasant Horsemen, Crowmen looking to dive the Dwarven backfield. He does have some Crowmen in the wings. They're getting extra sneaky. I don't know if the Dwarves see this. It looks like they do. They do have some Rangers in there as well. Those guys got to be lurking about. Jade Lancers, Felix, Yuan Bo, the Jade Dragon, and Crane Gunners popping out of the bushes. So this is very much kind of an Anticity style build using the mass mobility of Grand Cathay backed up by Crane Gunners. And we do see the 2 sniper rifles coming out of the bushes. So they are going to be getting here. And they'll put some good hurt down on the Dwarven battle lines for sure, even from the trees. The Crowmen over here, just taking a little bird poop here on the cannons. Not doing bad damage, but they're going to need to dive it to finish it off. And we're going to need to see some good defenses here from Hlidden. Hlidden needs to call in some sort of an anti-infantry unit to deal with these Empress's Crowmen, because losing a cannon right out of the gates is very disastrous. Okay, it's going to be Long Dong's Pirate Slayers and a couple Quarrelers nearby, and now the Empress's Crowmen going to be moving over here and going after the other cannon. So very disastrous start for the Dwarves, I would say. Now looking elsewhere on the battlefield, Yuan Bo, the Dragon, is down here, and he's going to be battling it out, and Peasant Horsemen charging into the back of the Dwarven position. So Hlidden is definitely on the back foot out of the gates here, having lost a couple cannons. However, those cannons have already done some good damage. We do see one Jade Lancer in the trash can. So it's not that they did nothing. And another Jade Lancer is also going to be dead as well. All right. So looking around here, the Jade Dragon himself fighting amongst his Lancers. I'm loving this. I really like that style. I really do. Having these guys like in the trees supported by the mass mobility. Empire can kind of do the same thing with the Hawk on long rifles, but these guys, yeah, they do some work. They do have Shield Breaker as well. So they're going to be shooting into the Dwarves, and the Dwarves are going to be pressing up. So we do see the Miners advancing, but eating a lot of gunfire on the way in. So overall, I would say Grand Cathay is probably in a little bit of a better position. That's for sure. Do we have the game sound on? Let me check. Oh, yeah. I did accidentally turn the game sound off. Good catch. It's really close to one of the hotkeys I use all the time, so thank you guys for the heads up on that. All right, so Miners here getting blasted in Last Samurai by the shooting. The Jade Dragon over here going to be trying to duke it out. Both cannons are taken offline. Malachi Makaisen going to be moving up with his long rifle, but basically the big epicenter of the strategy for the Dwarves is offline. But Dwarves are one of those really annoying factions that even when their core strategy starts to fail, they're so tanky and so resilient they can push. But I really like the usage of Felix Jaeger as well as Yuan Bo, both of whom are ground-based anti-infantry characters who are going to do very good against Dwarves. You can see he's dropping some Jade magic right there on those bad boys and doing some work. All right, so objective number 2 belongs to the Dwarves, still objective 3 as well. Far side objective belongs to Grand Cathay. And the Dwarves are slow pushing up towards the gun line, but they are being intercepted by Crowmen. So Crowmen are a pretty good roadblock unit. You know, having annoying birds trying to peck at you while you're charging is certainly not fun. And the firepower from the Jade guns, who do have the high ground. Oh, powder is just the coolest thing in this game, by the way. I just love a good powder line. It's so much fun. All right, so those guys are going to be getting blasted by the Jacka of the Crane Gunners. Metalcaster is here with Plague of Rust as well. The Dwarves almost made it back here. We do see one Dwarf Warrior getting rather close, but intercepted by mass amounts of Cathay mobility. And the other Dwarves over here are broken. So the gun line of Grand Cathay is going to be online. And we do see Hlidden up in value, which is interesting. I don't know how that's possible. I guess he's killing a lot of the Crane Gunners, right? Yeah, we'll see. Dwarves are resurgent a little bit. Malachi's going to be coming up. The bow line here is shooting. Very vulnerable to the charge here, though, for sure. Both these cav units could probably run down these units. And look at the Crane Gunners just getting a massive amount of value. I know what you guys are here for. I know what you want, so I'm just going to give it to you. So we got one Crane Gunner here. We got one here getting massive shots right down the pipe into the Dwarven positions. And, yeah, getting great value ultimately, so... Back here, we do see the Coilers getting forced off. Cavalry able to take that. And currently, Dwarves are holding on to the middle. And the dreaded Dwarves are on their way over towards Objective 1 as well. Jade Lancer is going to be screaming across. And I don't know if they'll be able to clear out the Dwarven Miners very quickly. And this is what I'm saying. Even if it feels like the battle's going well against Dwarves, the bump and grind of the Dowie Sausage is just so tough. This is also a massive buff, by the way. The Long Dong Slayer Pirates. These guys debuff everybody's melee attack near them by 5. So all these Jade Lancers are down to 20 melee attack, which is brutal. But Yuan Bo and Felix have got to be getting some good value. Also healing as well. I mean, they should be able to methodically kill these Thanes. Although, if Dark Age Rush does blunder and the Thanes are able to kill Felix before they start paying attention to them, that would be pretty rough. On the outside here, Longbeards trying to attack the gun line, but are going to be getting taken offline. Outside objective is going to be taken by the dreaded Dowie, so we do see these guys getting in there and with their beards out, stealing objective number 1. Man, Hlidden's still actually in this game, even after disastrously losing 2 cannons. But the cannons did kill a bit before they died, so that was something. Munner, thank you for subscribing on Twitch as well. Appreciate you, boss. Blasting charge is coming down, going to be nuking some of the Jade Lancers. And in the meantime, Dwarves are still hanging on the middle objective. Long Dong Slayer Pirates going to be teaming up with Malachi McKyson, and they got, dude, these are the Dwarves of Karak Dive Bar. They just like look straight out of the Harley Davidson bars, which is pretty great. But going to be getting charged by the not Jade Cavalry, but the Peasant Horsemen. They should be able to win. Honestly, they're Slayers. And Malachi's going to be fighting. Jade Lancers will be more problematic for them because they do not have anti-large. They're not traditional Slayers. The guns are feasting, though. They're getting a lot of value. They're the one thing that's keeping Dark Age Rush in this game are the guns. Now they're going to be shooting across the board, wearing some of these units down. And for the first time in a long time, we do see Objective 2 start to flip to Grand Cathay, actually. As the Dwarven position does start to get punished a little bit. Plague of Rust with the dreaded... Oh, 69 minus armor. Let's freaking go. All right. Felix Jaeger putting in work, but Hlidden is spam clicking on Felix 2v1. This is a huge mistake by Grand Cathay. The Yuan Bo needs to get in here and take down these Thanes. That's exactly what he's designed to do. Looks like a Shem's Burning Gaze there does literally no damage. I think he just kind of missed mostly. And Yuan Bo is a character killer, though, so if he can get the characters low, he can actually execute them, which is very, very strong. But so Dark Age needs to start focusing on that, or else he potentially is going to lose this game. If those Thanes are able to feast for much longer, not going to be good. Hey, Ozek Armin, thank you for the donation. The mighty sorcerer of the Thousand Suns is here in chat. And he is giving us Zinch's favor. Thank you, Araman. That is a massive one. I really appreciate you, brother, and hope you've enjoyed all the action over the years. Crane Gunner's going to be shooting away, getting some good DACA down as the Alchemist is going to be moving forward. And it's an okay fighter. Certainly can fight off Dwarven Miners. These guys are going to be running out of ammo soon, but they've already gotten about 1,200 value. Grand Cathay does have objective number 2 here. Yes, Ozek, thank you again so very much, brother. And hopefully you're enjoying today's action. It's been a very fun tournament so far. Some cool games. Objective number 1 belongs to the Dowie. Very annoying. Norgamling's Ironbreakers. Okay, so this is sweet. For all of you guys who are new to the new patch, elite infantry units, not all of them, but most of them, have 7 capture weight now. So the Norgamling's Ironbreakers for the Dwarves are a Vanguard 7 capture weight unit. Talk about annoying to get off the objective. Now, Celestial Dragon Guard do have 7 capture weight as well, but the Norgaling's Ironbreakers could probably outgrind them, I would imagine, just because of the stats. We'll have to see. And the Dwarven Tide is looking kind of erect, honestly. I mean, I just see waves and waves of dwarf units coming in, which are very difficult to deal with. Cathay does not have, like, a great weapon unit to get in there and trade super cost effectively with them, so they have to use shooting most of the time, which can be a little bit fickle on objectives. Celestial Dragon Guard can probably hang with and beat down most low-tier Dwarven units, that's for sure. Malachi McKyson going to be getting his guns here, so we do see him with the repeater rifle. Let's get some cool cinematic shots as he's going to be lining up. There he goes, and the Slayer Engineer picking off some of those Celestial Dragon Guard. One shot, one kill, you know, taking the Night Elf Creed to the max. Hey, thank you, Paco. Beat a Warhammer PvP tournaments. Love seeing the game and hearing the casting. Well, I'm glad to hear that, man, and plenty more to come. All right, guys, Celestial Dragon Guard advancing over to the middle objective. Objective number 2 belongs to Grand Cathay. Objective number 1 to the Dwarves. Objective 3 is in flux right now, but it looks like Grand Cathay is going to be stabilizing it with its mobility. Hliden is up a little bit in value, but the difference is pretty negligible. Yuan Bo is also a raid boss character, and he probably should be able to carry this game. Like, if I was guessing here, and if he's used correctly, but Dark Age Rush is kind of standing AFK with him. Yuan Bo's just kind of sitting here pondering the meaning of life, perhaps thinking about things. But yeah, both of these Thanes should have been dead like 3 minutes ago. And then Felix would still be alive, and it'd be a much easier game. But again, in the heat of the moment, easy to make some mistakes. Jade Warriors are coming up, because he does have the execute ability. Does he have the Emperor's Executioner? Did he bring that? I don't think so, but he does have it built in. Where is that? Where's that ability here? So, yeah, it's armor of this, and yeah, transfer. Did he not bring it? Is that ability? He should have the auto execute, right? I don't know. He's aura farming. Yes, that's what they say these days. But the Dwarves are still wrestling it out. Yuan Bo's going to be trying to put this one on his back. He's going to have to, because it doesn't look like he's getting as much work done as you would think. Cathay able to hold down objective number 3, and the Dwarves are able to cackle on the far side objective as well. And now it kind of looks like the Dwarves, the fact that these Thanes are alive, they're doing a ton of work and wearing down these elite infantry, right? Oh, blasting charges in the face, and oh, look at this Chad. There's only 2 Slayers left here. I feel like we have to follow their saga. So these are the last of the Slayer unit, the Long Dong Slayer Pirates. And all it takes for these guys is one model, and they're going to be debuffing enemy units. So probably not going to be long for this world, but look at this Chad Slayer just fighting in the muck here, knowing that he's the last of his people. Okay, so objective number 2 here is now going to be flipping to Dwarves as well. So it looks like that one is going to be going to the Dowie Tide, as Grand Cathay's looking a little bit limp over there. Cathay's mobility going to be rotating over towards objective number 1, and they do get the Jade Lancers into these guys. Malachi Makaisen going to be coming to try and provide some capture weight as well, but Cathay does have a decent chance of getting this because they can use the Crowmen to intercept these units. Although, no, there's 2 of them, never mind. So 2 Dwarf Warriors going to be moving out this way as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we do see the Dragon. So he is pissed. He's had enough. Jackings, thank you for becoming a subscriber on Twitch. I greatly appreciate you, boss. And it is going to be Yuan Bo, the Jade Dragon. So the Jade Dragon has arrived. Is he going to go after these Dwarven characters finally? Celestial Dragon Guard losing their fight against the Slayers and the Thanes. One of the Thanes is finally broken. Extremely tight game, man. But the Dwarven Tide is really relentless, man. They're really relentless. Blasting charges, getting a nice salvo into the Peasant Horsemen there. They are lightly armored, so they'll probably take a considerable amount of damage here. And you can see they do start to break. And this objective is going to be taken by the Dowie as well, as their Dwarf Warriors are just so stalwart. Even with the Plague of Rust, with the blessed negative 69 armor, they're still hanging in there like champs. Wavering a little bit more, but, you know, good leadership is good leadership, right? Dwarves look like they're maybe going to close this game out. I mean, they have all 3 objectives right now. We do see the Jade Dragon. He's going to be, you know, trying to get some of these points, but man, what a good start, though, too. He took down 2 cannons immediately. Imagine if those cannons had stayed online, how badly Cathay would have been beaten this game, but he did manage to get the cannons offline. Cathay does have like a mobile beatdown squad with all these cavalry, but I don't know if they're going to be able to make that big of a difference. We do see the bombardment going down on the Slayers from the Empress's Crowmen, doing some good damage. Slayers are taking a lot of damage. Unsummons going down here. Dowie do have the triple cap, so the Grudge is still in effect and is still looking to be satisfied. Out here, will Cathay get this? Oh, Felix came back. That's really clutch. So Felix Jaeger is back, the hero of, well, he can play for Dwarves or Grand Cathay, but today he's with Grand Cathay. So, yeah, a good armor-piercing character, going to start flipping that objective, maybe giving Cathay a glimmer of hope. I don't know. The Jade Dragon just not able to do enough. He's, oh my god, he's only got 500 value this game. I feel like Cathay should have won this, man. Like, looking at the play, I guess just Yuan Bo not getting the executes on those Thanes, maybe, and then just the inefficiency of the reinforcements. I don't know. I don't know why he lost this. It's a little bit hard to put the finger on it. I mean, obviously it's because he traded inefficiently against a second wave of Dwarven infantry. And Dwarves, like, I can't tell you how many games I've gone up like 4,000 value against them, and they still just come back and march you down with their infantry. It's really, really tough. He did lose a lot of Crowmen, that is true. But Dwarves are just cackling, rubbing their beards, you know, very, very happy with the situation. The Crane Gunner tech looked really, really good. Maybe Cathay should have focused on just 2 objectives too, like hunkered down and just only played these 2 instead of trying to play all 3 and just like focus on pure value trading right there. I don't really know. Just something to think about. Anyways, this objective here going to be getting charged by the Jade Lancers. in the process of flipping to Grand Cathay, but it's going to be a very slow flip. This one does go to Cathay as well. And the Dwarves are just going to Helm's Deep, guys. It's going to be painful. We do see some Crane Gunners coming in. Crane Gunners are very good against Dwarves. Dwarves have always hated Jezzail type units, like these type of pieces. And yeah, they're going to get a lot of value just shooting downtown. But I feel like Yuan Bo is maybe one of the weak links. The Celestial General almost feels like he would be better. And yeah, Slayer's getting worn down here. This objective flipping, only 80 seconds. Well, a little bit less. Actually, depends on how quickly this gets captured. So 40 seconds, technically. And Cavalry going to be coming across. Book it, man. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate all the support you guys have given today. So there is going to be a prize today, by the way. So normally we don't do prizes for seasonal tournaments. It's only for the grand finals and the majors. But today we actually have a $100 cash prize to the winner of today's event, which is going to be pretty cool. All right, so GG. There's no way. It's actually physically impossible for Grand Cathay to get objective 1 in time. The Dwarves are just going to be chortling, grudge maxing indeed. Nice Plague of Rust there. I don't hate that. And the Cav and the Crowmen going to come in and run them down and actually do good damage because of the Plague of Rust. They only have 11 armor right now, right? But that is what she wrote. It is done. It is over. Grand Cathay has been defeated and sent back to the pits. Anticity saying probably needed earlier Crane Gunners. He had 3 pretty quickly, but maybe he needed to have them in the starting army is what you're saying to farm value? Yeah, the Dwarfs just ground him down, dude. They took a beating. That's like the most archetypal Dwarf game. You fall behind early, you just are stubborn, you keep fighting, and you grind your value back. So, yeah, classic Dowie. Value, Jade Dragon with a whopping 700 value. That's definitely unacceptable for like a 3,000 gold Dragon Lord. Can't have that. Felix did all right. Crane Gunners did pretty decently. Crowmen also very good. 2,500 on the Empress's Crowmen is pretty god tier. And yeah, another 1,000 here. The Dwarves, I mean, their cannons, one of them got 1,000 value just before being shut down, which is quite good. Malachi was pretty solid. The Thanes were absolute pimps. They needed to be focus fired way earlier in the game. I actually think that Dark Age would have won if he had done that. But allowing the Thanes to live for so long, definitely a blunder. But it happens to the best of us. You know, everybody makes little mistakes. Norgamling's Iron Chads with 2,100 value as well. All right, GG, well played. That was a fun game. And we're going to be prepping for the next round here. So let's see what's going on here. All right. Hopefully no admin messages. Yes, no admin messages. Nobody's dropping right now. Good. And let's see how we're doing. Let's see how we're doing. Yeah, Yuan Bo had a rough time. He didn't really do much. He did not do much. Okay, so setting it up here. Checking to see how far along the old tournament we are. And there we go. So pretty much ready for the next round. There's a couple games still wrapping up here. There are a couple matches on the way. Yuan Bo is actually a character assassin kill. He's supposed to kill enemy characters. That's his whole jam. Oh, the Jolly Green Giant. I don't know. He might have. No, the cannons would have killed him probably. Obviously, if you know your opponent's not bringing cannons, you could maybe swing the Jolly Green Giant. But otherwise, I think it's a little bit risky here. So. Okay, let me see here. So he should have one win. Okay. Let's do this. Awesome. So everything's looking good. Yeah, Lydon is a very good dwarf player too. He's an OG. He's been a little bit inactive recently, but he's been getting back on the board. So just waiting for these rounds to go. All right, so Tom, let me see here. So Tom should have 2 wins now. Let me see if that's the case. Yep, looks good. All right, so everything's good on the admin side of things. Happy birthday, Mr. Turn. I'm usually a lurker and a VOD watcher, but I always enjoy. Hey, I'm glad to hear that. We got how many lurkers do we have here today? That lurk in the shadows of the stream. Hiding from the ever watchful eye. How does Satang Leap do in terms? It's okay. It's more of a thematic thing. I don't think with Satang you just usually go pretty bare bones with him. In my experience. Yeah, what would be a good Cathay build against dwarves? Let's kind of theory craft. I kind of want to try a Cathay event. I need to try it and then lose and get it out of my system, you know? Cathay definitely isn't my style. Lurking here while working, hell yeah. I used to do the same thing, man. Pone's always lurking, that's true. I used to watch Heir of Carthage videos at work. That was my jam. Back when I was working a 9 to 5. It was more like 9 to 8. It was just freaking brutal hours. Yeah, I used to watch Heir of Carthage. It was a lot of fun. I really liked the Crane Gunner build, though. That was fun. So maybe let's go Domination mode, obviously, the multiplayer mode. So Peasants, crows. I'm kind of taking a little bit of inspiration from Anticity here with this like theory crafting. The Nangao Grenadiers don't have good AP, unfortunately, so that's tough. So 3 of these, and then what do we want to bring in? Maybe like a Celestial General on Warhorse? You could also use him on... so you would just cut everything except the Celestial Sweep, right? And then you have a caster in reserve, so you just bring in like an Alchemist or something, and then the Alchemist can just have Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. Warhorse probably, so you can get around and cut those abilities. What about this? My Cathay build is 3 Crane Gunners in reserve and then Cab Max. Yeah, so is this kind of similar to how you would play Ent? You usually go 3 Cranes. Oh, Dark Age, it's all good, man. Everybody takes an L every now and then, you know? It ain't no thing. The Flying Lion, I don't know how much I like that. Maybe, if you can get the cannons offline. It does have good AP. I don't know about Celestial Dragon Guard. Are you going to want to do Celestial Dragon Guard to get the 7 capture weight like Reclamation? And for the Jade Warriors, you probably just go for the Halberd variant, right? For the armor piercing. They are more expensive though, which kind of sucks. Yeah. And do we do another Crane Gunner on top of this? Like 1 more in reserve? So once you take down their cannons, you just summon into your 4th Crane Gunner and you just give them the business, right? Get a compass, do it. Do it. All right. Yeah, I feel like Dwarves would probably struggle with that. I don't know. I did like the Felix play. I think Felix was cool. The Gate Masters. Oh, so what about Gate Master? Does anybody experiment with them? Are they just terrible? What do they even do? So Leadership, Bulwark of the Gate. So okay, that sucks. And then Tactician that's okay. Reload skill. The melee defense aura isn't useless. How much does it cost? 150? Okay. Probably cut this. Warrior's Bane and Boltstorm. No, I've never tried this ability. Let's actually try that real quick. Yeah, I can see that Dark Age Rush. Yeah, just going like more chaff-centric to mitigate the value they get. So let's try the Celestial or Pillar Bone. Can somebody let me know when the round is done, by the way, as well? That'd be greatly appreciated. So we're going to go ahead and get the Gate Guard. We can put them on war horses. So if we were just using them as a sniping character, watch us discover some forbidden tech right now, guys. It's about to happen. You're about to witness it. You are about to witness it. Okay, so let's try that against like, I don't know, like a dwarf equivalent infantry. So we'll get some of these guys and whatever, this and this. Okay. Boltstorm versus infantry is hit or miss, but can get about 150 gold best case. Yeah. We'll see. You could do a lot of peasant archers. Like Bretonnia used to do that against dwarves, but it's still not ideal. There's stronger situations. So these are the gate guards. I mean, they do have consistent armor-piercing shots too, right? Because they have AP crossbows. Okay, let's see how the just general shooting is. So the damage is not super exciting. I mean, they pick off 1 model at a time. Looks like a couple there. Oh, so these have infinite charges though. They're infinite. There's no limit on these. Okay, is it something you want to use straight on? Okay, that's really lackluster. Holy shit. That sucks. But in terms of just shooting, do they have 360 shooting? Kind of interesting. I mean, it's very, very, like, there's a lot of abilities. Like the Mercurial Shot from the Master Engineer just feels so much better than that. But it is infinite charges, so it's kind of cute. So let's ride up on the side and use it down the pipe here. Okay, so we're going to try this. Oh, damn it, they just moved. Okay, well, anyways, let's see. Oh, what was that? Look at that one. That one did a shitload of damage. I mean, in land battle, you could do the forbidden land battle tactics and just draw out your opponent and use the infinite charges to beat them, right? Okay, so that one wasn't bad. We just got to get them on the side here. So let's see if we can, like, bunch them up and see what kind of damage that can do. Looks like you need to be point blank with the spread. Sure, we're going to go try point blank one right now. So we're going to get the magistrate, the Chad magistrate in there. And we're going to try this and do this point blank. Let's see what this does. Okay. That one was better. Wasn't anything crazy. All right, so we're going to let the magistrate fight. Let's pull you back here. And we're going to wait for them to get in combat. Just stay. Get in combat. There we go. Okay. So let's try it down the pipe on these guys. Okay, so we're watching. That was good. Okay, that was not bad. Like, that's worth it. And the thing is, infinite charges are infinite charges. So, it might arguably be worth it. Like, if you get that right angle, that's what she said. It feels pretty good, you know? You just got to get the right angle on him. The cooldown's, what, a minute and a half? So over the course of a Dom game, you're going to get, like, I don't know, like 5 or 6 of them, maybe? Yeah, it's hard to get those good hits. So let's try, like, a point blank. We have, what, a little bit of time left here. The Magistrate's going to lose to the Dwarf Lord, obviously. We'll have to see the value these guys get, too. So 8 or 9 seconds. They are good melee fighters, too, but they just lack armor piercing. All right, so we're going to use this down the side. Okay, that was shitty because they were, like, moving, and he aimed for, like, the edge there, which was not good. Look at how badly the Magistrate gets wrecked by the Dwarf Lord. Holy shit. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, it's kind of clunky, man. It's kind of clunky. I wonder if it would do that same amount of damage against the like Ironbreakers and things like that. These guys are okay melee fighters, though. They have really good melee defense, so the gate guards can probably last a long time. Don't know, man. Yeah, it's a fickle one. There's some shots that make you feel pretty good, and then there's some shots where it's like, you know. We could try it against, like, it doesn't have like max AP, you know. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit of this. And refresh that. All right. Checking the old tourney. We should be ready to go to the next round here in just a moment. I think the round is actually legit done. Okay. And we are gonna drop you out. Okay. The Magistrates are utility support characters. They're not designed to fight. That's not their jam. Okay, so, oh no, we still got one game. For Poland and Rusto are playing it out. And then we are going to do Christopher's going to need to have his points adjusted. Christopher is going to need to get a point here. All right. Is the Forbidden 40 closer than 30? It is. Yeah, guys, we're 37. It ain't no joke, man. It ain't no joke. Okay, Goblin, stop refreshing the rounds if you don't mind. Getting tagged in tournament chat. Okay. Perfect. Let's see how this looks. Okay, so Tom is going to need an adjustment to his points as well. And it looks like the last game has just finished. No, Rostone for Poland are still having a sweat fest here. Man, so many people dropped. I guess there's a lot of newer players playing today who are probably just getting taken to Pound Town and they just drop after they lose like 3 games. It might be the case. Yeah, it might be the case. They have the same DPS as a Dowie engineer, but miss a lot. Got it. Yeah, I don't know about those guys, man. The gate guards. I mean, look at that. Are you serious? That's all the value they got? They use their full ammunition payload, right? Whereas, like, I'm pretty sure Dark Elves have, like, a better alternative to that. Let me see. Dark Elves, Dark Elves, Dark Elves. We're probably going to see Dark Elves later today, by the way. We do have Daniken Trot playing, and he's been, like, the Terminator on those guys. Yeah, the Assassins don't have great armor piercing. I know you have the Dreadlord. The Dreadlord Sword and Crossbow is pretty cool. I love seeing the players experiment with these guys. The younglings are being taken to the Jedi Temple today, guys. I'm seeing a lot of it. That is for sure. So Tom should have 2 points. Okay, so let's get that going. Then we're going to do this. So this is the Volley of Dark Arrows ability. You see this one quite a bit. It does have, like, really good AP. They're really bunched up. So let's see what kind of damage this does. That was just straight on. Yeah, like, look how much better that is. Holy shit. And that one has, like, penetration. That one only has 3 charges, though. I like this character a lot. The Dreadlord, the Crossbow Dreadlord on the Velociraptors, like, or the Dragon. Usually you see him on the Dragon. But because you can get better angles with the Volley of Dark Arrows when you're up on the Dragon, right? Yeah, this is a great ability. What else does he have? He has the Pearl of Infinite Blackness and the Guiding Eye. Ooh, extra armor piercing. The Guiding Eye is upon us. It's more of a campaign thing, right? Obviously, point blank is not going to be so good, but I mean, even like a suboptimal shot that's like straight on is like pretty good with those guys. Yeah, no complaints there. Shit. Okay, we need to tell the goblins to stop refreshing. Okay. Okay, and okay, so making a little notepad here. Gondola. Any points? Add Tom. All right, I think people are spam refreshing the page to see when the round is going to be done, so it is causing some issues. A slice of pink birthday cake. Thank you. Get tactical. The dreaded 99 cents. Let's go. Wild Beast, thank you for subscribing with the old Prime as well. And we're just waiting for this last round. We will see what's going to be going down. Okay, so checking here. I think that last game should be wrapping up here in a moment. I set you down to 2 points there. And then we need to get Gondola's points adjusted too. Hey, Moose, thank you for the kind words. But does Dark Elf Pegasus mount land better hits? Yeah, probably. Like, foot characters in general get squashed a lot easier now. It's I know the Cathay, like, let's actually test this, for example. I want to see what we can get here with the Cathay Destroyer. Like, I know Sigvald was one of the big culprits of that. He was like constantly getting knocked over and not taking damage, and when you did hit him, it was like barely anything. Zappy, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. All right, so we're gonna try the Cathay Destroyer and see like how quickly he kills your boy Sigvald, right? Let's get down to this. Oh yeah, the Destroyer is upon us. It's a shame this thing kind of sucks because it's so freaking cool. It does hit hard. It has the Hellish Frenzy, which this got buffed too. This did get buffed. It should kill Sigvald very quickly, right? Okay, like, what is that flame spitting animation? If this thing loses to Sigvald, I'm gonna laugh so hard. It should, in theory, be like a hard counter. Okay, so he got knocked down. He got knocked down again. Get knocked down. Get up again. Never gonna get you down. Yeah, I think it wins, but like this thing should be annihilating Sigvald worse. Although Sigvald's one of the most raid boss characters in the game, so in terms of durability. Yeah, he's got slippery. His melee defense is like 100. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. But still. I mean, killing Sigvald is still impressive. Yeah, he's got all those abilities too. Okay. I think the next round is about ready, so I'm going to set that up here. All right, and we are going to refresh the brackets once more, and we're going to advance. It is time for the 4th round today. We have finished 3. Pretty good time we're making here today. 3 of 5 rounds. Number 5 will soon be upon us. And let's advance this. The Dragon Emperor needs to save Cathay, yeah. Dragon Emperor, just like a massive, expensive lord, yeah, be kind of cool. All right, let's advance to Swiss. There we go. So next round is loading. Zappy says, I lurk and watch on YouTube all the time at work. For some reason, never thought it. Hey, man, thank you, Zappy. Sigvald does have the people's elbow. He does. The real people's elbow is Dwayne Garrock Johnson, the Lizardman Lord. He's like literally the Rock in this game. Okay. I agree with you, Ant. Yeah, a lot of it's a roster thing. Maybe on another roster. I mean, it does have... You can heal it, too, with the Engineer. Why is Arthas in this game? Yeah, this is we have Arthas at home. Okay. So, it is go time. Goblins, round 4 is live. Okay, cool, guys. Get your games in. We're going to find another one to cast. We can do Rusto versus Opal Black Bear. That sounds like a fun one. They're both great players. Opal Black Bear. Lobby code, please. And we're going to try and find matchups that we haven't seen. You know, that's going to be the idea. And Tom's points should be fixed. And then who else do we need to deal with here? So Gondola needs his points adjusted, and Abhilasha needs his points adjusted as well. Abhi, I know you got a bye round, but I'll play you if our game finishes early and we still have time. We can do that as well. All right, awesome. So we're waiting for Opal Black Bear to give us a lobby code, and we're going to be getting into the 4th round. And there we go. And so you need to just go work at Creative Assembly, dude, and just make all the games glorious multiplayer games. That's what needs to happen. All right. Spectate. There we go. Awesome. So we have our next game. Let's see what the homies are playing. Opal Blackberry usually plays Lizardmen, I think. We'll see. Could be some dinosaurs. Hey, I called it. So, ooh, Warriors of Chaos versus Dinosaurs. That's a fun matchup. So, potentially going to get to see the interior crocodile alligator driving the Chevrolet movie theater. The Dread Saurian himself. And Rusto could do any number of things. You know. I'm down, Frost. Let's do it. Let's party. Take over the multiplayer balance. Rise, champion. Chaos Dwarves are in a really good spot right now, honestly. I mean, the nerf to the Lord hurts bad, but they still are very viable. Chaos Dwarves are such a fun faction to play, man. Like, I feel like Chaos Dwarves don't have any, like, horrific matchups that are just, like, awful. You know, like, Nurgle, you have a couple where you just get absolutely shit on. But, like, Chaos Dwarves, not so much the case. You know, I feel like you're usually in pretty good shape. Yeah. It's an old meme, but it checks out. The dream. Well, to be completely... Yeah, I don't know if it would be as much of a dream as you think, you know, yeah. I require an office, my own bathroom, unlimited access to vile energy drinks and redirect line, yes. That was my first experience in the UK. Who's the top dog today so far? Let's go take a look. So, we'll look at the undefeated players. Let me just update something real quick, and then we will do it. So, Gondola has... 1, 2, 3. So it should be 2 and 1. Gondola needs to have their points adjusted. And I'll show you as soon as... Daniken is undefeated. Someone named Sexy Mutant, who I have no idea who that is. Sexy Mutant 69 is undefeated also. Yeah. Went against Chaos Dwarves twice today so far. I think a lot of people are playing them right now. I mean, they're such a cool faction. They're so cool. They're my favorite. Of all my tabletop armies I painted, Chaos Dwarves might be one of my favorite. Like, I love the way they look. Kutu, thank you for subscribing on Twitch as well, boss. There better be a Slaanesh player. There probably is somewhere, I would wager. I would assume so. Lizardmen versus the Warriors of Chaos. The Dark Gods are coming. Who will we see? Will it be Festus? Probably not. Most likely going to be Valkia. Valkia is very good against Lizardmen. Good at chasing down Salamanders. Sleipnir is good against infantry. And, you know, Sexy Mutant better be on Slaanesh. Ah, yes. Well, I would wager that he might be. Okay, so let's do that. I know the Slaanesh bots have gotten into the tournament. We're going to see Sexy Mutant just win the tournament and then just jump into chat and start spamming links to dirty sites. It's going to be great. The really, really leaning into the Slaanesh experience. All right, so I think I've updated everything, and then Abi needs his Byron point as well. Okay. Okay, let's get you. Do this. Anticity, maybe it's a dreaded Void Lol Smurf. Oh, is it him? Does the Dark Lord return? It's like in the Hobbit movies. Remember when the White Council banishes Sauron to the east, and then he just like comes back slowly over the millennia, you know? That's the same thing with Void Laws. He gets banished, and then he starts rebuilding his power in the east, corrupting the Easterlings and the Haradrim, and he's on his way back. Hey man, how's it feel to win your first tournament? Meet hot woman in your area now. Dude, what if the bots just get super good at games so they can spam links? That would be the ultimate. At that point, maybe they just deserve it. If one of those like bot company guys, you know, gets good enough to win one of these tournaments. It's like, all right, dude, you've earned it at this point. You know? Oh, you know what'll be fun to do right now too, guys? We can take a look at the win rates so far in the season. So we've had a new patch. We updated the win rates, which is great. Crawl back to shadow. The Hobbit movies had a lot of problems, all right? Let's just be real. A lot of problems. But that scene with the White Council, I loved it. When Galadriel, Elrond, and Saruman like battle the Nazgul at Dol Guldur, I loved that scene. I loved it. Yeah, it was that was cool. I just liked seeing Christopher Lee just like going at it with his pimp cane. You know, like that was fun. Yeah, it was probably the best scene. It was really cool. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna take a look at the tournament right now. So here we go. So 4th round is going. It's in full effect. We have some strange situation down here. I don't know what's going on with Aaron. It looks like somebody may have left. Aaron, you want to go ahead and play Abi Lasha? I think we could do that. Yeah, but anyways, let's go to the stats here. So far, Norska is doing really well. Vampire Count's at a 71% win rate. Warriors of Chaos doing well. Dark Elves cooking at 60%. Chaos Dwarves doing well. In the dregs, we see High Elves, Kislev, Beastmen, which is so weird because they're such strong factions. Grand Cathay also in the dregs a little bit. Yeah, Nurgle cackling at 50%, but again, it's very early. Okay, so let's go back to this. And I'm going to update something on the tournament real quick. All right, so let's do this. What are the names of the players here? What are the names of the players? Okay, so that is going to be RN and... So I'm looking for you, Abilasha. I don't know where you are. I just typed a message in the tournament chat in Discord. I don't know if you're watching the stream, but I can get you a match right now. If you're both here, but if not, we're just going to keep the buy rounds. So yeah, we'll keep the buy rounds for now. So RN is going to be at 1. He's got 2. Should have 2 points. Fast Winston, member for 49 months. Why do the orcs have StarCraft? I know they had Nidus worms. The Hobbit movies had so much haggard shit. I am easy to please. My dad and I in the early 2000s, we used to watch Steven Seagal movies and just like laugh our asses off and enjoy it, right? But like, yeah, man, the Hobbit movie, I think the thing that broke my spirits for the Hobbit movie, it wasn't the love triangle. I mean, as terrible as that was, the love triangle with the dwarves and Tariel. It was the barrel scene. So when the dwarves are fighting near the river and they get in the barrel and they're like defying the laws of gravity and like the morbidly obese dwarf and like just, oh God, that was so terrible. That was so terrible. All right. Okay. Aaron, are you here, by the way? Let me know if you're here. Waiting to see if Aaron is here. Yo. Check tournament chat. All right. One sec, guys. 1 second. Trying to get this homie a match. Okay, Lizardmen are ready. Warriors of Chaos are ready. I don't know if Aaron is here. Might have gone AFK. Lurking somewhere in the shadows. The barrels were in the books too. Yeah, I suppose if they were, I mean, it just was so haggard to me. Yeah, Hobbit definitely could have been a movie or two. The rabbit sled. Yeah. Bomber is a Chad. Yeah, the big thick boy. Yeah, he's pretty thick up there. Okay. That part of The Hobbit was directed by Steven Seagal. Yeah. Steven Seagal is just the worst, dude. He's just like the worst person. Just like a complete fraud. Yeah, it was rough. Professor Pone probably loved the Hobbit movies. To be honest, though, I enjoyed them too. Even though the Hobbit movies had their flaws, I enjoyed them because it means we get to see Ian McKellen back as Gandalf. We had an amazing Bilbo performance. Thorin Oakenshield was fun. And we get to see Christopher Lee back as Saruman. Right? Those, just seeing them in their attire and in those characters again were like, it brought me a lot of joy. All right. All right. So where are we at? Those guys aren't doing this. Yes. Do it. Okay. Kaibashi, is that your name? So your name is what? It's going to be... And play. All right. So those guys are going to play. And I will update the website real quick. And we'll do this. And we will do this as well. All right, so just doing a little bit of adminning behind the scenes, getting a little creepy. Yeah, Kate Blanchett is Galadriel. She's so good. Her Galadriel's so nice. Yeah, the casting was so good for the original trilogy. I'm trying to think if there was So this is an interesting one. This is probably going to get some hot takes from some of you guys. I'm curious to see. That is going to be Abi. Yes, and score bind. It's going to be good. How many of you guys, like, which character did you feel in the original trilogy of The Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship, the Two Towers, and the Return of the King? Which characters did you guys feel were not casted well? That you felt were poor representations of the character compared to how they were in the books? Or just in general. It doesn't even have to be like a book correlation, but just like in general. Okay. Because I was pretty happy with everyone, to be honest. I mean, some characters did get done dirty in terms of the alterations they made from the books. But yeah, I enjoyed it. Wow, that's a hot take. Saying Frodo, all right. Gimli was comedic relief in the movies. He certainly was. Yeah, certainly was. He very much was. Arwen, okay. You didn't like Agent Smith as Elrond? Was it because he wasn't handsome enough for you? Yeah, it's pretty fun. All right, guys. Welcome to the Duel of Fates. It is going to be the Lizardmen versus the Warriors of Chaos here in round 4. And looking at the Lizardmen army, it is going to be a vanguard of Skink Skirmishers. I thought Faramir was... I liked Faramir. I liked him a lot. I mean, he got done a little bit dirty just by the movie itself, but Nazgul number 4 should have been Professor Pone. That's right. All right, guys. Skink Skirmishers into the sunset, heading to objective number 3. And the rest of the army here for Opal Black Bear is going to be the interior crocodile alligator build. So it is going to be double Sacred Croxagore. These guys are awesome. Like, Chaos players have an absolute erection for Forsaken right now, and these guys hard counter Forsaken. They just hit super hard, big armor piercing. They're going to be packing a fat punch. So it's going to be Croxagores into the sunset, Skink cohorts. Oh, shit. It's Lord Croak. It's Lord Croak. Oh, dude, the big man is back from the grave with the Deliverance of Pizza. So he's got his 3 nuke abilities, and he's going to be looking to drop it like it's hot on those warriors. Holy shit. So Croxagore Rush with Croc-Gar and Lord Croak. All right, guys. On the far side here, we do have the Heralds of Slaanesh. Not Heralds, excuse me, Hellstriders. Forsaken are going to be the mainline infantry, and it's going to be the dreaded double Hell Cannon build from Rusto. So going really heavy duty on the artillery here. We'll have to see how that goes. Dire Avenger, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Happy birthday from the Lurker team. That's right. Painting some of the Foul Emperor's units. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I love to hear it. So Hell Cannons onto the cohort of Waddle is not going to be bad. The Chaos Army has basically no ability to press this Lizard Army. We are going to be seeing the Knights of Immolation coming out. So these are the new Doom Knights, guys. Check it out. These guys have anti-large now. It's only +8, but that's going to make them much more effective against something like a Croxagore. Granted, they probably still will downtrade into, like Cold on Spear Riders or Croxagores or things like that, but they'll fight a little bit better in those situations, which is good. So for the Warriors of Chaos here, they basically just need to farm with their Hell Cannons. They need to move up, do as much damage as they can, slowly push them off. Oh man, is he's Crocky Balboa going to be using Hand of the Gods on the Soul of Damnation? He kind of looks like he wants it. So you can see Crocky Balboa with the Hand of the Gods, the spin to win, and he does blast it. It does not kill the Soul of Damnation though. One more shot will kill it. Archaon the Everchosen is going to be the Lord for the Warriors of Chaos as the Hell Cannon shots go after Croc-Gar, and they do actually hit him, so he is getting a little bit worn down there. Archaon does not have Spirit Leech, which is unfortunate for him, but he does have Burning Head and Searing Doom. 2 very, very good spells. All right, guys. Hellstriders moving up. Forsaken chilling away from the various threats. Burning Head from Archaon is cute. Granted, I would have liked to have seen it used more in a blobby kind of combat line. Oh, my God. Okay, but maybe it's going to keep following these guys and get some good value. Hey, Bad Habits, thank you for the 50. Oh, man. Okay. Applebee's and Mechabellum. I guess I owe you one. Thank you. That is super generous, boss. And I do plan on doing some Mechabellum. I think you guys have bullied me enough, and Professor Pone has bullied me enough, that perhaps it's going to be worth it. So, Soul of Damnation is still Netflix and chilling back here. The Hand of the Gods has 2 charges. So 2 charges of... Oh, no, it's only 1 use. Oh, I thought it was 2 use. Okay, shit. Yeah, that's rough. That's really rough. But I guess if you can snipe Croc-Gar with the Hell Cannons, it's going to be pretty good. Soul of Damnation going to be flying overhead, going to be eating a lot of poison darts from the ground as well. So there they go. And yeah, more shots here. Another blast there on the Sacred Croxagores. Knights of Immolation going to be flying overhead, trying to get their bombardment here. Probably would be better on the Red-Crested Skinks. Bit of a missed time there from old Rusto. He did miss that one. Hell Cannon shots, though, singing and doing some good work, and it looks like it is going to be online. So the Hand of the Gods is still going to be very functional for a while. And we do see the dreaded Exalted Hero moving through the woods. All right, So, over here on the backside, it is going to be some sneaky back pushing. The Exalted Hero on Chariot, which is going to be very good against the Saurus and the Skinks, is heading to the back objective to try and threaten that. So it looks like Chaos might try a play like this. So, Immolation Knights, a Chariot character, Hellstriders coming through the woods with like a Forsaken maneuvering towards Objective 3 wouldn't be a terrible idea, because that would force the Lizards to split up their army, and then maybe you could then push with your Forsaken in the front, right? Hellcannons, though, are doing okay. Not bad. On the backside, we do see some of the cohort of Sotek being hunted. Now, this is cute, but extremely dangerous, because if the Knights of Immolation get trapped here and attacked by, like, Feral Cold Ones or something, they're going to have a bad time. And it looks like they're going to be retreating away, not happy with that situation. Amultra, thank you for the 100! Agent Smith is Elrond, Sword of Elendil, make the Sword of... Yeah, thank you, Amultra, I appreciate that. That's so generous, boss. You guys really shouldn't today. And, yeah, so the prize pool for the players today is definitely covered. So I want to thank you guys all sincerely from the bottom of my wife and I's hearts for all of your support. Thank you so much. All right, Hell Cannons blasting, shooting into the cohort of Fwaddle. There they go. Hand of the Gods is out, and it is going... Was that Hand of the Gods? Or was that a Shem's Burning Gaze we saw earlier? Oh, okay, no, it does have 2 charges. Okay, I'm not an idiot. It does have 2 charges. Yeah, it only showed 1. Understood. I could have sworn it was 2. But the Soul of Damnation lives. The Hand of the Gods sniping, very ineffective there. Hellstrider is going to be circling around the outside, going to be coming in and getting a nice charge, actually, into these bunched up skinks with the Knights of Immolation. That's going to be very clean. So a lot of damage, as the French would say back here. Yeah, it was showing the remaining uses, not total. Yeah. Just kind of blanked out on that one. Amultra, thank you so much. One last time. But good value here in the backfield as the hunting does continue. Hellstrider's getting really cagey, and honestly, some good engagements going down. Hellstrider's able to isolate one of the Cold Dawn Spear Riders with Archeon and the Chariot character, who will trade very well. Granted, with Kroxigors coming in, the interior crocodiles, you don't want any of that. And in the backside, Hellstriders do manage to retreat. Rusto putting on a pretty good display of micro, but maybe going to get caught here with these guys as the Knights of Immolation continue rampaging through these various skirmisher units. But now you need to really watch out. A lot of predators on the battlefield. The Cold Dawn Spear Rider is going to be very excellent against all of these things. The Hellstriders fight okay against them. Oh, they're not the anti-large version. Okay, so these are the regular Cold Dawn Spear Riders. Going to be very nice for the Hellstriders here. But now the anti-large version is going to be on its way back in. Now in the mainline fighting, Hell Cannons are still shooting and living their best life. And we do see Archeon, the Everchosen, the Chariot characters, and some Forsaken taking the fight here versus the Spear Riders. It looks like they did lose a unit of Hellstriders for their efforts, but now they got both of the Sacred Kroxigors. Oh, Deliverance of Pizza! The pizza has been delivered by Lord Croak, doing some okay damage there against the Forsaken. Hell Cannon still blasting away into whatever they can. Forsaken here are getting absolutely Croak slammed. Dude, look at the big Croak, the Totemus Maximus. Yeah, I mean, look, he's got some cool attack animations for sure. He's going to do some Dragon Ball Z shit right there and blast into the Forsaken. Actually, enough to push them back. So Lord Croak is still on the menu, guys. And I'm pretty sure he causes terror, right? He should. He's like a big scary ghost. Not only fear, so no terror from him. So battle is very scattered across the battlefield. Pretty even trading across the board. The Kroxigors here are getting a little bit worn down. Definitely for the Warriors of Chaos, I would like to see both Hell Cannons switched on to the Sacred Kroxigors. I think that'd probably be your best bet. And where did Archeon go? Archeon the Everchosen diving into the backfield, trying to save his Knights of Immolation, which are currently getting wrecked by Crocky Balboa, as well as the Cold Dawn Spear Riders. And it does look like while we were looking at that, Archeon the Everchosen was able to get some big damage against Krokar, actually, yeah. Krokar down to about 30% there, and another Burning Head activated somewhere. Pretty good Burning Head, actually. Really, really nice one there by Rusto. Going to be hitting the Crested Skinks, as well as the Arwar, allowing the Forsaken to, at least go home with a little bit of a win on their shoulders. But Chaos is slowly getting that bump and grind going, threatening the back objective with some Forsaken. We do see Deliverance of Pizza once again from the big man, nailing those Forsaken. Although they're still going to win this fight, especially with the Exalted character. Although, now that the Cold Dawn Spear Riders are there, we'll have to see. Archeon the Everchosen, wanting to show who is the most powerful Horse Lord here, is going to be chasing down old Krokar. 65 speed on Krokar. Archeon is at 85. So if he wanted to, he could catch it. Slayer of Kings activated. But the Kroxigors are coming to protect their big boss back here, and they are going to be trying to pin down Archeon and keep him from getting into the secondary lines. Are the Warriors of Chaos making progress on the objectives? Currently, back objective is owned by Warriors of Chaos. Number 2 is in flux. Forsaken moving up, and we do see some Chaos Warrior Halberds coming in, which is going to be brilliant, because his opponent is basically just spamming Mass Cavalry and Croxies here in the late game. Is that going to be a Deliverance of Pizza? No, that's going to be Archeon with the Searing Doom, which is going to do great damage against the Cold Dawn Riders, killing a shit ton of models and actually bring them very, very low. Middle objective could flip to Chaos soon, though, but they're going to need to get it relatively quick. Back objective, though, going to the Dark Gods. So Rusto here able to get his Forsaken and the Exalted Hero to do some very, very good work. And now it looks like the objective probably is going to be flipping, because currently these guys probably have around 2 capture weight and 3 here against 4 of the Spear Riders. The Exalted Hero is on Chariot, but he's still a good AP character, so can fight back against the Cold Spear Riders. With infantry support, mind you. On his own, it would be a bad fight. And the Warriors of Chaos do manage to flip the back objective, and the tides of heresy continue flowing here, ladies and gentlemen, as Archaon battles the Red-Crested Skink cohort ROR in the front. Hellstriders of Slaanesh going to be the anti-large version, but still, you know, enough to get through 27 melee defense. Deliverance of Pizza coming in. We can see Croak channeling it, and that's going to be some big damage there. Here it comes, and kaboom. That's going to be fat. Ooh, yeah, nice damage right there. Basically half health to those bad boys, so not bad at all. Archaon sensing the power of Lord Croak. Lord Croak has been getting sniped by the Hell Cannons, it looks like. He's going to be getting sent to the grave once again. Archaon the Ever-Chosen going to be lurking around here, looking to maybe try and finish him off and get rid of the magic. Hell Cannon shots are going, and they are going after the healthy Kroxigors, the Sacred Kroxigors here, which is a good call. However, the Marauder Horsemen should be pretty good against them. Both Hell Cannons are going to be getting unsummoned soon here, I would imagine. Pizza delivered, that's right. And Croak is able to get away. On the backside, Exalted character trying to carry this objective, but it looks like a nice pick here from Opal Blackbear. He is going to be getting his anti-large Cold Spear Riders to surround the Chariot character. So the Chariot character here is going to be having a relatively bad time. He's going to be not having a good one. All right, 1,500, 1,400, getting low. Currently, as it stands, he's going to be sitting at -1 leadership. Breaking that character would be very nice. Granted, there's no healing. Although most people who play Warriors of Chaos bring a Nurgle character in reserve to heal Archaon. It's a very good idea. Halberd's arriving, but Pizza delivered again, dude. Pizza is being delivered all around the battlefield, guys. But this is a nice counter. The cohort of Sotek and the Sacred Kroxigors together are going to do some good work against these Halberds. Hellstrider is going to be coming in to support them. Archaon still trying to finish off Crocky Balboa, but he's having trouble catching him. The Sacred Kroxigors are definitely keeping him honest. Archaon with the Searing Doom, and looks like it's going to be a partial hit. Dude, Archaon putting work in on Krokgar. I mean, he's a much stronger combatant than Crocky Balboa. And he's going to be right after him. Look how the Chad Archaon versus the Virgin Krokgar. All right, so Krokgar at 682 HP. Archaon is able to chase him down, and Archaon with the Slayer of Kings, slaying the Lizardman Lord. Super epic stuff. And he just, look at him, just as you guys would say, aura farming here, yes. Looking really cool on his demonic steed. All right, guys, so Hellstriders moving in. Warriors of Chaos probably going to start taking over the game a little bit. It's a little bit dodgy, though. As it currently stands, Rusto would win on just 2 objectives, and Archaon is going to start becoming a really big bully. Hell Cannon getting unsummoned here, putting a Rusto up to 1,400 supplies. Marauder Horsemen on their way in, and the objective in the middle is in flux. Lizardmen do have a little bit less capture weight. Hellstriders and Archaon going to be quite the menace. And Lizardmen don't have a lot on the field. They're looking kind of bare bones. A couple Cold Spear Riders coming in, Skink cohorts and whatnot. I think Archie probably bullies the rest of the roster, I think he's just going to be too much of a force to deal with. The Hell Cannon is still shooting. We got Hellstriders coming out, which are so good late game. Forsaken going to be rushing up to the middle as Merked and Mogged. So I didn't know what that meant, the Mog thing, to like Mog on someone. I learned it the other day when we were playing Age of the Ring, because there's a character named Mog, and it's pretty funny, actually. I think my neighbor's kid, who we're friends with the family, and he's like 10 or 11, and he knows what that means. It's like, I think it's like a Gen Z, Gen Alpha meme kind of thing. Yeah, it definitely went over my head for a long time, but that's actually pretty funny. I think that one's got some humor to it. All right, so Skink Skirmishers getting blasted here. We do see the Halberds fighting. Halberds with Archaon going to be very nasty. And, man, this is tight. But, yeah, as it currently stands, the Warriors of Chaos will win on 2 objectives. That is the case. I believe Croak is still around. Has he croaked? He might have actually croaked. I think he did. It looks like he probably got killed by an errant Hell Cannon shot somewhere along the line. So the only way Warriors of Chaos can lose this is if they lose on objectives, really, which I love this play from Opal Blackbear. Good instincts, you know, playing the objectives here when they can't really win the fighting. I think that's a brilliant idea. All right, guys. Skink cohorts going to be on their way in. We do see these guys moving up, and on the backside here, Forsaken are going to be pushing, and they will rip these guys apart. But the question is the objective going to flip? If you're Rusto, you need to ignore this fight and spam click onto the objective, because that's the only way you lose this game, really. On the backside, Warriors of Chaos going to be going for this. Archaon and company trying to get it. And are we going to be getting this objective flip? A big misplay by Rusto here. Honestly, this could cost them the game. This is like one of the only ways the Dinosaurs can win this. Dinosaurs win on 1 objective, guys. They win on 1 freaking objective now. All right, so now we are cooking. And Lizardmen are on the middle point as well. Holy shit, this is actually going to be close, guys. This is going to be really close. Lizards actually do win on 1. I miscalculated. All right, so this point is going to go back to Chaos, and then they're going to just bum rush the middle with these guys. Archeon is trying to put the game on his back here and get this back objective, but Lizardmen are really, really good on points. Currently looking at the value trading, Archeon is ahead, but the Lizardmen did have the objectives for longer during this battle. So here's how domination mode is balanced, right? Because if you're going to sit back and use artillery and shoot and just be like, okay, you can't do anything, I'm just going to shoot you and you'd have to come to my spawn zone to get my shit, you're going to be losing points. So there's got to be a trade-off for that defensive counterplay, which is obviously the objectives threatening you in the late game. Forsaken do manage to get that point. They need to rush to the middle right now, though. This is a big mistake. Russo needs to just go for it. Yeah, there he goes. So both Forsaken going to be coming across. Archeon needs to find a way to get this back objective, but it's not going to be easy. We have a full health unit of Cold One Riders back here. We do have the Red Crested Skinks. That's a pretty meaty unit. Archeon with the Burning Head maybe could do it. Chaos does have some Marauder Horsemen coming in and more Forsaken. Middle objective is in the process of flipping. But I think the end time's denied. Yeah, I think so. I think that Opal Black Bear with beautiful objective play and the aggression in the beginning has paid off for him. Right on, man. Happy birthday from France. Oh, right on, man. Well, welcome. Hope all is well in the lands of France. Somewhere that would be fun to visit someday for sure. All right, Hellstriders arriving up, and we do see the Halberds getting chewed up here. Middle objective is going to be flipping, but I think Rusto is, in the words of Hollow Notes, he's out of touch and he's out of time. I love that song, by the way. That's probably one of my favorite songs of all time. Out of Touch by Hollow Notes. It's an 80s song. It freaking rules. But 1469, 1471, middle objective is the process of flipping. You see how every second matters? Oh, dude, look at this. Look at this gremlin shit in the back. I love it. The skink cohort, you're like, I didn't hear no bell. And they move out, because now this is threatening this objective, and instead of pressing the home point, you have to come back here. Opal Black Bear with the steel chair, ladies and gentlemen. The end times have been denied. Really good play on both sides, honestly. And that was with Lord Croak, too, by the way. Lord Croak, 1200 value. Crocky Balboa got his butt kicked pretty bad. Archeon, I was wrong. I thought he was going to bully the rest of the game, but he didn't have enough units on the field. And letting that back objective flip, I think, cost him the game. If he had been able to maybe stop that back objective from flipping in the first place with that Forsaken pushing, maybe he would have been able to come back and win that. Lizards mocked on the worst chaos. Oh, it's so stupid. I love it. Okay. So let's see how we're looking. Refreshing here. Yeah, that should be. The round is coming to a good point here. Awesome and awesome. Okay, so Dark Age Rush, need to adjust his score. 1, 2, 3. So he won that game. So let's go ahead and fix that real quick. All is good here. All is good. Happy birthday from another kid from the 90s. That's right. I'm actually a little crustier. I was born in the 80s, man. 1988. My dad had like a powerful mustache. Yeah, like full on 80s. It was great. I've just recently learned about like a lot of the Gen Z, Gen Alpha like memeology from my neighbor's kid. He'll like say things because he's like super tech savvy and like super into gaming. He's like 11. I gave him my old gaming rig, so he has my old PC that I used to stream on for years. Yeah, it's pretty fun. So I gave him my old computer when I upgraded, so I'll go and hang out with his dad sometimes. And I went over there, and dude, homie's got like, he's got like all the fancy like setup. He's got like a microphone with like a boom mic coming down. Like he's got like Discord open with like chatting with like 30 or 40 of his homies. It's crazy. Like back in my day, we used to use AOL Instant Messenger. You remember the sound? And then the You Got Mail coming in as well. Just yeah, crazy stuff. He's already a very powerful gamer. He's already a very powerful gamer. He'll be truly forbidden. Oh, I had Ventrilo and TeamSpeak Assyrian. I had all of those. Ventrilo is what I used to raid in WoW in like 2007, 2006. I had an ICQ also, I think, for Ultima Online because people use that for Ultima Online. Yeah. Okay, so let's refresh this real quick. I don't know about Dolby Axon. I don't know. Ventrilo was when life was simple. Yeah. You still know your ICQ number? Damn, that's impressive. I don't remember that. Okay, so we need to get Dark Age Rush's points fixed. Dark Age Rush is going to go here, and then his opponent was in that game. Okay, it's Rockdar. Rockjar. All right, let's fix that up. There we go. Is Ventrilo still around? I don't know. Let's find out. I'm going to Google it right now. Ventrilo. Holy shit, it still is around. Are you serious? Initial release 2002. Look, guys. Ventrilo is legit still around. Let me pull this up here. Look at that. It's still... Ventrilo is a group communication software for client for gamers. Wow, look at it. Even has still like the OG interface and shit. Dude, are we gonna abandon our Discord channels and just make a Ventrilo server? Is that how we rise? Is that how we ascend to godhood? Yeah, I don't know, maybe so. Okay, perfect. TeamSpeak now looks like Discord too, so yeah, they've tried to come up. I wonder if people still use those, but maybe some people out of nostalgia stuck around. Discord is pretty awesome though, man. I mean, Discord is such great utility. It's like having your own like website forum, and like it's so good for just having a community of homies to hang out with. Okay, yeah, looking good, looking good. Fixed. Let's check this. We got the win there from Opal Black Bear. I'm getting messaged by some people here. Responding some admin inquiries here. Okay. That's all good. The dreaded admin calls are piling in. So that's going to be Cheap Death. I think he dropped, which is fine. Did he drop just now, or was that earlier? That's an old one. It's from yesterday? What the hell? I'm like getting messages from 2 days ago. Yo, yo. Still the case. Sorry, I missed this. Looks like he dropped. Okay, so I think he's still out of the tournament. Rax, is he still here? No. Okay, looks like that should be good. Okay, he actually did come back, which is weird. Okay. So I think we're all set. I think we've caught up with everything. Thank you guys for hanging around, and thank you, Axios, for the donation. Xfire, oh, that sounds familiar. All right, here's something to date some of the people in chat. How many of you guys used to use the dreaded Game Shark for the Nintendo 64? That really is some forbidden old tech to get the cheat codes. Those were some magical times for sure. Okay, so dropping here. We have Serkia. Serkia should be getting points. Let's see what they're at. So that's 3 points right now, according to this. So Serkia is going to be 1, 2, 3. Okay, looks good. Yeah, you guys know the Game Shark. For all of you guys who might be a little bit N64. It's so funny because like this was so at the time. I remember when me and one of my friends had, well, we played N64 in the 90s, and his older brother was like a big gamer and had this, right? So basically it's like this thing. You insert the cartridge onto the other one. It's like it inserts into the game, and it comes with like a ton of cheat codes and like, yeah. Look at that. Oh, it's so forbidden and old school. Like, what the hell is this? Like a double stack? Oh my God, man. Those were fun times. Fun times for sure. All right. Should be ready for the next round here in a moment. And all right. I think we're good. And refresh this. See if we're ready. Blood Penguin and Scrambled Egg are still duking it out. And the round is over. No, we got one game. Rowdy and Prepare for the Bear are still playing, so when they're done, we will advance on. Let's see the build. Yeah, the Pizza Man did good. Croc scores felt nice. Yeah, 1,300, 1,400 there on these Croxies. This guy got 600, a little bit lower. And Archeon was a Chad. Maybe 2 Hell Cannons gives up too much, although I honestly, I didn't hate Rusto's build. It felt pretty good. Felt pretty good. Yeah, what N64 games? I loved GoldenEye. GoldenEye was one of my favorites. The freaking odd job cheating. You always had one friend in your playgroup who was playing who was playing Odd Job, and then you would like turn a corner and have your like gun aimed at head level, and then Odd Job would just be a gremlin underneath you, and you're like, oh. And then Jaws was terrible. You remember how Jaws was terrible just because he was such a big target? Sacred Croc scores are a little bit more expensive, I think. Yeah, around 1,200, 1,300, I think. They did good though. They're meaty. They're meaty boys. Yeah, 1,250. Pretty appropriately priced, I would say. I never played those Kupka. I did not play Empire Earth, to my knowledge. Slappers only, dude. Oh, man, can we play GoldenEye? Is it possible to play GoldenEye on the PC? Because how would it? I think it'd be really fun to do like a GoldenEye stream if we could just get like some people with like a. Are you able to like play it on the computer with like a mouse and keyboard and whatever? You can get the Dolphin emulator. Okay, I remember, because that would be so fun to do some Haggard GoldenEye. God, the soundtrack for that game was so iconic. Is it possible? Can we do it? We got to have some powerful nerds here that can summon it. It is. Okay, how do you do it though? Explain it to me in the chat like I'm an idiot, which is already the truth anyways, but... Okay, so Akeen and Christopher are playing, and oh, we have 2 matches still going actually, okay. What starter factions would I want to see in Total War 40K? I would like to see I would like to see a Chaos faction that's big, like Black Legion, Ultramarines, and from there it's like, I don't know, just mix in, you know, Orcs, Eldar, whatever. Imperial Guard are always good because it gives you like a classic starter faction. Tyranids are fun, but I feel like they would come later. I don't know. Awesome. Pone, would you play some GoldenEye? Didn't someone make GoldenEye Source? There's a fan-made GoldenEye Source on Source Engine. Okay, so I'm going to Google that real quick. GoldenEye Source. Oh, okay. That looks a little unlicensed total conversion mod developed by Valve. Source Engine is a multiplayer remake of the 1997 video game GoldenEye 007. Okay. Does it still have like the Haggard... Yeah, can you still have all the same weapons? Does it play the same? Why don't we ever see normal Stegodons? I think Ruben, they're kind of in a weird spot where they're kind of overshadowed by some of the cheaper dinosaurs, and if you want to go bigger, you just get like the Dread Saurian, right? Legend of Total War just casually. Yeah, that man has some serious patience. Legend of Total War, like I've seen a couple of his battles throughout the years where he just like will play like the same battle for like an hour just min-max the value out of it. I'm like, dude, I do not have the patience for that. It's impressive, man, you know? Everyone's got their gifts, you know? Got their strengths and their superpowers, and that's his. That willingness to get into the gritty and the grind. Okay, so, yep, still going. Still waiting for these 2 guys to finish. We're getting pinged. My opponent didn't respond, says prepare for the bear. All right. Dropping them. And then, okay, so we only have 1 game to finish then. Great. So just this last match. Prepare for the bear, going to get the dub there. And then we have Christopher versus Akeen. Let me know when done. And then we have Christopher. Okay, cool. So just waiting for this last match. Then we're going to go in round 5. We're honestly making really good progress. Then we're going to go to the semifinals and the grand finals. Yeah, who knows? Well, boy, there's a big degree. There's a lot of stereotypes about that, you know. But like in reality, it's called the spectrum for a reason. It's very vast in terms of like how it affects people. Yeah. Your superpower is playing Farming Simulator for 16 hours straight. Jesus. That's something, man. 16 hours of powerful farm simulator. I respect that grind, man. GoldenEye would be very different with a mouse and keyboard, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We could just like get an old school N64 and get the actual game and just play it. Oh man, I remember so many good times in the 90s of just like getting Domino's pizza with the homies and playing GoldenEye all night. It's fun. Hey, Conic, thank you for the birthday donation, man. I appreciate you. And Stefan, thank you for becoming a channel member as well. Thank you guys so much. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard, my friends. And Joseph, happy birthday, man. Appreciate the content recommendations. Because of you, I've watched about half a dozen Chuck Norris movies and listened to the 12 Gotrek and Felix books. Chuck Norris movies are like a comfort watch, you know? They're just so like, you know it's going to end well. It's wholesome mostly. You get to see some badass roundhouse kicks. You know, I think this is probably one of my favorite Chuck Norris movies. So I think there's two. There's this one. So this movie is a really fun Chuck Norris movie. It's like quintessential, corny, yeah, 80s. Let me show you guys here real quick. So there we go. So this movie is called Lone Wolf McQuade. It's with Chuck Norris. It's classic 80s. He has a badass headband in it. Let's show you guys real quick. See? Like, look at that. Oh, so Chad. It has some really good shit in it. It has a good fight scene. And he also is, I forget the name of this guy. This is the guy who, so this guy was like a famous actor in the 70s or 60s, the guy on the right. And he ended up dying because they found him dead in a hotel somewhere in Southeast Asia. I don't remember specifically where it was, but he died from like erotic asphyxiation. Oh man, that's a hard asphyxiation, man. Usually I'm good at saying words, but they found him like in a hotel, like in some weird sex dungeon thing. Yeah, David Carradine, yeah. Mr. Deathboner himself. Canned Beans, thank you for becoming a channel member. Yes. Yeah, so that movie ruled. And then the other one that is very fun is, let me pull this up real quick. It's David Carradine, that's right. Missing in Action. Yeah, the Bruce Lee movie, but that's not really a Chuck Norris movie. This series, if you just want like haggard, fun action, I recommend the Missing in Action series. There's like a great scene where Chuck Norris pops up out of the river. Like they think they got him, but then he pops up out of the river with like an M60 or whatever the hell that thing is and just like blasts everyone. Oh, it's so good. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. But it's a trilogy. There's some supremely corny moments in this movie. My favorite scene in the movie is when they put Chuck Norris upside down, he gets captured. And it's literally like a Chuck Norris joke in a movie, okay? So they put Chuck Norris upside down and they put a bag over his head. And then they put a starving rat in the bag to like bite his face and maul him, basically. And you're like, oh no, Chuck Norris is going to get his face mauled by a rat. But then they literally pull the bag off his head. And Chuck Norris has the rat in his mouth and he's just like grimacing. It's like the corniest shit ever. It's so funny, dude. Yeah. But there's some good ones. There's some fun Chuck Norris movies from back in the day. One of my local video stores went out of business back in the 2001 or 2, I can't remember. And they were selling all their VHS tapes for like 50 cents to $1. I bought like every Chuck Norris movie in the store when I must have been like 13 or 14. Yeah, it's great. Canned Beans, thank you for the 20. Happy birthday. May we see Total War Jank for many years to come. Oh, yes. The suffering will continue for many years. And are these guys even here is the question. Let me check. So Christoph. Yo, you two done? Checking with both players. Hopefully they're actually playing their match. Oh, and I mean, come on. Walker, Texas Ranger is the greatest thing ever. I did watch the highlights of the UFC card. Yeah, the Derek Lewis fight was pretty wild. Yeah, there were some fun ones. What else is out there that's good? I mean, Walker, Texas Ranger. In the eyes of the Ranger. Dude, can we play the theme song? No, YouTube will probably shut it down, right? The theme song from Walker, Texas Ranger is so goated. It's so freaking good. Yeah. These guys are really having a duel of fates. Okay, so they just finished. Awesome. And now we're going to be advancing to round number 5 and getting another match in here. Thank you guys for choosing to spend your Sunday afternoon with the old man. How many of you folks know the Walker, Texas Ranger song by heart? How many of you guys? That's the real question here. When the eyes of the Ranger are upon... Oh, I love Sopranos. Sopranos is just one of the best shows I've ever. Invasion USA was a very fun movie too. I love Invasion USA. I have that one on VHS. Okay. So they reported the score. I think everybody's spam refreshing. Stop it, goblins. You're crashing the old website. Stop refreshing, please. Okay. You can always tell when there's like 50 people just spam refreshing a website to see if the next round is up. Do another show match? I probably will. Yeah, if this round finishes quickly, we'll do it. But we're just waiting right now. Shouldn't be too much longer. This is the only downside with fat tournaments. No problem, no problem. And there we go. The Sopranos theme song is pretty catchy. There's a really funny clip of the... it's like an orangutan driving a golf cart while the Sopranos theme song is playing. It's one of my favorite clips ever. It's so good. Yes, it is the birthday weekend. It is. It is indeed. Yeah, Sexy Mutant is undefeated. I don't know that player. I can look at their match history and see, but they're definitely a newer player. Have you seen the Sopranos actors doing commercials? I remember those commercials, yeah. My favorite character in Sopranos was Paulie Walnuts. That guy was so funny. He was actually like had a criminal background in real life as well. I forget his name, but Paulie Walnuts was the character's name. He was always like pointing at people with his like two fingers, and the sequence in Sopranos where Paulie Walnuts and Christopher get trapped in the frickin' in the woods, and they're like trying to hunt down the like Eastern European like ex-military guy. That's like probably one of the best scenes in the Sopranos. Tony Sirico, that's right. He was I Get the No Respect guy. Yeah, it's funny because I have some Italian family who looks like Tony Sirico over on the East Coast. Yeah. Although I'm only 25% Italian, give or take, so my ancestry. All right. So hopefully the goblins have stopped refreshing the website and it will start loading again. I think it's exploding a little bit right now. I think it's because there's another tournament running at the moment, and I think they're doing stuff at the same time. I probably should have coordinated that a little bit better. Yeah, probably should have coordinated that. But yeah, we have like 2 tournaments running on site. It's probably going to explode. Paulie was always such a greedy, a greedy prick and a hypocrite. It's nice to, yeah. Well, he survives the show, doesn't he? No, not to get into spoilers for the dreaded Sopranos, but he's one of the few characters who survives, right? Like a lot of the characters either go to jail or die, but I think Paulie Walnut survives, right? I can't remember. Yeah, we do have another tournament happening right now. Okay, so that's what's causing it. I think they're doing stuff as well. Yeah, he was in the Goodfellas, if I remember correctly. Okay, let's click this. See if we can get over here. Thank you guys for your patience. It's because there's 2 tournaments running right now. That's why it's lagging. Okay. I can't wait to get the website updated. It's going to be great. Hey, greetings, Techie. Hope you're doing well. We are almost there. Just pushing through it, man. Just pushing through it. Steven Seagal's best movies. I mean, most of his movies are pretty terrible, but he did have some in the 90s that were fun. He had like his moment where there was like, if he wasn't like a shitty person, he probably could have had a nice little, nice little career there. But yeah, Under Siege was fun. I'm just the cook. Have you guys noticed how in no Steven Seagal movies is he ever under any threat? Like ever. Like he is just always so dominant and like winning every fight so decisively in all his movies. It's absurd. Yeah, just like you can see the ego of actors when they have that, right? Like I'm pretty sure The Rock has something similar where he's like not allowed to lose a fight in his movies. Like shit like that. Yeah. Mike Tyson disagrees. Yeah, well that was he kind of loses that fight a little bit, but even still I'm pretty sure he comes back later and kicks Mike Tyson. That was different though, because that was later in his career, much later. Are the Plague Drones account of the Dwarfs? I don't know. Maybe Snickerdoodle. Give it a try, man. Innovate. Sorry, guys. Thank you for your patience for sticking this through. And, yeah, I think the other tournament is doing stuff on the backside as well. Yo. Just talking to the other host. All right. There we go. Eat Man versus Mike Tyson was pretty fun. Yeah, that was a fun fight. That was a good one. Donnie Yen is a very fun actor. He's done a lot of great movies. Okay, we might have to just like raw dog reset this. I don't know. Let's see. So going to the front page, I think we just gotta close it out for now. We could just play a match in the meantime while we wait, but there's a lot of people waiting right now, so I don't want to do that. I'm gonna completely close the website here. Hopefully the order will chill. Okay. Total Tavern chat. I wonder if anybody is on who could take a look at this. Let's see. Gonna give the website like 2 minutes and then we'll see. Worst case, we can call in one of the big dogs to reset it from the back end, but hopefully it'll stabilize. Yeah, Donnie Yen's got some awesome movies. He's made some gems. Hey, Balthasar, thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, who do I want to play in the next SFT? I kind of want to try Demons of Chaos. Bellicor did get cost reduced, right? God, sitting at 4,000 is so pricey. So if you just bring him with just Melkoths, Smoke and Mirrors is, I think, got buffed, right? Oh, it gives you charge speed too, and turn speed. That's kind of interesting. Blade of Shadows is the scaling damage. Lord of Torment is his healing. Whispers in the Darkness is an aura that's pretty good. Dark Master, those are all good abilities. So Bellicor is going to be sitting at 3,300. Switch it off and on. Yeah, everyone close the app. I know. People are spam refreshing the website, and there's also 2 tournaments running right now, so I think that's why. Because usually if it's just one, it's fine, but there is a beginner tournament running as well. I don't know. I kind of want to do a Bellicor one. Skaven, yeah, I do like myself some Skaven. They're fun. They're very fun. Okay. Let me check this out. Gonna message Homeboy here. We're calling in the big guns. I'm gonna see if they're around. If not, it's all good. We'll just have to wait probably 10 minutes before it resets. People are just spam refreshing it. Let me make another ping. You need to stop. Stop refreshing it. Okay. Okay. There we go. And let's hang out. So Bellicor is a pretty meaty fighter. He was very OP for a while. Like the old meta used to be Bellicor. Can he even be brought on Warriors of Chaos? I can't remember. Can he still? Yeah, I mean, maybe you could bring back the old Forbidden meta. Because Bellicor did get some nice reductions. So the meta was like Pit of Shades, this sort of thing, Blade of Torment. You probably keep all these abilities, so then he's going to be... Yeah, do you really need Pit of Shades? You could do the Pit of Shades diving. So it was like Bellicor domination mode needs to be set. Yeah, and you would basically just see Hellstriders with Mass Horsemen. It was pretty forbidden. I feel like you could probably still make this work. While we wait, can you maybe go over the different game modes and how they work? Yeah, so the competitive multiplayer game mode that we use for serious high level competition is domination mode because it has objectives which force the players to fight. So you don't need to police the players at all. It's very similar to Company of Heroes, other traditional kind of hybrid RTS games. Conquest mode is basically campaign battles with one objective in the middle, but no reinforcements. It's a very good game mode. It has a decent little community that plays it. And then land battle is the old school one, which is the hardest to run for tournaments because you have to have player-made rules and policing and to force, because there's nothing to make the players fight each other. There's no incentive. So that's the problem with land battle, but yeah, domination is what we use. Free for all is obviously FFA. Ambush battle is just campaigns. It's just what you see in campaigns when you ambush someone. It's just for fun, not really good. Choke point is a choke point battle, as you would guess. Subterranean is underground. Usually it's just a very straight tunnel that you fight. So you can recreate a lot. Minor settlements, siege battles. Survival battles are the campaign ones where you have waves and waves coming at you. I actually haven't played too many of these, so. Okay, there we go. Let me check here. Yeah, I think there are 2 tourneys running. And so our admin has come. He's like, oh yeah, I just, and it maxed out at 100%. So yeah, okay. So our admin is here now. He's going to fix the website issues and we should be able to advance from there. Okay. Cool. Five to 10. Okay, chatting with the admin real quick, guys. Once we get through the next round, we're golden for top 4. It's going to be easy from there. Sounds good. Okay. And what do we got here? We're going to try and load it up. Pray to the Omnissiah right now, guys. Pray to him. I don't know. Kislev is not getting a lot of love right now. I still think they're a very strong faction, but I would like to play some Kislev. Okay. So going back. Okay, it's loading. Oh, thank the Dark Gods. I think we're good. Everybody got off the website and chilled out. Now I can actually advance the round. Okay. Here we go, baby. Here we go. All right. Okay. I think we are all set. Cue the church organs. That's right. Christ, the disaster has been narrowly averted. So let's get this. We're going to make an announcement here. And let's go ahead and make an announcement. Goblins. Round 5 is live. Shit, I might have sent them to the website too early. No, it's live. Okay, so we casted a For Poland game, right? For Poland played earlier. Let's do a sexy mutant versus Serkia game. That could be fun. All right, so Serkia. Lobby code, please. Thank you. All right, so we're getting into a match. Probably going to be a Wood Elf game. I don't know what Sexy Mutant's playing. Sure. Okay, talking with the admin man, and we are golden. Perform the liturgies of the maintenance, yes. All right, guys, we got the next round here. This is the last round of regulation, and we're going to be jumping into a Serkia versus Sexy Mutant. We got to see who this mystery man is. Website should be loading for everybody, and yeah, it's a big tournament today, guys. We had like 60 people, pretty thick. Pretty thick. Okay. We're going to pump up the jams on the website as well. That's good. So we got our lobby code. So finally we can get into a lobby, and we're going to see what these players are made of. In the 5th and final round, soon we're going to be figuring out who is going to be getting there. And here we are. 1, 2, 3. All right, all right. Okay. Dan, thank you for the gift. Happy birthday. I hope you and the wife are having great times. We really are. Thank you guys so much. It was me all along. Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I see some people saying that. Okay, let's do this. Might need to do a screenshot of the bracket. Yeah, so we can do that. That's actually a really good idea. The bracket's pretty massive, actually. Okay, and let's snip this. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the haggard interruptions. It's classic Total Tavern. Okay, so that's going to be 1. Save as. Brackets 1. I'm having to screenshot the brackets real quick and send it to people who are struggling to load the website. Oh, man. Okay. Let's go. Snip number 2. I feel like the tank from Company of Heroes. Remember the tank commander guy? He's like, she can take it. All right. And that's going to be desktop here. Snip 2. Snip 2. And that's going to be Tom on the bottom there. And then we have one more row. It should be everybody, right? Oh, my God. There's so many games today. No wonder it's having issues. Jeez Louise. Okay. Snip 3. And one more, guys. All right, almost there. And that should be all the games. Thankfully, nobody has a buy round now, so that's good. Everybody's chilling. And there we are. That is going to be snip 3. All right, we're going to send these to the players, and they should be able to find their way from there. Let's do it to it. What are you announcing? The real Nurgle buffs? Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. Thank you for the donation. Okay. Oh, Norska. Okay, we have a Norskan enjoyer. That's fun. Okay, so let's do this. About ready, and we're going to do this as well. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, all set. So now we're good. We got Norska versus, I think the hardwood is going to be the matchup here. Serkia, one of the OG top Wood Elf players in the world. So you're going to see pretty much the pinnacle of play right now. Yeah, you're going to see the pinnacle of play. All right. Vosalosk, thank you for the donation as well. Happy birthday, man. Thanks for all the hours of haggard RTS entertainment. More to come. And, you know, every game we cover has to be difficult in some way, right? It has to have lag issues, peer-to-peer. It's if we ever get like an RTS that is like smooth and accessible and not peer-to-peer, you know, it wouldn't be what belongs here on the channel. You know, we need to have suffering. It's just part of the process. Are there normally back-to-back rematches? It happens sometimes. Just play it for now. Yeah. You have to do it, man. It's time for revenge. You need to take down Kiha, your opponent there. Okay, perfect. My opponent isn't responding. What do I do? Who is your opponent? Should be loading in any second now. Hey, Volslosk, thank you, man. Very generous of you. Yeah, so Sexy Mutant is playing Norska. I mean, it is a little bit of a... Oh, he's got the guy from The Room, I think, as his picture. I can't tell. I think that's a screenshot from The Room. Yeah, Sexy Mutant's crushing it today. So he played in the beginner tournament yesterday, huh? Well, he could be a natural, you know. Could be a natural. Okay. Let's see how the website is holding up. Checking here. Talking with the website admin to make sure we can get everything done here. Hey, Will, thank you for the tenor. Goddamn, thank you. And we're loading into the match. Let's get it going. Let's have some fun. Yeah, Norexa's... Oh, Chad O'Ryan. Norska is a great beginner faction, by the way. Will, thank you so much. Okay. And it is going to be Mel Gibson versus Wulfric versus Ragnar Lothbrok here. We got the duel of the actors. Travis Fimmel, right? Is his name? Be recasting. Okay. So, yes, we have returned to Monkey. That's void loss. I don't know. Falcon smurfing. It would be pretty fun if Falcon returned. Maybe we'll get him back for future games. I'll see what I can do. If we ever get like a new big Total War title that has actually good multiplayer, I think something really fun we could organize would be to have like we could get like champions from the previous games to gather and have like a big launch tourney of like all the former championship winners and whatnot, right? So anybody who's qualified for like a major event historically, we could get them in there and have some fun, which would be very, very cool. That'd be awesome, like a Hall of Champions thing. Arrange a show match, yes. All right, so the battle is on. It's time to go, and let's break down the armies. So this is round 5 of the tournament. Thank you guys so much for your patience. Sorry for the hold up. It's a huge event today. I was not expecting it. I did not expect that many people to sign up, but now that there's a prize, I think it has encouraged people to play. We do have the Dryads in the front, with some archers as well. The Starfire Shafts, very good armor piercing, gives you utility against the Condom Wolves with fire damage as well as the Marauder Champions, right? So what's not to love? Do I have sound, by the way? Let me check. Yes, we do have some sound. Okay. So Dryads vanguarding with the Branch Wraiths. Branch Wraith going to be using Shield of Thorns for damage reflection as well as Earthblood, which is very, very fun. And we do have Mel Gibson here. He's going to be rocking it with a Glade Captain, which is a very rare sighting. But the Glade Captain does now have Colossal Strike as well. So that's pretty damn cool. You can activate this. It's going to be a much stronger fighter, and you can get some work done. Orion going to be rocking his basic abilities. And, oh shit, Orion has Colossal Strike now too? Oh, I did not know that. He's already an anti-large fighter, but I did not know Orion got Colossal Strike also. That's really interesting, guys. That's really interesting. All right, so Eternal Guard in the back, and Dryads and Branch Wraith in the front. All right. So looking at the build here of Sexy Mutant, he's going to be coming in with the front line of Marauder Champions. We do have a Burning Headcaster. Berserkers in the secondary, so letting the front shielded boys take the initial beating, and then using the Marauders to obviously do the heavier lifting there, which is going to be fun. Wulfric with Laura Boats going to be dropping some pirate ships on his opponent's face. And ladies and gentlemen of the old world, that is basically going to be it for the two armies here. I'm hearing some like weird sound. Oh, it's just like the game music. Okay, it was like this weird like thrumming sound. All right, let me make sure they're not waiting for me for some reason. And what's going on? I think we're good. All right, guys. The fight is soon to be on. I don't know what they're waiting for. There's really not too much more to deploy. This is the not Imperial Ambush. Yes, it is Imperial Ambush. So this is like the Imperial Road, but the objectives are flipped. Each person has a home objective. So if you're somebody who likes playing home objectives, like a defensive gun line that wants to slow push out like Cathay or Dwarves or even Empire under certain circumstances, the map is actually very, very good for you. So, all right, the battle is on, and the Glade Captain going to be running forward. We got Christmas coming early as Rudolph is pissed and is coming for blood. The Glade Captain does have a bow, I believe, too. Can do some shots on the move and pick off some of the Marauder Horsemasters. There's a shot right there. And it looks like one Horsemaster is going to get picked. So one shot, one kill. Wulfric does not have Hunter of Champions, so not going to be seeing any slowing. And it looks like Serkia is able to dodge those shots there. Sexy Mutant is doing something quite similar. Dryad's going to be advancing up. Constantine, thank you for the tenor. And Jacob, are you still? Yes, I will do some Warcraft 3 again. Don't you worry. Not at the moment, but it will happen. So Orion has arrived with his giant javelin, and he's able to basically put his giant shaft in Wulfric's face. And Wulfric is going to be taking a couple hundred damage, which isn't bad. And the Elven army is advancing, the Eternal Guard and the Spears. Both players going to be getting their home objective, and it looks like the epicenter of combat is going to be taking place over the middle. So this point is going to be the point of contention. Dryads getting poked by Marauder Horsemasters. Champions are going to be a problem, though. The Wood Elves are going to need a little something like Wildwood Rangers, probably, to deal with those. Granted, Starfire Shafts can do some damage as well, but we'll have to see. So Glade Captain's on the hunt. Really, really aggressive Wood Elf play, as we do see the Glade Captain getting in there and using the Colossal Strike ability, or... Oh, does this thing just already have anti-large? I guess so. Okay, interesting. But chasing down the Norskan characters, forcing them back in the trees. Norska going to be calling in the Beast of Tashnar. Laura Boats, brutal. Okay, Laura Boats doing a lot of damage, but the Elven Archers still, have 90 models. So even though they took a lot of damage, their firing efficiency is still going to be maxed out. On the backside, Eternal Guard coming in. Lots of Archer Fire, and Sexy Mutant now going to be advancing in, as we are going to see a Burning Head, which is going to tickle the pickle. No attempt to dodge it from the Elves, and it is going to be going through 2 units here, which is going to be very, very tough. Orion, though, getting the work done. Look at the Shaman Sorcerer getting smashed. So the King of the Woods able to put that Shaman Sorcerer in his place. That is for sure, actually breaking him. But now Orion is trapped by the Beast of Tashnar, and there's a lot of horsemen near him as well. That's going to be a lot of Javelin Fire, and the Wood Elves are going to be responding with a Earthblood on Orion to keep him going. While the Glade Guard with the Starfire Shafts just continue providing fire support, and the battle lines have now clashed. Oh, yeah, somebody wanted these earlier. We got the Blade Singers coming out. So Blade Singers are really, really nice anti-infantry, armor-piercing. They will definitely beat down the Marauder Champions pretty effectively. So as long as they don't get caught by like Norskan missiles and magic, they're going to be the Punisher. We'll see if Norska even notices. So most of the archers are still online, I suppose. It looks like 2 of them are functional. Other one over here is functional as well. Really good Wood Elf instincts using the archers to punish the horsemen. The superior range, the Daka from downtown, and the Blade Singers, like I said, should have now arrived. Where are they? Here they go. So look at the Marauder Champions getting wrecked. Their HP is dropping so quickly. They've already lost like 400 or 500 HP since the Blade Singers have gotten in combat. And the Blade Singers are really not taking any damage at all. They have pretty good stats for sure. 46 and 42, and the champions are getting their bread buttered. All right, doggies do get into the secondary. Good play from Sexy Mutant. He does find his way through with the Norskan Ice Wolves on top of the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts. Meanwhile, here we do see these guys shooting away and getting a little bit of work done against the Marauder Horsemen. And Orion is going full Giga Chad mode, though, guys. Colossal Strike, 743 weapon strength Orion with beautiful anti-large attacks. putting a massive amount of damage into Wulfric, and he can continue chasing him and throwing spears at him while he does. Is Wulfric broken? He's not. He was terrified, but it looks like he's going to be coming back. So this is really not good for Norska. The fact that the Bladesingers are not being focused by magic and or lore boats is going to be a big problem if they're able to continue. Archers in the back and Sisters of Thorn being called in. Norska getting a good collapse over here on the flank, able to get some archers and break that position open. And Norska, during all this, ladies and gentlemen, actually steals the home objective of the Wood Elves. Very surprising. I'm surprised there wasn't like a Dryad called out or something to try and stabilize that. Over here on this point, though, we do see Norska in control of it, but Orion has almost gotten the kill on Wulfric. Not quite getting there. Sisters of Thorn with the Earthblood there, able to push back the Beasts of Tashnar, sending those hounds running. But now we do see these Skin Wolves being called in. So the dreaded Condom Wolves are here, and scary anti-large fighters. For sure, will trade uber cost effectively into the Sisters of Thorn, hence the reason why they're going to be retreating. But we do see Orion chasing them, and some Dryads being called in. And how are the Bladesingers doing? The Bladesingers having a pretty good run, being afflicted by some magic, but before, you know, getting taken down, they've already gotten 800 value. Yeah, good instincts here. The Glade Captain trying to stop the Shaman Sorcerer from casting a spell is like an epic movie moment. But Burning Head is so freaking good. And yeah, they're going to end up breaking there. Glade Captain's on the hunts, using the bow to hunt. I love this aggression from the Glade Captain, using it as like a character assassin, just constantly keeping pressure on these Norskan characters is really, really neat. But Norska having the back objective there, extremely precarious for the Wood Elves. And now the Hardwood is able to reclaim the objectives, as the Skin Wolves here do end up dying to the Dryads, actually. And it looks like Orion was there for a moment. And the Internal Guard going to be pushing these guys off the objective there. So here, Orion going to be pushing back the Norskan Ice Wolves, backed up with his Glade Captain. Game is still very, very close. Norska is up a little bit in value. We do see the Sexy Mutant getting into the backfield here with some of these doggies and also Lord Boatsman. More Sisters of Thorn being called in. And how are they going to be doing on the value trading? Dryads do get Shield of Thorn, so they get a little bit of damage reflection, which apparently did some work there. I don't know how long that had been in play. Wood Elves do have a scary Death Star, and even though the value is favoring Norska, Wood Elves have a shit ton of healing. We've been seeing a ton of Earthbloods going down from the Dryad, from the Branch Wraith, and Orion's been getting healed, as has the Glade Captain. Sisters of Thorn kiting these units here, running away from the Norskan Wolves. Probably going to be trying to get some Glade Riders to come out and maybe protect them here. They might call out from the spawn, but they are currently being hunted. More Norskan Ice Doggies getting in, going to be catching some archers in the backfield. Meanwhile, Norska's characters are surviving and enduring the various hunts that they are facing. Dryads will be able to beat these champions just because of how low they are. And here are the Sisters of Thorn using the Shield of Thorns for the damage reflection. And it looks like it actually was able to get the Norskan Ice Wolves off. So using the Shield of Thorns to push the doggies off, I don't hate that. It's kind of a clever check. Wildwood Rangers being called in to deal with the copious amounts of infantry that we are seeing on the battlefield. Sisters of Thorn going to move back onto the point to assist the Dryads who are being attacked by the Norskan Ice Wolves. Mel Gibson dropping a Vortex ability here, so timing it against his opponent, and does actually get the correct timing, but it doesn't seem to do much damage. Kind of a miss just from the RNG of that. Wildwood Rangers cutting through Marauders. Very, very tight game on points. Currently, we do see Sexy Mutant is up about 200 points, but this game is still very early as we do approach the 6-minute mark right here. And Skin Wolves, as well as the Norskan Ice Wolves, are hunting down the Sisters of Thorn. Any play on Objective 1. So Wood Elves do get some Dryads out finally. Probably going to start making a loose play for that. Overall, in value trading, I think that Nerexa, a.k.a. Serkia, is a little bit further ahead. Nice isolation, though. Honestly, if Mel Gibson were to get sniped, then that would probably be game over. I think the Wood Elves would probably lose it. He's definitely the carry piece they need in the fourth quarter. And he is battling anti-large werewolves. So all of these Haggard Condom Wolves do have anti-large. So they're going to be doing excellent damage against him. He does have the Cloak, which is going to pop. So Cloak of Isha, when he gets low, makes him very tanky. It gives him ward save and gives him massive regeneration, but he's going to need some milk. If Orion can actually clutch this and then maybe take out Wulfric in this fight, that's going to be big. Dryads coming in as well for the Envelop, which is very good. And suddenly those Condom Wolves are in a little bit of danger, perhaps. Orion trying to escape. Wulfric is nearby, and it looks like he is going to be getting away as an Earthblood is going to be coming down to help salvage him, make sure he can stabilize and get the job done. Objective 2, owned by Wood Elves, but is currently being threatened by a healthy Berserker unit as well as these Horsemen. Home objective here is owned by Norska as well. So Norska really dominating the battlefield. Some of the fights are close, but Norska is cackling on the field. Sisters of Thorn engaging against Marauders here with some Dryads. Should be a winning fight for them, but it's going to take a moment. And a big pit fight here. Now, the good thing about this for the Wood Elves is they do have Terror because Orion causes Terror, and they do also have the Wildwood Rangers, which are pretty good fighters. And they'll be able to cut through a lot of these threats like the Berserkers. And now that Orion has some buffering, he's not going to die. The Cloak of Isha is active. So with only a couple Skin Wolves hitting him, he'll be fine. But if he's surrounded, that's when he starts to die, right? This objective looking a little bit dangerous, and it looks like maybe a duel between the Lords. Oh, Orion gets a big skewering shot. Wulfric's in some trouble. He needs a spam click. Oh shit, Orion got knocked over, but the Glade Captain coming in with the steel chair from behind. Wolfrick's going to be retreating. He's terrified right now, wavering. You'd think the Hunter of Champions wouldn't get terrified. He should be ITP probably, but he is going to be running away, and the brave Sir Wolfric will live to fight another day. Now, good usage of a Manscore is like a heat-seeking missile that you don't really care about. Throwing it onto Orion is brilliant, and the Marauder Berserkers also have 57 weapon strength, so they can hit him. His melee defense is only 40, and the Manscore is getting the job done. If Orion dies, probably going to be game blouses, as we do see Norska securing this point, and in a dominant fashion, which means they're going to go get Objective 3 soon. A lot of it, like I said, will come down to Orion living. Orion does break the Manticore, and the Burning Head, really nice Burning Head by Sexy Mutant. Could have been a little bit stronger if it hit these, but they are just a summon unit. But the Dryads will trade well, and oh, Giga Chat Orion, dude. Going strong, 300 HP, 400 HP. They're going to need him in the fight, though. So over here, it's going to be a free objective. We do see an overcasted Melkoth being activated somewhere. The Manticore is rampaging, and it's going to be attacking into the Dryads down there. Dryads trying to get up in the point. The Race of the Frozen Heart are a summon unit, right? No, those are the ROR. I was thinking Drake is summon. But Chad Orion does live to fight another day. Absolute knockdown, drag-out fight as the Beasts of Tashnar are going to be called in. Granted, the Beasts of Tashnar probably would lose 2v1 to both sisters if they both charge, and especially if one of them like flanks it. I think that'll be good. But yeah, I mean, Orion is the king for a reason. And here, the Wildwood Ranger is perhaps going to be changing the paradigm of this fight. Oh, shit, look at this. And the Glade Captain sacrifices itself to actually break Wolfric, maybe running him off the battlefield. He's currently broken, very slow, with only 69 speed, but he's going to be heading for the edge of the battlefield, so we'll see how that all unfurls here. Burning Head activated on the Wildwood Rangers, going to be going down the pipe, nailing those bad boys. And over here on Objective 3, my predictions about this was correct. Shield of Thorns used, really nice to reflect the damage on the doggies. I love seeing those utility spells actually being good. It's so freaking fun. All right, so yeah, Orion would defeat Wolfric in a fight in lore too. Like, Wolfric is a powerful fighter and all, but Orion is like a demigod. He's probably one of the strongest like individual fighters in the lore of Warhammer Fantasy. Yeah, he's like serious raid boss material. Dryads advancing up, and Norska might be back on the menu with Wolfric kind of being in the pits. Dude, look at Orion. He didn't hear no bell, dude. He's just like charging after Wolfric across the battlefield. Got to be careful not to get him trapped and killed, though. That would be a pretty big blunder. Wild Hunters of Kurnus called in. Great elite cavalry. Going to be doing good enough damage against champions. They have great armor-piercing values, and will be good against the Marauders as well. Looking on the back point, how's this looking? It looks like it is in flux, but is going to be going to the Wood Elves as the Dryads arrive. And I think that Sexy Mutant will be dealt their first loss in today's tournament by Norska. Norska is definitely one of the best Wood Elf players in the world. He's like, Norska and Charix are absolute Dark Lords on Wood Elves. Like, when you get them on that faction, if you're playing them in a pick 3 tournament, you need to ban those factions against them and make sure they're not playing them, because you're going to have a bad time. All right, pulling back is the Shaman Sorcerer, and we do see the Marauder Horsemen doing their thing, but Norska is just kind of out of steam. Like, they don't really have much. Wolfric is in the woods, and he's just kind of, hiding and rambling to himself, and the middle objective is going to be going to the hardwood. Great Burning Heads, by the way. I can see Sexy Mutant is definitely a player to be taken seriously. Very, very strong. I mean, having a close game like this with Norska is an achievement. I mean, look, this game isn't over yet. There is maybe a chance Norska could gremlin some shit out. I don't know. Condom Wolves over here going to be getting a nice charge. They are armored ones, so that means they'll be very good against the basic Wild Riders and Sisters of the Thorn units. They got their Pimp Claws in there, doing some nice work. And Spears do arrive on the objective, which is going to stabilize it. Eternal Guard can hold that all freaking day. Back objective being held by Dryads. And for the Wood Elves, they basically just need to hold long enough so that they can win comfortably on like 2 objectives. Then they can be a little bit more chill, right? All right, advancing up is Orion, and he's going to be going after that Shaman Sorcerer. Orion's exhausted. Currently, his speed is going to be 43 from his base 55, which is tough. But the Wild Hunters of Kurnus might be able to hunt down that Firecaster, which would be nice. I would imagine you're probably out of Burning Heads at this point. Sexy Mutant is just hemorrhaging points right now. We can see 3 victory tickets per second here for the hardwood, as the big scary Wild Hunters of Kurnus going to get in and get a nice surround there on the Shaman Sorcerer, and the Troll Toll will have been paid. All right, so here Dryads are chewing into Wolfric. Wolfric is actually at 12 leadership, and even though Dryads have terrible armor piercing, they are still enough to get him away. Maybe he's going to break. He was wavering, and Wolfric breaks again. If he breaks one more time, the out of context stuff I hear when you pass the door says my wife, yes. Smoking Hot Wife is here. The good luck charm. Everything's going to go great on the stream now that she's here. Wild Hunters of Kurnus. Going to be plowing through these Marauder Horse Masters. There are levels to this. My wife's beloved Wood Elves. Definitely going to have some good value trading here as they do run down these horsemen. Horsemen getting run down and broken. Objective number dose is going to be going to King of the Woods. Colossal Strike is still here. The fact that Orion survived and is now like a healthy threat is so freaking good. Bjorn, thank you for the kind words. shaken and stirred, James Bond style, as that Shaman Sorcerer is in the wrong neighborhood. Sisters of Thorn going to get him. He's probably going to break. He's at 12 leadership now. Orion, if he hits him again, he's for sure going to be truly broken. Dryads over here trying to hold the point, and the Eternal Guard do arrive. Yes, they will lose to the Berserkers pretty decisively, but it's buying time on the triple cap. So as it currently stands, the Wood Elves will win on just 2. So they can just play conservatively from now if they want to, or if they feel confident enough, they can continue the triple cap. A lot of the value that Sexy Mutant does have in this value lead you're seeing here is tied up in Orion. Orion has been killed like twice over, and the memory still remains. Here comes the Wild Hunters. Gonna bunker bust Orion out of here as he's sitting at about 1100 HP right there. And there comes the big old charge. All right, guys, getting blasted are those doggies, having a terrible time. The Spears are gonna be pulling back, and we do see that, obviously, Norska is very aware that they can win on just 2. Bladesingers, one of the more killy infantry units in the game. They're going to come across, and they will absolutely dominate these Marauders. I mean, the Marauders will punch back, but the Bladesingers should win that fight. So they're going to be waddling over there. Magic damage not irrelevant against the Skin Wolves, who do have 20% Fizz Res as well. And I don't think anybody can break the King in the Woods. He's just too thick. He's too girthy, man. Causing terror, doing some big stuff here, and battling into the Marauders. So Wild Hunters arrive. A couple Wildwood Rangers there in the wings, a little bit tattered. We do see some loose cabins, some loose Dryads here. This objective a little bit threatened by Norska, but I think that big man Orion and the Wild Hunters of Kurnus will probably be able to outtrade most of these chaff units. And the Bladesingers, I mean, honestly, could go up and threaten this. There's a decent chance that Norska can steal Objective 3 if he wants to. And Colin is going to be more Armored Skin Wolves to try and finish off Orion and the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, which isn't a bad idea. This objective is getting a little bit dodgy here. The Elves are going to need some units up there. They do have Dryads coming in, and yeah, it's starting to flip, ladies and gentlemen. Could the Sexy Mutant find his way back? Orion at 900 HP when these Dryads do arrive, that's going to be big. And obviously this objective is going to be in danger as well. So that's going to be 5 capture weight here. Oh no, Bladesingers have 7 capture weight now. Oh shit, the Bladesingers have 7 capture weight. Oh, that's awesome. So the elite infantry out capturing the chaff infantry. So Eternal Guard going to be coming in, Dryads coming in as well. That objective is going to be flipping most likely. And it looks like Giga Chad Mel Gibson able to hold down this point, breaking it, and the Marauders going to get broken. And I don't think they're going to be able to get through Orion as well as the remnants of the Dryads. And the Glade Captain is back on the menu as well. So that is going to be that. This one is for sure flipping as Eternal Guard come in. This could have been the grand finals of the tournament, honestly. This was a crazy, crazy good game. Keep on fighting, ladies and gentlemen. Keep on duking it out. Orion is going to be fighting here. He's at 600 HP. He doesn't know what a bell is. It's not even in his vernacular. Has no idea it exists. 240 HP, but this could be the end of Orion. But he'll just be rebirthed a year from now, or however the hell that works. Yeah, still providing terror and anti-large attacks in here. The Horsemen move in and they just get terror routed, or they just break when they see Orion. 197 HP. I hope he goes down at the very end so we can get the freedom, thematics. That'd be quite good. But yeah, he's pretty good against these Skin Wolves. Is Orion going to be yelling freedom? He is. Freedom! As Orion does go down, but his death has secured victory for his people. And Orion certainly doing the Wood Elves proud today, looking like an absolute beast. The Bladesingers over there are in okay shape. They managed to win the fight, but they took a lot of damage in the process. Berserkers, they do quite good. But, yep, that's over. He's fighting to the bitter end, thinking he maybe has a chance. Wolfric has come back from his shameful retreat, and that is going to be all she wrote. What a good game. God damn, that was a really good match. Awesome, awesome. Worth the wait. Loved seeing classic Wood Elf player Serkia back in action, and really cool to see Sexy Mutant. He apparently is a newish player who's getting good very quickly, or a dreaded Smurf. We'll find out someday. But that's basically that. All right, guys. So let's refresh the brackets, see how we're looking. And we are making some progress, I believe. Yes. Let me make sure the website is loading. Sounds good. Okay. Okay, so if he's gone, drop him and you get win. Okay. So let's see here. We're going to drop this guy. And right on. Easy peasy. GG's, I got to head out. Take care, Ant. Thanks for joining today, man. It was fun playing a game with you. Cool Jet Lion build. Very, very fun. Dude, Orion was awesome, man. Speaking of which, I just bought the new Wood Elf Battalion. Nice. Yeah, Wood Elves are good in tabletop. They're very fun. High skill expression. Kind of like in this game as well. Yeah, people do smurf in this game, Heinz. Yeah, it's troll, but it does happen. Okay, so just waiting on matches to finish. Let's see what the top 4 is starting to look like. We have Danikin is undefeated. Christopher's undefeated. No, 4 wins for Christopher, but I think they're still playing. Yeah, we'll see how this looks. We will see how this looks. Hopefully the tiebreakers are more decisive. It is going to be a lot of people pretty close to each other, though. But time will tell. Time will tell. Sexy Mutant could be a name for an Exalted Hero. Absolutely could. So we got the semifinals and the grand finals coming up here. Round should be coming to a head here soon. And I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go grab some water and prepare for the finals and semis. And we will go from there. Thank you guys so much for the support today. You guys have been uber generous, man. Thank you so much. BRB. I return to you at the turning of the tide. Let's see what's going on here as we prepare for the next round of the tournament. Some sweaty games going down. Handful still left. This has been a thick one. You guys want to see the full girth of this tournament? Look at all these games. These are all games being played today. All these matches. It's a big, thick one, man. So Shield of Faith and Kia are playing. Dark Age and Rusto. Claw and Attack Speed Enjoyer. And then we have Christopher and Bagosh. Blood Penguin, Ulrich Rawl. And Scrambled Egg and Own Goal are playing up here as well. So we got a little bit of time. Probably not enough time for a game, I would wager. Maybe so. Maybe so. You want to see the values? Yes, we will take a look. So values on Wolfric, 1,500. 1,800 on the Burning Headcaster. Champions did pretty good. Look at the Norskan infantry. 1152, 1114. Pretty good against Wood Elves, honestly. Nothing crazy value here. Orion was a Chad, though. 3,000 value on Orion. Glade Captain was a really cool tech at 1,700. Archers were kind of suffered, but they kind of paid for themselves too. Oh, William Mitchell, don't worry about it, dude. You're good. Honestly, it could happen to me too. 767, 601, and 797 there. Well, do we have... Okay, those numbers almost were the same. Wild Hunters at 1,700. Bladesingers 14, pretty badass. We did have Zotes in reserve as well. Sisters of Thorn, man. It's a unit I never think to use, but yeah. 64 participants. Yeah, something around there. A little bit less, I think, but we have a lot. Okay, and let's see what is going on. As we prepare for the semifinals, we're going to see the top 4 in today's tournament. And refreshing to see who is reporting the score. Yeah, probably another 5 to 10 minutes before we advance. Let's see how clean cut the top 4 is right now. So Danikin, Christopher, there's going to be 2 undefeated players, and then we're going to go from there. We might do a tiebreaker round 2 if there's only 2 people tying for the 4th place spot. We might do a tiebreaker. We'll have to see. Sisters of Thorn are like a good. They're like the thing about Sisters of Thorn is they're a good enough fighter. Like they can fight hounds and enemy light cavalry, but they also have good range DPS and good spell utility, and they do magic damage too, right? I think. Let me check on the Wood Elf roster. Yeah, where's this? No, they don't do magic damage. Okay, so it's just, yeah, 38 missile strength is pretty good with poison. Some decent bound spells. Like, these are good utility. Vanguard, like 34, 33, 28 is a decent stat line. Like, they're nice. They're nice. Warhammer 3 soundboard. I know we need to do it. I'm going to work on the soundboard thing this week. I was busy this weekend, obviously. I had family visiting for birthday stuff and all that. But we'll be back to the grind this week. Don't you guys worry. Okay, refresh this. Scrambled Egg and Own Goal are playing, and we have a couple more. Claw and Attack Speed Enjoyer. Okay. Yeah, Sisters of Thorn are a good unit. They're pretty good. I'm looking forward to playing in some events with the Skaven this week. Some of the rat people. What are some like hidden gems on Skaven, you know? I've had some success with them in the past. I got to the grand finals twice with Skaven, but I lost both times. One time it was against Outer Region with Tomb Kings. He beat me. That's a cursed matchup, dude. Skaven have such a hard time versus Tomb Kings. It's really, really difficult. Where are the little rats? Little stinky rat people. They got some minor buffs this patch, right? I think like some of the weird like rat ogre type units got some buffs. Yeah, but like you'd think they'd be strong. I mean, their artillery, maybe some artillery builds could be in play, like catapult spam. I think those things are a little bit underrated. Great range. Though arguably the mortars do have a 250 range though, so a lot shorter. But man, you guys have seen avalanche mortars in action. Those things are crazy good. What about like a Stormvermin build? Why do we have 18,000 funds here? Wait, what? What? Okay, default funds. Okay, oh, it's because I'm just by myself. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's a survival battle. I was like, why do I have 18,000? I don't think I've ever even played one of these survival battles. How does this work? So it's just like a wave? Is it just one of the campaign battles? I think it is, right? Yeah. Chad Queek, head taker. Yeah, Queek got buffed, but he's still not very good. Ikit Claw is just so strong. Because the sniping is great. Let me show you guys this. We'll do this real quick. I think like when I've had success with Skaven, it's been because of Ikit Claw, really. And all right, skirmish versus AI. We can just get like, I don't know. We get like Wolfric or something. Get him on his little horse there. All right. Cool. Skaven, there we go. Pone's nickname in high school was the Avalanche Mortar. Is that what they would say when you were just banking shots from the three-point line, dude? Dropping the avalanches? Well, I love it, dude. I respect it. Yours was Peasant Bowman, says Zinder. That's good. All right. Unlimited power. All right, Ikit, let's get the unlimited power going. Coming back up here. We're going to do it. And, oh, it's going to be kind of hard to get him here, actually. Okay, so Storm Demon, we're going to turn around and try and blast him in the face. We'll see if we can get it in time. Okay, so Storm Demon does hit, right? And then we get an Overcasted Cleansing Rune. And that's pretty cost effective, right? We nailed him. He's down to like, going to be down to like half health after like one interaction. Then we can come back and shoot our laser beams too. Ikit on his wheel just annihilating a duelist character. You gotta love it. But yeah, that's very strong. And currently he's up to already 1,000 value. So like any sort of a character that gets fumbled near Ikit Claw can really pay the troll toll, because Cleansing Rune does a hell of a lot of damage. And then also his Storm Demon ability, his little like lightning staff thing, it does a lot also. So there's that. Okay. The game's still going there. Looks like there's only 2 games left. Okay. Only 2 matches to rule them all. Man, we really need an update though, don't we, guys? I feel like it's been so long. Wasn't there something about delaying? I don't follow the news cycle at all. I just kind of like when something appears in front of me, I just kind of go with it. But wasn't there something about delays or some shit? I have to go look. Go read the blogs. Have they said when it's going to happen? I mean, I should know this, but I straight up don't. Yeah, Cleansing is very good. Very, very good. Okay, refresh. Scrambled Egg and Own Goal, and Claw and Attack Speed Enjoyer still having at it. It's delayed for months. We might... Oh, lots of waiting, yeah. This is the dry spell, dude. This is the Total War dry spell. It's cool to see that we're all still enjoying it despite that, but it is a wait and a half till later this year. Oh God, when's that going to be? Is that going to be like Christmas time? Dude, please no suffering. Okay, so let me message the players, see how the progress is looking. Get a message by somebody. Awesome. Cool, and then we got you. Can you fix my score? Should only have 3 wins, says Mush. Sure, I can fix your scores. Okay, so some last minute adminning here. Almost there. And then we need to get Mush. Mush. You should only have 3 wins. What's your name on site? Name on site. Yeah, sometimes people have different names on Discord and on the website, so it's tricky to find him, but... Oh, Christopher, okay. So Christopher is there, so let's give him 1 less win here. And there we go. Okay, so that is going to be this. We'll fix his score and no problemo. CA is riddled, Nurgle's rot. Who knows? I mean, I'd hope it's because they're working on something else bigger and better, you know? I don't know. Let's see. Are we ready for the relaunch of Hyenas? We're going to get like a post in a week like, Hyenas is back on the menu, baby. Fear it. Run from it. Hyenas is inevitable. All right. Let's do this. You saved up there. That should fix that score. Awesome. So I think we're all set. It's pretty crazy. I wonder how much they spent on Hyenas. Probably just an insane amount. Yeah. Well, are those games still popular, by the way? Are Battle Royale still like the business, right? Like, because what do we have? We had Fortnite, we had PUBG, you know, like Apex. Was that another? I don't know. But like, is that genre still big? You know, that's my question. Okay, so these guys are done. And then we have 2 undefeated players. And it looks like a pretty clean top 4 right now, actually, which is really nice. Thank the dark gods. It is a clean-cut top 4, and I don't need to do any tiebreakers. All right, so we have Danikin on Dark Elves, Own Goal, Scrambled Egg Special, and Sexy Mutant. Looks like he is going to be making the top 4. Serkia, I don't know where Serkia is. Why are you lower? Oh, okay, weaker tiebreakers, got it. Weaker tiebreakers. Do they report their score wrong? Please, for the love of God, tell me that's not the case because it's going to make it more complicated here. Okay. Might need to adjust the score, and it might not be a clean top 4 because of their misreport curses. Curse the Baggins. Okay. Checking here. Just about ready. Uno Mas game to finish. Let's refresh this. Still going. Yeah, there's this player who loves to play every game to the bitter end, even when he's losing. So I think that's what's going on here. Okay, so I got to fix this in. Okay, so that was reported wrong. All right, then. Let's get you and get you. Fix those scores and call it a day. Thankfully, nobody's going to be spam refreshing anymore, so we should be safe. Hey, Black Wolf, thank you, man. Thank you for the kind words. The big, powerful 3-7. Getting up there, man. I had a moment where I was at a local like clothing store. And there's a brand in the United States which is called Old Guys Rule or something. It's like Old Dudes Rule or Old Guys Rule or something. And I was like having a moment where I was sitting there staring at the Old Guys Rule shirts, and I'm like, is it time? You know, it's kind of like in Middle Earth or Lord of the Rings when, like, you know, they sail to Valinor, like they sail to the east. It's like when they leave Middle Earth. I was like, is it time for me to ascend and buy an Old Guys Rule shirt? And then I was like, I feel like I don't deserve it yet. I'm not quite up there, you know? Yeah, not quite up there. But, yeah. Okay. So that's going to be this and this. All right. Awesome. So that's fixing right now. Have you guys seen those shirts? Yeah. 50 is the time for old guy shirts. I did buy a Hawaiian t-shirt, though. I've never owned one before. Hey, Mr. Mike, thank you for resubscribing. I've never owned a Hawaiian t-shirt. And that was like a step. I have one and I love it. It's like comfortable. You know, you get all the air flowing through the sleeves. It has some like trees on it. It's blue. Yeah, so there is that. All right. So just fixing it. They reported their scores wrong. You'd think the people would be used to it by now, but not quite. So that is done. That is fixed, and then I just need to change the actual score on the front. There we go. And let's go to the match, and we're going to do this. And fix that. Are we getting Hawaiian shirts? I mean, yeah, I think it's time. It has to be a button-up to... No, it's a button-up shirt, yeah. It's a button-up shirt, yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys. Just had to do some last-minute adminning, and then we should be ready to advance. So let's see how the tiebreakers sit now. Hopefully it's still the same, and we don't have to do any playoff games. Not that I'm opposed to it, but... Although now that... Yeah, I think we're fine for playoff games now that we don't have to worry about the brackets anymore. Okay. That one looks fine. That should be almost ready. Have you adopted the old man sock and sandal meta? So I've been doing that for years. My wife hates it. But I love wearing socks and sandals. Well, you know, sometimes I'll have like sneakers on, right? And you take them off, you got your socks on, and then, you know, the sandals are just more convenient when you go out the other side of the house or whatever. So then you just get into the socks and sandals, you know, and it's awesome. Anna loves it. She's like, no. Okay, let's refresh that. Looks like they're not done. How are those guys not done? Jeez Louise. Must be a really close game or something. Let me check. Okay, and then we have... okay, checking with these homies. How's California not disowned you now? Oh, I see other people in socks and sandals. It's not as rare of a sighting as you might think. Okay. Looks like we will maybe need one playoff game between Blood Penguin and Own Goal. Maybe we will. It depends if anybody played this last player, Attack Speed Enjoyer. Which country is like known for its socks and sandals? Okay, so that's scrambled egg tiebreaker point, and then broccoli and this. Okay. So likely going to have a tiebreaker duel here. Scrambled is already at 5, so it doesn't matter too much. Oh, you're saying in the Czech Republic it's a big thing? And Germans as well do the socks and sandals? Okay. So a little bit of Central European powerful socks play. I think I'm probably too short to be claimed as a Czech person. Isn't everyone super tall in the Czech Republic? I've always heard that like people there are very tall. Darlin, people do socks and sandals in Poland too, right? She says it's big in Poland also, so. British tourists. Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have a playoff match probably. I'm going to preemptively set this up right now. So Tim and Blood Penguin, I think is who is there. Turin top 4, or Turin playoff. So for all of you guys, we're getting an extra game today. So fasten your seatbelts. Let's do this. We're going to do that. And I will do the maps here. Okay. And let's see if it matters. Okay, so that should be reported now. Hopefully they did. Okay. Claw, you mean? Is that who that is? Okay. So someone just forgot to report their score, and we were waiting on that classic. The classics. Okay, so they're going to get that, and we'll see if we need to have a tiebreaker after that. Okay. And let's report that, and see if we still need the tiebreaker after those points have been input in the system. Is AOS still a thing? Yeah, people play Age of Sigmar. It's pretty big in California. Like, there's some huge events down near the San Diego area. I know, like, I've seen a lot of people in the military playing that game. Okay, signups, top 4. We have a very ugly tiebreak. So what we're going to do is have... Ooh, that's tricky. So, this one might be a long one today, guys. I want everybody to be treated fairly here. So we're going to have... So that's 2 and that's 2. All right. So, okay, I'm working out a tiebreaker system here. In the high site, didn't figure out. I think my tiebreakers may be in the high site. Okay, I can check. So he's saying his tiebreaker score might be off. I don't know. Seems fine to me. So we have 4 people tied here. So what we're going to do is have like a little mini bracket playoff. So, okay, so own goal versus Broccoli Fangirl. And then we have Blood Penguin versus for Poland. Use round 1 maps, please. Let me know who wins. Yeah, go for it. All right, so we got that set. Please acknowledge. And we will cast one of Own Goal's games here. So we're going to cast his match. I will cast your lobby. All right, so we got the match going. I'm going to go ahead and invite Own Goal in here. And we will get Broccoli Fangirl as well. And let's get the Broccoli Fangirl. There we go. Playoffs for top 4. And we're all set. Happy 50th birthday. Yeah. All right, so we got Own Goal in here, and Broccoli Fangirl should be on the way. Awesome. And then for Poland, and Blood Penguin should be playing on the other side as well. Awesome. So we're going to have basically 2 mini playoffs, and then the winner of each of these games is going to be playing each other to see who earns a top 4 spot. So top 4 is currently secured. If we take a look on the website, it's secured by Danikin, Scrambled Egg, and Sexy Mutant. But there's 4 people here tied with a tiebreaker score of 14. So they're going to be having a mini little bracketed playoff here to see who, and the winner is going to be taking the spot here. Whoever wins will get Own Goal spot. The artist formerly known as Tim. He's like Prince. Yeah, this is basically just Prince. Yeah, Shiro, correct. It is that person. He changed his name. Yeah. All right. Well, extra games, always a good thing, right? And we got Tomb Kings. Ooh, haven't seen the Tomb Kings in a hot minute. And they're going to be playing against, I don't know what Broccoli's playing, but they're working out the maps. And let me make sure that the Penguin on the other side. So that's good. So it's for Poland. Saw my message, yes. And then Blood Penguin as well. Great. Okay, just making sure nobody's AFK here. If Blood Penguin is AFK, then Poland will just advance to place the winner of this match. And we'll go from there. Why is Own Goal named Own Goal? Because he feels that he has scored on his own goal many times historically by getting second place in so many big events. So the name is indicative of his perception that he has fumbled events in the past. That's the story of that name. Which, I mean, honestly, he's very skilled and played very well historically. I heard you like playoffs, so we put playoffs in your playoffs. Yeah, Exhibit would be proud of this one. This is such a big tournament, though, so it's kind of inevitable to have these, unless we did an extra round, which I think a lot of people, it's been a long event already. I think people are probably getting worn out, so we're just going to have a little mini playoff instead. Okay. Did Penguin respond? Let's see. Let's see if that's the case. And then I need to be told the maps. So Tim, let me know the maps, please. When done. Okay. So Tomb Kings versus Warriors of Chaos. A fun matchup. It's definitely an Archaon matchup, but Own Goal is he knows how to win this matchup. He's going to use Kalita on foot, and then he's going to probably use Shem's Burning Gaze to snipe Archaon. So he's going to have the double sniper, the Serpent Staff plus that. It's very, very nasty. Yeah, it's very, very nasty indeed. All right, guys. So it begins, the greatest battle of our time. Tomb Kings, will they cancel the apocalypse, or will the apocalypse make it? Then after this, we're going to have another playoff match to decide who makes top 4. So the Penguin and for Poland are playing on the other side. And so it begins. So it begins. By the way, I wanted to ask you guys, we've had this question on stream before. How is the Mordheim PC game? Is it like actually fun to watch, or is it a little bit too slow paced? I mean, it's something I could, of course, do in my own time, but is it something that would be fun to watch? Okay, so Tomb King's most likely going to be like a single Ushapti Great Bow with Khalida and a Shem's Burning Gaze caster. Most likely going to be the jam. Warriors of Chaos, I mean, you could go Burning Head caster and then like a Sigvald type character to counter that play. And just have like an unkillable foot character just kind of sitting on the middle. Could also see the OG Forbidden Double Sphinx from Own Goal. The Camarine War Sphinxes are super, super good. So yeah. You're saying it's very clunky. Yeah, the Mordheim game is very clunky to play. Got it. The Mordheim PC game's control scheme is a bit of a mess. Understood. So it's better on a console is what you're saying, James? Yeah. We will see. Oh, you guys are talking about the 40K show. Yeah. I'm like, I know that they're saying Henry Cavill has a lot of power, but when you get like a major studio, it's like, it's, you know, things can still change. I really hope it's done properly. Just, I mean, honestly, just copy the aesthetic of the Astartes series, copy the aesthetic of that recent animation that Amazon did. You remember the one with Titus? God, that shit was so good. If they just gave us an entire show that has that aesthetic, it doesn't even have to be all Space Marines, right? It could be like Guardsmen or Inquisitors or whatever. But that like grim, dark, brutal, like, just do that. It's the template is out there to succeed. It's on them to screw it up, you know? But I don't know. I'm worried, you know? I really hope, because I hope it's done right. I mean, if it's not, whatever, you know, it'll be like The Witcher. The Witcher got done pretty dirty too, from what I've heard. I haven't read the books, but my wife is a big fan. She's read the books and she was, you know, not happy with it. So, The Witcher show, I watched like one season and kind of was like, it's just, you know, it's like the Wheel of Time show, which I felt wasn't very good also. All right, Warriors of Chaos are cooking. Oh, the Expanse looks cool. No game. They're making an Expanse game? What is it? The Expanse game? Is it like an open world? A Telltale series. Okay, so I'm going to look at it real quick. We'll look on Steam together, guys. It's like an RPG. I love the Expanse TV show is amazing. I haven't read the books, but... Oh, no, that came out a while ago. Okay, no, but there's a new Expanse game coming out? Let's see here. Rings of Power killed all my hype for future TV series from big studio. Rings of Power was so haggard. Oh god, I really was so bummed. And I really gave it a try. I didn't go full neckbeard and just like not give it a chance. I legit sat through the entire Rings of Power show and was just like hoping something epic would really tickle the pickle. I mean, there was like maybe a moment or two, but yeah, need to let the Astartes guy out of the basement to cook. That's right. I agree. Okay, are we starting yet? We are ready to go. GLHF, and let's have some fun. Let the good times roll, ladies and gentlemen. Let the good times roll. Holy shit, look at that. Triple chosen great weapon. Oh, yeah. Let's freaking go. So Khalida, Ushapti Great Bow, Sepulchral Stalker for anti-large with Khalida, and then the Ushapti to deal with the infantry, but they're facing no mere infantry. They are facing the Chosen of Chaos. So triple Chosen of Chaos from Broccoli. Oh my goodness. This is a very Chad build. That's why it's good to have playoff matches, right? We get a couple more very solid games out here. All right, guys. Let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. And see who's going to be potentially advancing to top 4. This is a big tournament today with a $100 cash prize pool as well. So fun little prize action for the players to, you know, incentivize the time. And yep, they were just waiting for me. And the other side is going to be playing right now as well. And they'll let me know who wins that, of course. Yeah, the Rings of Power, you know, the very first scene in the first season of Rings of Power, I remember being kind of excited when they had that like intro speech where it's showing like some battles from the first age and it has like the... That was cool. But after that, it pretty much went downhill for me. The armor looked awful. Like the armor that the Numenorians had and like the battles they fought were so haggard compared to Like that scene when they arrive at the village and they have like the nets. They just have like the horsemen dragging like a giant net over the orcs, and the orcs are just standing there like freaking 1990s Power Ranger villains, like in the middle of the town square. It was so bad, dude. It was so bad. Oh, and their armor looks like it's from Spirit Halloween, you know? Like the armor from the first Lord of the Rings, like there were a couple moments where you could see it was like kind of like a, you know, a resin or whatever, but it looked cool, man. The Gondorian armor and the Rohan armor looks sick. It looks so good. Yeah, well, anyways, just the boomer rant will subside. All right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to the semifinal of today's event. It is going to be Own Goal facing off against Broccoli Fangirl. Double Sepulchral Stalker is going to be here. Good against trolls, decent against the Hellstriders, good against characters, terrible against infantry, really. I mean, their shooting is okay against infantry. Double Skirmishers on the outside, and then we do have Melee Shopti to grind down Forsaken, and the Khalida. So this is one of the techs we've been seeing, using High Queen Khalida against Chaos, because she has the Venom Staff, which launches a snake at somebody's face, snakes on a plane, and it basically gets in and does a whole bunch of damage. Shopti Great Bows in the back, and that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Now, for Broccoli Fangirl, the Giga Chad build. Forsaken and Marauders are the main line. Archeon the Ever-Chosen, going to be there with Burning Head and Spirit Leech most likely. Not just Burning Head, Searing Doom. Hellstriders in the bushes, and the Giga Chad Chosen in the trees. So that is super exciting. They're going to be moving out with their big bonking sticks, and they're going to be dropping it like it's hot. Now, in theory, they beat Chosen. They'll beat all the Tomb King's infantry, and they'll face the Ushopti quite well. But what they're going to be weak against is, of course, the Ushopti Great Bow Fire. The melee Shopti, I think they'll be able to actually hang with. I think they're going to be good. All right, guys. The objectives going to Own Goal out of the gate. So the Skeleton Horseman Archer is going to be grabbing this point. Sepulchral Stalkers are a really nice screening tool, and the Ushopti Great Bows are moving up to shoot at the Forsaken, which is going to be cost effective. So the Tomb Kings with a really cool construct battle line. You love to see it. So they're going to be putting some Daka down and shooting across at the old dreaded Forsaken, while Archeon continues to circle. All right, so here comes Archie. He's juking, dropping a Searing Doom Overcast, which is kind of interesting on the Chosen of the Gods. Is that actually going to do some damage? Oh, that did not seem worth it at all. Definitely going to save the rest. Oh, the snake shot. The money shot from the snake. It does hit Archeon, doing quite a bit of damage. And you just keep using that, and you use Shem's Burning Gaze as well. So we do see the Shem's Burning Gaze caster in the back. Going to be using the fat AP damage, which is going to be quite good in the neighborhood. All right, guys. Through the trees are the Chosen with great weapons. We do see 3 of those bad boys moving on up. And how are they going to go? Are they going to go like just straight through the trees here? Are they going to go this way? Are they going to do like the big loop and try and collapse down on the Tomb King's army? They're very slow, so it's going to take a long time for them to get there. Oh God! Just a fair warning: there is a Dad Sneeze building. It's still, you know, it's in the process of preparing itself, but the Dad Sneeze will be here in time. All right, guys. Aspiring Champion's going to be moving up. There they go. And they're great. Aspiring Champions are hard to kill. The Ushopti, melee Ushopti are probably the best tool against them. Burning Head used by Broccoli Fangirl is alright. The magic usage has been a little bit suboptimal here, but it's not the end of the world. Definitely getting, I think, a little bit impatient sometimes when you're not like fighting and your opponent has control. You can feel the urge to kind of, you know, blow your load a little bit early here. But look at Own Goal using scouting. So using the carrion to fly over the trees. Oh God. Hold on. Oh. Anna from across the house yells, Jesus Christ. I love it. Oh, man. So the 3 Chosen are going to be gathering. We got 1, 2, and 3. And they're going to be heading out towards the objectives. While on the other side, we do see some Hellstriders from Broccoli Fangirl. They're going to be grabbing this. So that is going to begin ticking the other direction. And now the Warriors of Chaos have sprung their trap. Forsaken charging out of the tree line. Archeon getting blasted pretty good by the combination of the Great Bows and the Shem's Burning Gaze. Oh, but he gets behind the building. Nice play by Broccoli Fangirl. Very good. Dodges the Shem's Burning Gaze with the Matrix around the building. All right, guys. So the Chosen... You scared my infant, I'm sorry. The Chosen of the Great Weapons have gotten out of the bushes. And, I mean, they're showing their mettle. These melee Shopti are having a really bad time, actually. You can see them getting worn down by the Chosen. Granted, the Chosen are giving it back a little bit as well. Own Goal. Oh, God, another one might be coming. Oh, man, we'll see. Catapult fire downtown from the Screaming Skull catapults is going to do really good damage against the Forsaken, but the melee Shopti are paying the troll toll a little bit. A couple Hellstriders trying to circle around the outside, but they do get intercepted by the Sepulchral Stalkers and some Carrion. So they're going to lose that fight. So that was a bit of a mistake. You probably should have captured that point, just to stop the bleeding a little bit, you know. Forsaken getting torn up by the Eyes of the Desert, but how are the Chosen looking? Another Chosen coming out of the trees. And oh, that could be a fat burning head. Broccoli Fangirl maybe going to make up for the other ones. Oh, that's a God tier burning head by Broccoli. Oh, yeah, it goes through all those units. So Broccoli taking no prisoners there on that flank. And here we do see the Skeleton Spearmen getting crumbled down. The Chosen actually doing incredibly well. Value trading, of course, favoring own goal a little bit, as some of the elite infantry and Archaon himself is taking a lot of damage. And now Archaon is going to be getting in here, attacking the Chosen to the Gods. But you got to be careful because the Sepulchral Stalkers can potentially get him. Shem's Burning Gaze activated, and the Laser Beam Snakes are now online. They're going to be shooting freaking laser beams from their head. Archaon trying to block the shots, you know, aesthetically looking. Oh, but look at this. Chaos Knights of Khorne approaching. I did not see that from the spawn here. And they do get on top of the Eyes of the Desert. So the Chaos Knights are pretty good grindy fighters. Coming off a minor cost reduction, they're going to be fighting it out here. Chosen still fighting in the woods. And these Chosen on the objective with the Aspiring Champions are holding that point. But Broccoli's going to need more objectives. And on the side, we do see some Horsemen coming in to try and grab that point. And how are these Chaos Knights going to do? I feel like they're going to have a bad time because of the Spears and the Sepulchral Stalkers, and Khalidah's going to get in and apply poison as well, which is going to be very tough for that expensive unit, but we will see if it makes the difference. Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, is battling it out versus the Skeletons there, and we do see more Catapult Fire being barraged from downtown. And that's what's been killing these Chosen. I was kind of wondering how these Chosen over here were potentially dying, but I think the Catapult has been wearing them down. There's also two more healthy Chosen, by the way, that are like full health. One of them is going to be disengaging. The other one's going to finish off these Skeletons. But I think they're needed more on the middle objective. Archaon is getting very smashed up. Chaos Knights are going to be on their retreat. Low ground objective on objective number 3 here is going to be getting taken here by Broccoli. So that one is going to be going there. In the meantime, we do see the Screaming Skull Catapults continuing to barrage against these elite infantry. But it looks like the Warriors of Chaos are going to be able to hold that one out. Chosen with Great Weapons fighting and clearing down the Skeletons, but still taking their sweet, sweet time. But that's going to be a nice treat in the fourth quarter here, as this objective does flip. So the Warriors of Chaos are able to get it, and now we see an Exalted Hero coming out, and it is going to be just a horseback Exalted Hero, which is probably going to be used to chase down the Great Bows and things like that. Archaon's got to be careful, though. He's going to get Shem's Burning Gaze again, but he does dodge it. The Neo is with him. He just finished watching The Matrix. Chaos Knight's still alive, which is kind of surprising. About 800 value on them so far, so they're still going to be fighting the good fight. Ushapti Summon is activated. Own Goal kind of blunders them and runs them off into the Shadow Realm, though, so that feels kind of bad. But these Chosen do escape the woods and are now grinding through these Skeletons. These ones going to be paying the price as the Catapult in the back continues shooting. You just got to basically face to foot that Catapult. I don't think it's worth pushing, really. Own Goal will have too easy of a time defending it, in my opinion. So Archie's still juking. Exalted Hero's going to be getting in on horseback, and he's going to be attacking into the Eyes of the Desert to try and keep them from shooting. Granted, in guard mode, they can continue ripping shots. Really good throwing axes, able to pick off one of the Sepulchral Stalkers. Archie hiding behind his people, and that's very, very lore accurate for a Chaos Lord to throw his minions in front of him to survive the shot, and you gotta love that. Now, this point's getting a little bit dodgy. These Chosen do have 7 capture weight, but they're kind of getting broken off the point. These other Chosen have been fighting a relatively insignificant fight in the woods over here. I mean, sure, they did eventually clear the fight, but only 200 value after killing like 300 Skeletons, right? Great shots from the Catapults, and it looks like these Skeleton Horsemen are going to be used to tar pit the Chosen. So Own Goal is basically just throwing shithouse units into the Chosen to tar pit them for long periods of time. Does look like Chaos are going to be able to hold this point. Meanwhile, Hellstrider is defeating these Skeleton Horsemen, and Archaon is trying his best. But the Exalted Hero is kind of taking over the mantle of leadership here in the center, as Archaon has fled over here to the west side of the battlefield and is just on the back foot. Own Goal looks like they're in a position to maybe start taking over. A decent value lead. Khalidah's pretty healthy. Great Bow's still doing a lot of damage. The Chaos Knights kind of got folded. Chosen maybe could grind something out in the fourth quarter. And Hellstriders are pretty nuts late game. So if there is a chance to come back here for the Broccoli Fangirl, it is going to be because of the Hellstriders, most likely. Own Goal's trying to take the third objective, but it's not easy. There's Chosen units guarding it, which have, of course, 7 capture weight. Searing Doom casted over here, but it looks like Own Goal is going to be able to dodge that, as the Hellstriders get some okay value, but also getting Last Samurai pretty hard here by the Sepulchral Stalkers. So there they go. All right, Ushapti Great Bow Fire is coming from downtown, and we do see the Exalted Hero going to be chasing down Khalida. With the Hellfire Sword, can definitely do some okay damage. She is weak to fire, I think. Yep, by 15% there. Shem's Burning Gaze proving to be a pretty good sniping spell. I mean, it's a really interesting meta because Tomb Kings used to really get wrecked by Archon. They didn't have a lot of ways to kill him. But with the discovery of the Khalida staff plus the Shem's Burning Gaze and the Sepulchral Stalkers being used in synergy with one another, it's been pretty good. So Remnants of Chaos Knights have come back, as well as the Hellstriders. Is there any chance for Chaos to grind their way back into this game, or is this going to be the end of the road for the Lord of the End Times? Here we do see the Chosen with Great Opens fighting the good fight, but slowly getting worn down. A couple units of Carrion also crumbling. But I don't know, man. Is Chaos going to be able to get this? We do see another Shem's Burning Gaze. Archeon is really low, 181 HP. Will the End Times be averted today, as the Lord of the End Times is scattered back into the tree line here? Great Bow shooting, Archeon really, really low. You can see the spray fires coming. He's at 159 HP. Likely going to be breaking and running off the battlefield, which is going to be pretty disastrous for the Chaos Army. Yep, that's got to be GG. I think Own Goal has won it. Big value lead, going to be able to grab all the points here. Skeleton Horseman able to dominate the mobility game. Here we do see the Hellstriders getting broken, and really all they have left is 2 units of Raggedy Chosen, as well as the Exalted Hero. Very, very fun though. That was a cool match. Awesome, flavorful units being incorporated into the meta, right? Because, you know, who would have thought Kalido was going to be meta for Tomb Kings? You know, if you had asked us like a year ago, right? You'd be like, no, never. And Chariot's also going to be pretty good at running over these foul heretics. You can see the spokes of Nehekara reign supreme as they plow into the back of the Chosen, who are now broken. Khalida able to break that Exalted Hero. She's a pretty powerful duelist. She doesn't have good AP, but she has really good combat stats. And the Exalted Hero here is going to be getting it. Yep, he's running, -4. At this point, Broccoli should probably just tap out. I don't think there's any chances. A little bit of a ninja attempt. Now, this would be like cute if you were ahead on points. But since like Broccoli's also very far behind on points, it's going to be precarious. Because Own Goal can just grab the other 2 objectives and has enough resources to kind of fight on multiple points on the battlefield. So, yep, both those points going to be going. GG, though, really Chad play by Broccoli. I loved every second of that build. It was super fun. Own Goal coming in with a very strong meta build and making it work. That is for sure. GG, well played. All right, guys. Value being had. Let's see. We have the Chosen and all these guys doing all right. Looking back here. Ooh, even some Chaos Spawn. Chaos Knights ended up getting 1,000 value, which isn't terrible, mind you. Khalida with 1,000, 1,800, 16, 17. So the Construct's really performing for the most part for Own Goal. Really, really performing. All right, guys. Let's get out of here and see what the next match is going to be. I need to find out who won here. And where are we? So let me know when that's done. I think Out of Region is streaming today as well. Oh, that's cool. So I can go to his stream to see the progress of the other game, which is nice. Okay. Outer Region is here. There he is. Is he streaming? I don't know if he is. It says he's live right now. Okay. Oh my god, some friggin' weird ad popping up here. Oh no, that's not an ad. Okay, he's like playing some anime game. Okay. I was like, oh, what the hell is this? All right. Happy birthday. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Dead Bread, thank you for the bits. You rock. So now we're going to do the playoff of playoffs. So we're going to rehost this. We're going to get Own Goal in here, and I need to see who won on the other side. So Own Goal is going to be here. Playoff. And let me know who won that one. Okay, and was it for Poland that won? All right, so Own Goal is in here. And I think for Poland won because he's responding the other player is AFK. So I think that is probably indicative. Okay. Get in here for playoffs. Made a bracket. All right, so whoever wins this is going to be earning a top 4 spot. And round 2 maps. Go. We have Bretonnia versus Tomb Kings. The Age of the Ring patch is out, and they nerfed my beloved Mahoods and Woodsmen. Oh, good. Well, the Woodsmen needed to be nerfed probably, right? They had a bug. Age of the Ring. Okay, maybe we'll stream that tomorrow if there's a new Age of the Ring patch. Ooh, that's fun. But here we have Own Goal on the Tomb Kings versus Bretonnia and Plague Penguin. So very fun kind of errantry war, Bretonian Crusade style battle. Harmon Cruel says, finish the winged hussar finish the lyrics when the winged hussars arrive. I actually don't know too many of the rest of the lyrics of that song. I just know that part. Yes. Hey, Matt, thank you for the tenor. Happy birthday, Big T. Thanks for the years of content. Always, Matt. It's been a pleasure hanging with you over the years, my friend. Okay. Thank you. Round 2 maps. Whoever wins this gets top 4. So then we'll get into the top 4 in earnest. So yeah, today's going to be a thick tournament, guys. It's going to be close to 6 hours probably, maybe 5.5. A good, proper, long grind. And if you are enjoying what you're seeing today, please do drop a like. It helps let YouTube know that people still enjoy this game. And yeah, YouTube shouldn't player hate on us. It is tough for Bretonnia, but I think it's winnable. Plague Penguin is a main of Bretonnia. Like, he specializes in them, so he knows all the matchups in and out. I am curious to see. Own Goal is definitely one of the goats of Warhammer 3. This is not going to be easy. I do agree that it's a hard matchup and probably favored for the Tomb Kings. A Raponce build could work, like a Raponce Death Star, but I don't know. Like a mass, like a Virtue of Peasantry build. Always felt rough playing this matchup as Tomb Kings, to be honest. As Tomb Kings, interesting. Yeah, Green Knight is a nightmare here. He is. Matt Giannotti, thank you for becoming a channel member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Hell to the yeah. Welcome to the Green Club. And the saga continues. Should you set your units to guard mode by default? Not always, no. Guard mode, yeah, guard mode is good for range units, and I mean, there are times for it. Usually I think it's something you want to micro, probably. Yeah, I think it's going to be an infantry heavy build from Plague Penguin, would be my guess. We don't know the maps yet. They're currently working that out right now. Mass Trebs and Peasant builds. You could try like a triple Treb build. The problem is Carrion would get back there and probably cause a lot of mischief. Granted, you could just keep some cavalry back there to guard it, but that also feels a little bit clunky. But yeah, triple trebuchets on the right map, maybe, because they can bonk the Ushapti Grapos, actually, which is kind of funny. Oh, Green Knight is incredibly broken on tabletop. I hate that shit. I can't. I have played Green Knight so many times, and if you just don't have magic damage, it's like, well, I guess I'll just die then, you know? Yeah, it feels real bad. Yeah, Carrion are very annoying here. The Skeleton Horsemen are also very cheap, so you can spam a lot of them. Guard mode helps a ton of cab pullout of shooting and gun units, yeah. Good to know, Bob. Good to know. The map we'll find out in a second, of course, once they do their little pick and ban process. Map is going to be what? Let me know map when done. Yeah, I think Own Gold needed to step away for a moment anyways. So we're not going to cast every game in top 4. We'll cast one side, and then we're going to do the grand final. So right now we have 3 more games left. 3 games to go. God damn, that was a thick old tournament we had today, man. What armies do you field on tabletop? Chaos Dwarves, Empire, Tomb Kings, Warriors of Chaos. And then I have Lord of the Rings. I have Gondor. I'm starting an Isengard army right now. And then I have, for 40k, I have Death Guard. So I have about 7 or 8 armies in total. Yeah. So it's pretty fun, man. It's a lot of plastic. Yeah, the garage, I got like a big old display shelf. It's pretty thick in the garage there. It's overflowing, actually. I had to move some stuff elsewhere. I'm happy we got through it, though, and the website didn't completely explode. I was worried it was going to have a complete meltdown, but we endured, and the memory remains. Yes. We were able to get there. Yeah, Sepulchral Stalkers also counter cavalry pretty exceptionally. So that's tough. That is tough indeed. Any advice on returning to painting? I'm afraid to muck up my newly acquired Wood Elves. So, I don't know. Maybe just start with like the least significant models in the army. Like just grab like a couple Eternal Guard or something and try on those. Just don't like move on to the big centerpieces before. And you can always just strip the paint, worst case scenario. You can just soak them in whatever that, I always forget what that stuff's called, and then use a toothbrush to kind of get it off. But honestly, yeah. If you have any other models laying around, you could practice on those for sure. But I mean, yeah, I wouldn't even worry too much about it. I don't have that big of a pile of shame. I don't. It's one of my points of, like, I really, if I see a pile of shame, I go through it quick. I'll sit and just grind and paint like 40 goblins or whatever I need to do. I have some unopened boxes, though. So they technically don't count as the pile of shame since they're not open. You can't see the gray plastic. Yeah, dwarves are good. Dwarves are very strong in Old World. They're very tough, especially in the new meta. They're going to be good. Because in the new game, where infantry are better, yeah, dwarves are going to be feasting. Like, dwarven infantry Death Stars are going to be chortling all the way to the bank right now. Yes. All right, so we're on the Norskan Rise. Tomb Kings versus Bretonnia. We'll be starting here in just a moment. Getting it going. Will he bring Seshron a horse? I don't know what he's going to bring. It could be a War Sphinx, honestly. Those Sphinxes are just so unholy. I mean, they've gotten a little bit of a nerf, but I still think are so good. Watching your stream you're making a 3,000 piece Lego. Damn, that's hardcore. Yeah, Lego is pretty hardcore as well. I know that the collectors definitely put out some big bills. Like last time, I remember buying Legos when I was a kid, and they weren't terribly expensive. But now it's like I've seen some Lego boxes. It's like Warhammer, right? Like let's look. Hang on, I've never actually like looked at Lego stuff in modern times really, except for just in passing. So Legos, man, this shit's epic. Oh my god, there's so many. Sure. So do we have Lord of the Rings on here? Lord of the Rings. Wowza. Oh my god. So we're on the Lego website right now. So the Tower of Barad-dûr is $459. Jesus, man. Rivendell is $500. The Balrog is $129. And then you got the... Oh my god. Dude, we were thinking Warhammer's expensive. How big is this, though? It better be massive. You could legit 3D print that and just like have like a similar experience. God damn, $459 for that? It's crazy. Hey, Rando, thank you for the donation, man. Holy shit. Big 120, big love from across the pond. Brother, we gotta play someday. We gotta get the old world. Your high elves, they thirst for blood. Although your dragons have been brought to heel a little bit, they're still gonna be very strong. Rando, man, thank you. And again, thank you for the support historically. This, yeah, PC's been awesome, dude. Been working out great. The Rivendell set is very cool, though. It is. Daniel, I'm not sure about that one. I'll have to ask Anna. Okay, and looks like Bretonnia is ready. I'm going to ready up also. Rando, one last time, brother. Thank you so much. No, not 3D printing Legos. I'm saying you could just 3D print a tower. He bought me a Balrog, that's right. I mean, but imagine how cool that Lego set would be when you're a kid, you know? Like, you're not quite ready for miniature painting, but you have an inflection or an interest in, like, fantasy and stuff, and, like, getting Rivendell or, like, Barad-dûr or any of those epic Lord of the Rings things. I mean, that would be a pretty epic thing to have as a kid these days. Adult collectors wrecked Lego prices. The company learned they could jack up prices on them. Yeah, that happens in like Pokemon cards too. Have you seen those videos of those Pokemon card dispensing machines? And like they dispense packs for like kids, and then like you'll just see like two grown like neckbeards like wrestling in front of it to get there. Oh my god, there was a video I saw of that. It was so funny. It's just like the kids show up and just get nothing because all the adult scalpers just like ruin it for them. It's so neckbeardy, dude. It's the most beardy thing ever. All right, guys, here we are in the playoff for the top four. Whoever wins this is going to be going top four, and we will go from there. And, of course, we have some very scary players. Daniken Trop waiting in top four, atop his throne of Druchii Skulls. And let's get it. Let's have some fun. Yeah, scalpers who, like, ruin children's hobbies are just... Oh, it's the worst, dude. It's the worst. All Lego sets cost more or less the same when you compare price by piece. Got it. Got it. Okay, well, here we are. It is going to be own goal. And he is going to be loading rather slowly. I could have sworn he had a good computer. Hopefully he didn't crash. Usually he's loaded by now. There he goes. All right. Mantha, right? Yeah, that's funny. All right, guys. Taking a look here at the build of Bretonnia. The unwashed masses of peasants. Both of these factions are fighting out of their comfort zone right now, right? Like, Bretonnia wants its, like, warm, like, Western European vineyards and, like, you know, coastline, but they're fighting in the Norskan wastes, and the Tomb Kings are really out of their element here. Yeah. All right, guys, so taking a look here, we do have the peasant mobs as well as the men-at-arms and the Grail Relique. So just a huge chaff front line. Bretonnia just bringing absolute trash infantry en masse with some okay battle pilgrims in the secondary, which did get buffed this patch. We got the Peasant Bowman. The Peasant Bowman, of course, going to be excellent at just putting volumes of just haggard arrows into their targets. And Fae Enchantress, does she have any friends? Does she have any paladins? I don't think so. It's just going to be Fae with her Unholy Legion here. And the Green Knight is going to be in the wood as well. And that's actually kind of good. You can get the Green Knight to move up and grab Objective 3, and who the hell is going to contest against Green Knight, you know? Looking at the armies of Own Goal, he's going to be using Skeleton Horseman Archers and Horseman Archers. The main battle line is going to be triple Sepulchral Stalker, just to absolutely obliterate the Bretonnian cavalry if they do come out. And Grand Hierophant Katep. So DJ Katep is here. Sadly, he is not going to be he's not going to be on his booth. We do see the Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, as well as the Cursed Blades. So those guys are all ready to cook. And that is going to be all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Let us see how this goes. Thank you all for choosing to spend your afternoons here as we approach the top 4 of the tournament. This is for the marbles. And it is going to be the Fae Enchantress versus DJ Kata. Battle is on. Yeah, the Green Knight does look very cool in the Winter Forest. Yeah, he's like riding through the trees. I mean, CA does make beautiful looking games, that's for sure. Yeah, and he's a ghost, so it actually makes sense for him to ride through trees, right? Like, a lot of times units will clip through trees, but for him, it's like, oh, it's lore friendly. He's literally an ethereal spirit. He can move through the trees and shouldn't have any drama there. All right, so high ground objective going to be threatened by the Horse Archers. They should be able to out-capture the Green Knight, but they may take some casualties in the process. And here, Plague Penguin going to be getting objective number 2 with the Fae Enchantress, but we do see, oh, nerd fight, nerd fight, nerd fight. It's going to be Fae Enchantress versus Katep. She would win. The Unicorn is bloodthirsty, and she has better stats too, 46-34 against 28-38, so bit of a difference there. Now, Green Knight does come and steal this objective, so that is going to be a flipping there. And here comes the unholy, unwashed masses of Bretonnia. These are peasants which have never showered in their lives. They are bringing all the filth, but thankfully for the Tomb Kings, they're made of bone, so they don't really care about the nasty kind of biological elements of these peasants. Okay, so Fae Enchantress trying to get the point, but it is being contested by 2 horsemen. On the high ground, it is going to be a mounted yeoman, grabbing that as the Green Knight is now going to be descending from his hill to cause havoc. And the Penguin is advancing up. Outside objective going to be taken. And Bretonnia with the triple cap out of the gates, it looks like. So Own Goal is going to be yielding the objectives, playing that defensive counterpunching playstyle, as there is going to be a Druid Sandstorm activated. A bit of a timing cast there. It's not bad. Does manage to hit the peasants and do some considerable damage. Will it break them, though, is the question. Archers are now shooting, and they're going to be shooting at Sepulchral Stalkers. The Mounted Yeoman going to be basically getting sacrificed, but Green Knight does get into the Sepulchral Stalkers here and is going to be killing models. Now, these Stalkers do have magic attacks in melee, so they can connect, but Green Knight still is a menace, and the Mounted Yeoman are going to be getting their chase on, as they're going to be probably preparing to get karate chopped. But honestly, for Bretonnia, this is good. I mean, they got that triple cap, man. They're living their best life. Here, the Green Knight is going to be lurking in the back, still pushing into the Sepulchral Stalkers and showing why he is one of the strongest characters in the game. With his 100% armor-piercing values, just cutting through that 80 armor like it doesn't exist. Peasant Archers in the back getting damage in as the blessed unholy Screaming Skull Catapult is going to be shooting into the Peasant Pox Boys back here. Coming on up is the Paladin. The Paladin's going to be moving and a-grooving. Shots from the Peasant Bowman with the Pox Arrows also doing a lot of damage against the Sepulchral Stalkers, as a little bit of a counterpunch is coming out from Tomb Kings. But this could be a situation where Tim, or Own Goal, may be over-indexed into the Sepulchral Stalkers, and he's having trouble dealing with the swaths of unwashed infantry. I mean, that's very much a reality that could be taking place in this game. As we look around, we see the infantry kind of just cackling. The only thing that's really good against him is the catapults, of course. So in the back, Green Knight is going to be chasing down the Sepulchral Stalker unit. They are crumbling, so that's very, very cost effective. He's going to be detaching, and he's now going to be going after the other Sepulchral Stalker. So the Peasant Tide continues to grind. In the backfield, the Carrion do manage to sweep up an Archer, but the Knights Errant do emerge for the Lady, and they do chase down those Haggard Carrion and do get them to start crumbling, so that's a worthy trade. I mean, they cost about the same as those Peasant Archers. But all 3 objectives, like I said, belong to Bretonnia. They are just feasting on those points, keeping the value kind of even. The Peasant Archers are still shooting happily, and the Green Knight does lose about half his health fighting those Sepulchral Stalkers there, so he's got to watch out a little bit. Colin here going to be more Knights of the Realm, so basically that's very meta Bretonnia, open with a mass amount of peasants and then mass cav for the rest of the game, basically. Green Knight, he wants to be kind of hidden in plain sight, hiding amongst his battle pilgrims and those other units. That's really what your boy Green Knight is going to want to do here for sure. All right, so Sepulchral Stalkers are shooting, but not doing a whole lot of damage. You see how they're constantly retreating, having to pull back? Certainly not what the Tomb Kings want. But those catapults over the course of a long game are going to wear down the Bretonnian army, and there will come a break point where maybe Bretonnia will be forced back. But for now, it's looking pretty good. We do see some horsemen going for the high ground objective, so own goal is going to make a play for that. Is there going to be a counterplay by Bretonnia? I would like to see that countered, because I think Bretonnia's win condition right now is basically to stuff back own goal and just win on points. So Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, a spell that was nerfed this patch a little bit, still very good, but it was nerfed, is going to be activated on the Knights of the Realm. That's going to be some good damage and will slow them down. Green Knight, though, such a problem, man. He's really, really just chasing everything, and probably about 800 value. Oh, I'm so good at this. Look at that, 832 value, still got it. Up on the top, Knights of the Realm going to come and chase off those horsemen to maintain the objective. I like that Plague Penguin knows what his win condition is, and his win condition is getting 3 victory tickets per second, while own goal has to like slow push him out of the spawn. But the Sepulchral Stalkers back here getting chewed up by the Green Knight, and the Knights of the Realm actually getting an okay fight here, piling in on top of the Sepulchral Stalkers right there. So they do get some nice engagements. Granted, the Skeleton Spears will probably grind them down over time. A Paladin also called out, but look how many Bretonnians are just running around the Tomb King's backfield, really just all over the place. Just the unwashed masses, certainly not taking any prisoners. Now, Fey Enchantress is having a nerd fight, so she's able to get in there, and she does slap the enemy nerd, so Grand Hierophant Cathay will be forced back. She has some War Descension effect, so that makes Fey Enchantress an incredibly S-tier Helm's Deeper. So in the fourth quarter, she's so good at holding objectives because she AoE damages everybody, drains them down, and yeah, very, very good. So, Knights of the Realm actually cleaning up some of the Sepulchral Stalkers. Green Knight is able to get a kill on the Eyes of the Desert up here. And the high ground objective is stabilized by Bretonnia. So the horsemen that were up there were forced back. I don't know where they went. Looks like they might have just straight up died. No, they ran away. And these Knights of the Realm are going to be crashing down thundering hooves from the hills. Will arrive, and here it comes. So big old glorious charge for the lady in the back as catapults are flying and the undead are rising from the depths. Usirian's Vengeance going to be activated on the tattered horseman unit to try and finish them off. Green Knight still being a huge problem. And the thing is, he can be healed too. He's got plenty of healing cap, so I would imagine Fey Enchantress has some healing here. So, Sepulchral Stalkers getting worn down by Paladin, as well as the Battle Pilgrims, which are a very tough to remove unit. And here we have some Haggard Spearmen at Arms actually chasing the Ushabti. This is like a worst case scenario for own goal. And it looks like Plague Penguin is just straight up starting to win this game. He is just laughing all the way to the bank. I think the triple Sepulchral Stalker might have been a little bit too much. And the Spearmen at Arms are going to be getting in and chewing up these bad boys. So the Chosen of the Gods are getting prison shanked by the Spearmen. Not that they're going to kill them quickly, but this is a 1,200 gold unit that just is not shooting right now. That is horrific. And the Green Knight is just chasing down these elite units. And it looks like the sons and daughters of the lady have probably won this game, as they're way ahead on value. Granted, Tomb Kings do have map-wide healing with their Realm of Souls and whatnot, but only one trigger has gone off so far, so it's not like a whole bunch. And here on the side, a couple of peasants are going to be trying to hold that one. Maybe they're going to get their first objective, although with a little bit of micro, Plague Penguin just takes his cavalry over there and sweeps that entire point. And looking around in the middle, the Ushabti summon is activated, but the Knights of the Realm with the Grail Relique are going to be fighting, and they'll be very tough to break. So the Giga Chad Knights of the Realm looking very, very cool. Bretonnia is a very tough faction to paint tabletop. There's a lot of detail going into those. But here we do see these guys getting worn down, crumbling, and Fey Enchantress now retreating back as well. High ground objective in the control of Bretonnia. Nobody's really threatening that. And here it looks like Own Goal might get his first objective here. He does have a couple skeletons here, which of course have 4 capture weight each. Carrion going to be moving in, and Bretonnia with the second cav unit will probably still lose this objective, but they're going to be farming like 1,200 value here and then reclaiming it shortly afterwards, right? Although, look at this, Necropolis Knights with halberds have been called in, so no longer are the Tomb Kings going to be fielding just haggard units. They actually called in a unit that might be able to get them back in the game, which is the Sepulchral Stalker. Nice anti-large cav unit, going to trade pretty well into most of these threats. More Knights of the Realm going to come in, and with the Fey Enchantress probably getting a charge on these with the Grail Relique. Will not be terrible. And here it looks like Bretonnia did stabilize its outside objective. So the 2 Knights of the Realm just bullying those Tomb King Scav units, while Own Goal is desperately trying to get the objective, spamming in just crap house units, skeleton horsemen all freaking day. High ground, it looks like Own Goal might be making a play for it. Knights of the Realm battling the Necropolis Knights, who do have the Incantation of Cursed Blades for a little bit of damage. 69 weapon strength, that's what she said. Very, very nice. Archer's peppering though, and every little arrow, even if it does 1 damage, it does add up. The Grail Relique is going to keep these guys fighting all freaking year. And Fey Enchantress is currently sitting at how much value? About 1,000. She's not doing badly. Jeffrey! Been watching silently for a couple years. Thanks for the primo content. Handsome, thank you. Congrats on making it through another big year. Yeah, we're still going strong, man. We're still going strong. All right, so side objective is owned by Bretonnia, and now Bretonnia can hardcore Helm's Deep this. I mean, Own Goal doesn't have a single point on the board, but oftentimes in Total War, when you break your opponent's back and get all 3 objectives, usually they're not going to have the power to get them back, so That still is on the table, but what I would like to see is maybe Bretonnia Helm's Deeping on the high ground. I think that would be good. However, they're still contesting over here, and even though these Skeleton Horsemen are being sent in droves, they're being sent into basically a counter unit. Knights of the Realm are going to feast, and he taps out knowing he doesn't have a chance. Victory for the lady! Bretonnia is going to be advancing to top 4. Well played to both players. All right, so Faye did good, Green Knight did good. Just the chaff of Bretonnia is really what carried that game. They did an awesome job just fighting it out, and there's a reason why Plague Penguin is like the Bretonnian guy. He's very, very good at them, so... All right. Yeah, look at that. Sepulchral Stalkers did basically nothing. A couple hundred value. Even though you shop 2 Grapos, nothing really paid for themselves on Own Goal's army, so that's definitely what did them in. GG. Well played. Did I miss the Chalice of Potions? I'm sorry. Can't get them all. It's basically identical to the Comet of Cassandora, yes. Okay, so let's refresh this. And Bretonnia showing no mercy, driving the undead back to the deserts from whence they came. And now we are going to advance to top 4. So advance to top 4. Yeah, the Battle Pilgrims were absolute chads. They were. And here we go. So top 4 of the birthday stream. $100 cash prize today, which was made a lot easier for me by all of you guys and your generous donations. So thank you so much. And we're going to do... Ooh, do we want a Bretonnian Norskan game? I think that sounds rad. Let's frickin' do that. All right. So top 4 time is going to be... top 4 Turin. Oh shit. Okay, let's do this, and we're gonna go ahead and get these homies in here, and we're gonna do this. Okay, so top 4 is going to be Blood Penguin, Blood Penguin, Blood Penguin. So that's gonna be Penguin. The penguins are ferocious today. They really are. Bloodthirsty creatures. What are penguins? Are they actually violent? Like mean little birds? Are they, you know how some birds like look adorable, but they're... Dude, Master Boyan, man, thank you. Holy shit. Happy birthday, 69. That's what she said. Thank you, brother. Yeah, right. Just for you, man. I'll draw a fat dong for you in this game if the opportunity arrives. Okay, semis. And then we're going to have the Sexy Mutant. Sexy Mutant. Semis. So Norska versus Bretonnia is a really fun, flavorful matchup. And now what do we have? We have Scrambled Egg Special versus Anakin. Okay. Let's do that. Scrambled Egg Special versus Anakin Chop. Good luck, have fun. All right, so both players should be hopping in now. We got the Penguin, and we just need to wait for his opponent. Hopefully he's still awake. Sexy Mutant should be lurking around. And let me know map when ready. And I'll message the other player. Map when ready. $100 cash prize for the winner. Hey, once again, Master Boyan, thank you so much. Thank you. The good times are rolling, man. The good times are rolling. And, yeah, let's see what happens. Bretonnia versus Norska. I'm hyped for this one. I love seeing the Skin Wolves battling the Knights of the Realm and all sorts of stuff like that. Okay, so somebody in chat saying the mating habits of penguins legit traumatized a seasoned scientist, resulting in the research being vaulted for decades. Is it just brutal or what? Yeah. Which other factions? So we have Norska, Bretonnia, Dark Elves. Let me see his top side. So that is going to be Sexy Mutant, yes. Do it with Penguin. Okay, let's rush this. All right. RTK Own Goal sends his regards. Hey, Japardors, hope you're doing well, man. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, shout out to Own Goal. He was a beast. He is a beast. He got very far, but in the end, the filthy Bretonnians were able to get it done. A little mini faction war today. I think I'm going to schedule a faction war soon. I don't know when, but maybe next. Do we want to do a faction war next weekend? I'll put it to a poll and see. I do want to do a Legendary Lord tournament, but goddamn, those are hard to organize. It's like wrangling cats, The last Legendary Lord tournament was a pain. There was so many people dropping and leaving and not playing their games and shit. It was like, goddamn, dude. Yeah. Cass, man, I can't. That is such a generous donation, that boss. Thank you, man. And Rando as well, all you guys. Okay. So they're going to tell me the maps in a moment. And we are... He's not on Demons of Chaos, is he? He's Norska. Yeah, he should be a Norska. Hopefully he's not accidentally switching factions. Maybe he is. Hopefully not. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we saw him on Norska earlier, right? Okay, he switched. Just wanted to make sure. Yeah, we could do a legendary lord tournament though. That'd be pretty fun to see. Like, what if like some shitty lord won? It'd probably be a meta lord winning, of course. It depends on who gets what, but hey, own goal. Hope you had fun, dude. Thank you for playing today and bringing the Tomb Kings to their glory. Gordon, happy birthday, Turin. Been watching since Nurgle's Great Plague. Oh my God, so it's like 5 years now, 4 years. Go Lizards. I don't know if we have any Lizards. Time to go lift some weights and work off the sadness. No, don't be sad, dude. Gordon, thank you. Holy shit, man. You guys, I don't deserve this. You guys rule, man. This is gonna definitely help support some upcoming prize pools for tournaments. So that is great. Queek wins. Fear the Queek. Tretch would win hands down. The last legendary lord tournament we had in Warhammer 2 was won by Skrulk, actually. Lord Skrulk won that one. Skaven were pretty good at that point in Warhammer 2. They definitely had some teeth. And Skrulk was very powerful with the Liber 1 Shoticus and his Rod of Corruption. He was meta. He just gets sniped a little bit too easily now. Gordon, one last time, brother. Thank you so much. And we'll do you proud. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's Lizards in top 4. We have Bretonnia. Let me see what these guys are playing. So the Decrepit Moor is going to be the map. There we go. And I'm going to check what the other guys are playing. So we have Scrambled Egg Special and Daniken Trop on the other side. Daniken has been crushing everybody with Dark Elves lately. Holy shit, man. It's been a bully beatdown, you know? Okay, so SFT Declaration. Let's see what that is. Total Tavern, SFT Declaration. Okay, so Scrambled Egg is on what? Boss Toss was on Skaven today. Own goal on Tomb Kings. Okay. And looking... Okay, Vampire Coast on the other side. So we have Vampire Coast, Norska, Bretonnia. Just all these like considered to be low-tier factions making it in a super sweat. This tournament's sweaty, guys. We had people playing like high win rate factions on their mains and stuff, and it's good to see the metas. Dark Elves. Okay, so Dark Elves, Coast on the other side. And then, of course, we have this battle here. Hey, Angry Viking. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now you can make a custom Professor Pone model of his face on Treacher Kugath. That'd be really funny. Just make Pone into Kugath. Well, Pone likes weeby stuff, so probably for him it would be, I don't know. Pone, what faction would you want a mini of? Yeah, what would be? I don't know if he's still around. He always is lurking in the shadows somewhere. He probably has the phone in his pocket just playing the stream, just listening for a mention of his forbidden name. You speak his name and he gets summoned from the shadows. Eggs is undefeated on Coast. Yeah, Scrambled Egg is probably the best Vampire Coast player with Alexander Nuts. Those guys are both monsters on Vampire Coast. Pone likes High Elves. Yeah, he does. Who's winning in Twitch? Oh, for sure YouTube. Yeah, for sure YouTube. Yeah. Okay, what do we got? Looks like the Penguin is ready, and the Sexy Mutant with a really good showing today. It'd be really cool if they won this, because apparently he messaged me. He played like a couple years ago competitively and has recently come back. Alice Thorne, happy revolution around the sun. Here's hoping to many more, and with the tourneys and rad stuff across all games in the future, dude. Like if you guys stick around, I'll stick around, and we're gonna keep doing fun stuff for years and years. Just haggard old man RTS games mostly, but some grand strategy schemes as well. I bet Turin can beat everything with Nurgle. Yeah, right. No, I definitely get wrecked by Dark Elves, like by good elf players. Hey, Alice Thorne, thank you. Yes, more good times to come. I really want to do a tabletop channel. I want it so bad. Thank you, Dom, for subscribing as well. Thank you so much. Welcome back, Void Laws. Yeah. Void Laws usually played on dead factions. That was more of his jam. All right, guys. Here we go. The great battle of our time is upon us. It is going to be the Sexy Mutant on Norska. Yes, it should be fun to see the barbarians going. Age of the Ring tomorrow, Larry. There's a new patch on Age of the Ring, so we're going to be streaming that tomorrow and just having some, maybe even do a little tourney tomorrow or something. We'll see. Another dreaded year. Dude, I've been hanging with you guys since I was like in my late 20s. Almost 40 now. It's nuts. Rocco's, thanks for becoming a member. You were playing in today's tournament, weren't you, Rocco? Yeah, I think so. All right, players are loading it in. It's going to be Bretonnia versus Norska. And, oh, Alberic is here. All right. So it is going to be an unwashed peasant tide. So tons of men-at-arms and spearmen and peasant mobs. We're going to be backed up by Grail Reliques, of course. Some ass peasant archers with fire arrows against skin wolves, probably. Another paladin of the ground. It's going to be Grail Relique, Alberic the Bordelot, and who else do we have? A life caster. So peasant tide, fire arrows, yeomen, and Alberic. And then, of course, cavalry are going to be getting spammed out all freaking day, every day. Will you be going back to Bannerlord after the war sales? Yeah, I'll definitely check it out, Dave. Okay. Hey, Mitosis, thank you for the $4.99. When I first started watching, I was in middle school. Oh, my God. And tomorrow you start your first full-time job. That's crazy. Dude, you were in middle school. Holy shit. How old are you now? God, man, time flies. Time flies, man. It goes by way too quick. Marauders and marauders and marauders. No surprises. Marauder Spearmen. We do have a Shaman Sorcerer of Fire to roast the peasants. A Skin Wolf, Condom Wolf, and it's going to be the Werekin. Really good anti-large fighter. Can definitely go fisticuffs with the Bretonnian Lords for a short period of time. And it is going to be Wulfric with Lore of Boats. So no Throg. Throg is often seen in this matchup to deal with the big boys. But Wulfric's also good with Lore of Boats. He's very disruptive and can do some work. All right. So, who do you guys want to win? Who are you rooting for here? Yeah, 9 years is a lot of time, boy. It is. It is. Who are you guys rooting for? Who do you want to win? Who's the people's champion? You rooting for the sexy mutant over here with the dreaded Norskins, or the champion of the lady, Plague Penguin? Curious how it's going to go. The battle's on. I believe it just started. Nope, still waiting. They're being very meticulous with their deployments. Bretonnia has a little bit more deployment action, obviously. So we have Fantasy France versus Fantasy Scandinavia. We have the cultural battle here. Okay. So moving on up, we do see objective number 2 is going to be getting grabbed by the forces of the Plague Penguin. And Alberic's going to be scooting up. Wulfric and his pet werewolf going to be advancing up towards objective 1. They should be able to get that. So these characters have 3 capture weight each. Individual, single entity, ground-based characters and monsters have 3 capture weight. Infantry have 5. Cavalry have 4. Monsters, infantry have 3. Expendable infantry, like peasant mobs, have 2, and so continues the saga. So, thinking about maybe diving with Alberic would not be a good idea, though. Wulfric plus the Skin Wolf Werekin would beat Alberic in a duel, that is for sure. And on the backside, this is really good play by the Plague Penguin. So, he's using his crappy skirmishers, which each have 4 capture weight, to make sure his opponent can't capture this objective quickly. And in a close game, like, this matters, right? He's denying his opponent like 30, 40 points right here by doing this. So little plays and high-level domination can make all the difference, honestly. Skin Wolves with armor moving in, and uh-oh, you better move those units. That damsel's in distress. She does get slapped by the werewolf. If that damsel gets trapped already, that'd be really bad, but it looks like she is getting staggered. Might be able to get away here. We'll have to see. Oh, that's really not good. That damsel is heavily in distress. We are going to be seeing some yeomen being sacrificed as the damsel is wavering and potentially going to be breaking here. And it looks like she's going to get away, just barely. Okay, that was a disaster barely averted. Commander Kai, thank you for the 49. Speaking of time, I started watching in college during my sophomore year in 2020. Since I've graduated, I had a job, joined the military, and I'm training to be a pilot. Damn. Awesome. This day, I keep watching while studying. Well, we're going to keep the good times rolling for you. Congratulations on all the success in your life, and make sure to stay safe out there if you're in some sort of a combat position, please. We're here for you. All right, so archers are in full effect, shooting at Wulfric, and now the unwashed masses of Bretonnia are preparing to engage against Norska, who's probably also very smelly. I forgot to mention we do have the Green Knight. You don't leave home without the Green Knight if you're a Bretonnia main. Now, Fireball on Green Knight is cute. It does a little bit of damage. Of course, healing is on the table. Lore of Boats is going down as well. Look at that. Brutal damage on the Men-at-Arms with Polearms, which are a 500 gold unit. But Norska going to be giving a bath to these guys. Or not Norska, but yeah, Alberic. Splish, splash, they're taking a bath. Look at that. And it keeps going down the line and nails that other Marauder champion unit as well. Beautiful cast right there. And now the Green Knight is going to be getting a bonus first large from Alberic, and they're going to be going after the Skinwolf Werekin. So here it comes. Oh, the beatdown is going. Look at that. Nice. Some serious damage. Dude, William, you are an invaluable member of this community. Your glorious timestamps are legend here, all right? Let's not be down on ourselves here, man. You rule. So looking at the fight, we do see Green Knight and Alberic trying to snipe the Norskan characters and getting pretty good progress on the Werekin. The Werekin actually almost dead. There are some polearms here as well, but Norska is piling in with armored skinwolves as well as marauder spears as well. Over here on the side, we do see the Pox arrows getting good DPS, and they'll certainly hurt the skinwolves. Even though they are armored, it's only 70. And this is a big fight here. Honestly, this is going to be a big deciding factor. If Alberic's able to get the pick on the, either on Wulfric or on the armored skinwolf here, it's going to be quite massive. And that's probably going to be a regrowth. That's going to be very, very big. So yeah, you have to bring regrowth if you're doing Alberic as well. All right, folks, objective number 2 is looking firmly under the control of Bretonnia as the polearms and the Grail Relique, which is giving a nice little aura over here, is going to be holding it up. Norska going full Unga Bunga. Marauders moving up. And now the Bretonnian Knights of the Realm have penetrated through, and the lines have been broken. The Skinwolves have been broken, and the Marauder Horsemen are going to be under pressure from the Knights. Meanwhile, the hero duel is just going to be deciding the game. This is like everything here, basically. Alberic and the Green Knight, a very dynamic duo, absolutely terrifying, because Green Knight with anti-large is disgusting. And it looks like Wulfric is going to be sent to the Shadow Realm. He's going to be sent packing, and the Green Knight's on the case here. Burning Head in the back is going down as Alberic continues fighting the Skinwolf Werekin. Green Knight does get tar pitted, which is going to buy a little bit of time for potentially Wulfric to rally. Granted, he has no more healing, so that is tough. And look at Alberic, man. The mighty Duke of Borderlow is putting in work here, crushing this Haggard Condom Wolf here. And it looks like he is going to be fighting with some of his Knights as well. And that Werekin is just getting trounced. Werekin is down for the count, if I'm not mistaken. Unless I'm missing his unit card here. He's broken. Pretty much dead. All right, guys. Green Knight going to be zeroing in. Wulfric did rally, but he's for sure in the wrong neighborhood. It's the Green Knight with a full-on Bretonnian Rage Boner. He's going to go just beat down old Wulfric here with a mighty piece of French bread. Back objective is being threatened, though. Bretonnia is on the back foot on the objectives. We do see Norska Unga Bunga pretty hard here. Movement speed is 84, 77 here. Oh, no! Sexy Mutant, stop moving! Oh, Reginald, thank you. And here we do get the charge, and Green Knight is absolutely going to be killing Wulfric here. Wulfric is at 1,000 HP. Green Knight does have the Frostbite, if I'm not mistaken, so he is able to slow you down. So when the Green Knight catches you, it's going to be bad news bears. So Famir Warriors with Great Weapons could have been a good tech against Green Knight too, I bet, but 500 HP. Marauder Horseman being sacrificed to the gods to pin the Green Knight in place, allowing Wulfric to escape with 500 HP. Green Knight does cause terror, of course, but it's going to take a moment to get a terror out on these Marauder Horsemen right there. All right, guys. Objective number 1 is going to be going to the ladies' champion of the backfield. We do see the heavy cavalry of Bretonnia running through the unwashed masses as the Marauder Berserkers do get hit down by these cavalry. Over here on the objective, Bretonnia, oh my god, they managed to hold it. Bretonnia held the objective here despite the pressure. The Haggard Men-at-Arms able to fight a little bit more effectively because they have a dead Grail Knight next to them, which is great flavor. You gotta love Bretonnia. They're just awesome, man. And yeah, they are able to hold that point, which is quite good. Over here, Green Knight does escape from the Skin Wolves, does not want to be tar-pitted and fighting right there. Alberic is going to be a big bully now. And Wulfric and his Skin Wolf, I mean, these guys got absolutely crushed in combat. They had a bad time. They were very, very seriously emasculated in those fights, that's for sure. All right, so we do see the Knights of the Realm charging into the Marauders here, who are also eating arrow fire. These Marauder Spearmen do not have shields, so the arrow fire from the Yeoman is going to be pretty significant. Bretonnia really starting to take over the game, I think. I could be wrong, but Knights Errant coming in will run over these Marauders, and then that's going to give an opportunity to go push their home objective. And Bretonnia looking pretty healthy here. Now remember, Bretonnia has healing. They still have Green Knight. Some Armored Condom Wolves are going to be coming in, but these Knights of the Realm, I believe, get the extra bonus first large. So they're at 40 weapon strength. Let's go ahead and check in here. And they do have 24 bonus first large because of Alberic, which is nuts. That is so hard hitting. All right, guys, and here we do see the Norskan characters cowering in the back here. Look, I don't blame them. I would not want any piece of the Green Knight either. He's a menace in every freaking game he's in. A lot of vital units here, a little bit sloppy. Definitely got to get those guys back in play. And right as I say that, he does that. So no, I take back the sloppy statement. He immediately reacts and is able to get those guys back. And here we do have the old cavalry getting the job done while the fighting continues raging over here. Burning Head attempt. Oh man, and he dodges it. Partial hit, but that would have been a wiped unit probably if he didn't dodge that. But yeah, it's looking really bad. We see the Skinwolf Werekin getting karate chopped here. I think Wulfric might have already been killed. Oh, dude, he's running. He's listening to some Duran Duran right now. He's hungry like the wolf. He's like, yeah, he's getting hit in the back by the bird, and most likely he's going to be finished off. We do see Alberic, the Duke He certainly wants it, and he is moving in there. All right, guys, here it comes. He's running for the hills, and I don't know if he's going to make it. We'll see if the Duke is going to continue hunting. If he does, he's probably going to get it. All right, coming from the skies, down goes the Werekin, trampled by the Duke of Bretonnia. So what can the sexy mutant do at this point? He is currently slightly up on points. He has a Fire Sorcerer, but I think he's just losing pretty much on the field across the board. He does have his Marauder Horseman Corps, which are very good, and we're able to kind of keep your boy here honest. Alberic has taken some damage from those. But the Green Knight's going to be able to probably bully the Maws of Savagery with Alberic. And, yeah, Grail Reliques and Knights moving up here on the backside objective. We do see the Knights of the Realm engaging versus the Condom Wolves, and with their anti-large bonus, they should be able to win that because they got the charge off. So there they go. GG, well to the plate, I think. Donmo, thank you for subscribing on Twitch with Prime. And yeah, there goes the old Skin Wolves. That's going to be a triple cap for Bretonnia. The Lady wills it. The Lady taking down two very meta factions today, defeating Norska and defeating the Tomb Kings, and two very good players. But I want to give a special shout out to our boy Sexy Mutant. He hasn't played in a couple years. Apparently he's just getting back into the game. He did very well in a new player tournament yesterday or a couple days ago, and then Sexy Mutant came in and went like undefeated today. He went like 4-1 or 5-0 to qualify for the top 4. I mean, that is extremely impressive. So shout out to our boy Sexy Mutant. I'm sure if he keeps practicing, he's going to be winning these tournaments in no time because that's a very impressive feat. But looking at the armies, it really came down to the character fights. Alberic and the Green Knight just putting the hurt down on those characters really are just what won the game. Champions didn't do too hot either. They were kind of held to a lower amount of value, so that is going to be all she wrote. GG, well played. So now it is time for the grand finals. Thank you guys for sticking around for the dreaded 5-hour birthday stream. And it is going to be the Turin finals. All right, let's get it. Let's have some fun. Do that, and do this, and do that. Okay, so where are we? That is going to be grand finals. Okay. Perfect. And we are going to grab Blood Penguin. Finals, and we're still waiting for the other side. Just check in on the other side. He messaged me how long ago? Looks like a minute ago. So they just started, huh? Ah, they're doing a build-up. Okay. Okay, cool beans. So we have like maybe 5 to 10 minutes before the other side finishes. It looks like they were having they took a little bit longer to get their game going, so it's fine. So Penguin is going to be heading over to the finals, and now we can just kind of hang out and shoot the shit. And if you guys have any questions, let me know. William says, 3 Bretonian games in one stream, it replenishes my soul. It is very, very fun to see them. They have a while yet. Yeah, no worries, boss. It's all good. We got time. We can all hang out and shoot the shit a little bit. Yeah, Green Knight is really nasty. There's not like an easy answer for him too, because he's so fast that even if you have melee magic damage, like he's really hard to shut down. And he's like a small target too. He's on horse, so he can kind of blend in with formations. And yeah, with healing, I mean, you can heal him too. Hey, Silk Road, thank you, man. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm thinking of doing an Age of the Ring tournament because there's a new patch. Any tips for microing air units like Long Riders and Eagles and Dragons? PvE noobs struggling here. So what's your issue that you're having? If you clarify your issue, we can answer your question a little bit better. But yeah, you got to be careful because you remember when you try and retreat one of those units, you gotta make sure you have a smooth retreat path, or else it'll keep tugging the unit back down, and you have to often spam click really hard to get out of positions. When is Total War 40k? We need it. We all need it, dude. Give it to us. Missile units do too much damage. Yeah, so those units are good. I mean, obviously, some of those units become weaker in matchups in which you're playing against good shooting factions. So there is a bit of a paradigm about like using big flying, expensive things against like shooting heavy factions can be risky. But in general, it's just an experience thing, really. Like knowing when to engage them against what, like reading the field. Is there things that can threaten them and punish them? Obviously, using mobility to isolate things that they can bully is much better than putting them in a super dangerous fight, of course, and then unless it's necessary. But yeah, it's a pretty complex question. Bretonnia is like the human vampire counts. It kind of is, and they do have a Mortis engine too, which is funny. Yeah, it's a big trap, Kanjin, to attack missile units like in the beginning of the game with flying units because your opponent's always going to be ready to defend it. But what's a really good idea about using flying units, so let's say your opponent has some archers and you're attacking them with like furies, right? You just sit over them, and then that's going to force your opponent to keep something to protect them. So you're effectively using a fury to threaten the archer, which then keeps them from having another defensive unit on the actual battlefield. So you're like having a net positive. And then as soon as they leave or go elsewhere, then you attack, you know? Like little things like that are very big. Douglas Harmon, happy birthday. Thank you for years of entertainment. Looking forward to for more years to come. Well, I got you covered, boss. You're in the right place. Years and years of good times. That is for sure. Timer in game and a few other cool tweaks. Yeah, Silk Road. I'll take a look at the patch notes, man. Do you think Mutant lost to the possibility he hasn't played in a while? Oh, it's part of it, yeah. I mean, he probably didn't know how good Green Knight is. Mutant was a beast, though, man. He was a monster today. He would have beaten me, I'm sure. Yeah, like Green, he just lost because of the Lord duel. I mean, when Alberic and the Green Knight bullied his two characters, he kind of lost. Yeah, he kind of lost. What is my favorite item in the game? Well, you know, we all love a little bit of Forbidden Rod stroking around here, but I don't know. My favorite item in the game, that's a really tough call. I can't think off the top of my head. Mark, we do have some guides on my channel about the basics of the game, but I need to do some more in-depth ones, which I will do. Yeah. Whenever there's another major title that has good multiplayer from Creative Assembly or Total War, whatever, I will go balls deep on multiplayer guides and everything, like out of the gates. Because when this game first came out, you know, things were changing so frequently. I mean, I guess they will be with that too, but I will do that for future titles. So if you guys are looking for guides and all that, we'll have it for like every single unit, faction, whatever, you know. Book of Secrets. Book of Secrets is really fun. Yeah, but it's definitely just gambling, you know. Tormentor Sword is a god tier item, it is. Because not only does it lower your stats, but it also snares you in place. I mean, come on, that's so freaking good. It's so good and tasty. Okay, so let's do this. We need to do that. So let me do a little bit of admin here real quick. A little bit of admin fun. And we'll be in the grand finals. By the way, for those of you guys who are watching the other match on the other side, how is that looking, by the way? Is it in progress? Like Halo Wars 2. I never played Halo Wars. I heard it was a good game. Man, I really wanted Tempest Rising to have like a pop-in multiplayer. Such a bummer. I love the Command & Conquer series back in the day. It was so fun. Very sweaty, though. Command & Conquer, I remember it being very like micro-heavy and a little bit faster paced than other RTS. Kind of like StarCraft in a way. The units tend to die pretty quick. All right, so let's do this. We're going to do that. Get a new one of these, and we're going to get the tournament. Okay. So what is this tournament called? Okay, and that's going to be for Blood Penguin here. There we go. All right. Yeah, Pavane did get nerfed, but it's still good. It's just more fair now, you know. It's still just kind of still there. Open RA, red alert. Oh, what about 0 Hour? Would you guys want to watch that? I love going back and playing old RTS games. It's one of my favorite things. I remember playing it when I was young. Command & Conquer 0 Hour. Was there Command & Conquer General 0 Hour, I think is what it was. You had I think you had US, China, and then the GLA, was it? I can't remember. 0 Hour was the expansion in Generals. Okay, yeah, it's all coming back to me now. That was many, many moons ago. They added a bunch of Generals, got it. Oh, dude, we're going to go hard in the paint on the Dawn of War 1 remaster. We're going to play the hell out of that around here. It's going to be very fun. Yeah. Oh, maybe if you guys would want to see it, we'll try it. I'll put it to a vote. But yeah, the remaster of Dawn of War is going to be great fun. We'll definitely get some good games of that. Yeah, let me look at that. Have you ever tried Supreme Commander? No, I never tried it. Never got into it. Spellforce is something that's also been juggled a little bit, playing with our boy Nakamura. I'm going to put a poll up on YouTube real quick. Frost, if you want to put one up on the old Twitch. That's the same. Let me see what we can do here. So let me get the chat pulled up here. Refresh this. Of course you like the Eldar, dude. cheesy Eldar. All right, so that's going to be going, and let's do this. We're going to start a poll. So next game, so Conquer Generals. So what was the other one we were talking about here? Spellforce 3. Spellforce 3. Yeah, we can do Mechabellum. Mechabellum. And then, do we still do Magic cards? Yeah, you know, we can do Magic MTG drafts. Well, let's throw that in there, because I do love playing Magic, so. I haven't played in a long time on the computer, but yeah, these are some things I'm kind of dwelling on. So Command & Conquer General, Spellforce 3, Mechabellum, or Magic card drafts, which we could play on Magic Arena. The sci-fi set actually looks kind of cool. I didn't really care for Final Fantasy too much. I'm not into the anime stuff, but yeah. Let's see what you guys, what tickles your pickle there. All right, little Magic drafts putting in some work. We'll let that poll sit for a while, and you guys can vote. Frost will put one up in Twitch as well, if he's here. No worries if not. Okay, refreshing, and let's see how we are. Okay, so we got Daniken in the finals. Man, Daniken has been a Terminator lately. I'm very excited to see Daniken in the upcoming championship, but the problem is, are they as good as they are in Dark Elves with other factions? Because in the Grand Championships, you can't just play one faction. All right, finals. So we got the finals. Let me know map when you and Penguin work it out. Yes. $100 cash prize on the line for this tournament here, which is going to be great. Command & Conquer General 0 hours your entire childhood. I remember it really captured the zeitgeist of like the early 2000s quite a bit. Yeah. I voted Generals, but I take all of the above. Yeah, Spellforce getting a little bit player hated here. Command & Conquer Generals, though, is played on Game Ranger, too, so it's like the same as the Age of the Ring. Steam database has 600 people playing Tempest Rising. Yeah, I do plan on doing a Tempest Rising playthrough, yeah. Not a campaign, but, you know, a little bit of PvP. By the way. Okay. I'm just letting the players know that there's a prize for the tournament, because I don't know if they know that. Yeah, Daniken didn't even know there was a prize. I mean, they're probably not watching the stream. They're focusing on their games, right? So that's, yeah, maybe they didn't know that was mentioned. But yes, $100 prize for the tournament. How do you counter cavalry spam like 3 Heartseekers with... Oh, that's rough, yeah. So, Waffle, Heartseekers can be dealt with with the Empire, like going with a Deathcaster. So bring a Deathcaster with Fate Abuna, get a big brick of, or a big formation of Spearmen with shields. You can get a couple War Wagons and sit amongst your Spearmen and just kind of shoot at them, which is pretty cost effective. Those are all options, for sure. Yeah, you got to play it really tight. Like, if you go out into open field against, like, Slaneshi Cavalry, they're often going to catch you out and punish you. But if you play, like, a tight counter-punching style, it's a lot better. All right. Call to Arms Ostfront might be interesting. No base building, but very micro-intensive. Interesting. I haven't heard of that one. I love Commander and Magic. That's my favorite game mode because it's just so fun to sit and shoot the shit with your friends, you know? That's why Commander freaking rules. Just sitting there, hanging out with the crew, you know, talking, having fun, laughing. That's why Commander is great. One-on-one Magic, like Modern and those formats are fun and all, but there's something really magical about having like a friend group to play Commander with and just you know, spending an afternoon together, just hanging out with the crew. It's great. Magic streams. Maybe when the new set comes out, we'll look. Oh, that's nice, Blyce. So it's something similar to Age of the Ring. So neither of the players knew there was a prize. He probably would not have picked Bretonnia, although it got him this far. So, I mean, these guys are both playing factions that last season had like 40% win rates. And right now, I mean, let's look at some of the data after today. So ogres are, this doesn't matter. 5-1 is a joke. That's like one good player playing an event, so that's not real. But we're getting a bit of a look at, you know, Dark Elves. I think Daniken is carrying Dark Elves. Because Daniken has been spamming Dark Elves and winning events, but there's also other players probably bringing them down. So this is probably going to settle more around like 45-50% eventually. Greenskin's having a good time. Bretonnia with the dreaded 55% win rate. It's funny how like one good player can carry a faction's win rate, right? This needs to be corrected. The Empire is not allowed to be at 34%. And look at the Beastmen, the sad mooing sounds. That doesn't make sense either. Yeah. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, FFA Commander is great. It's fun. It's super good. We'll bring Sigmar back to their former glory. That data doesn't mean a lot right now. It's very early on. Oh wow, the voting poll is actually getting kind of contested here, guys. It's getting a little sweaty, isn't it? Commander Generals and Mechabellum are really going at it. We need more than 3 to 4 tourneys to take the data seriously. We need like a month or two, probably, before it's really significant. Make the Empire great again. Oh my god. Yeah. No, the pay to win aspect of Magic is tricky, because it's definitely a thing in Commander mode. But like it's just a communication thing, really. You and your friends need to just work out like what power level you want your decks at, and generally like what you're doing. So like what I like to do in Commander, and what me and my friends do, is we don't play CEDH commanders, but we play pretty much super optimal like non-CEDH decks. So very strong, using a lot of game changers, but not CEDH. You know, that's usually what we play. But I also have a terrible deck. I have like a really casual life gain deck if I'm playing with like newer players and things like that. But that's what I like. I like the pinnacle of like casual play for Commander. It's fun. Yeah, CEDH, it just doesn't do it for me. I don't know. It just seems like I've seen some of it being played, and I've seen some CEDH tournaments here and there, and there's a lot of like complaining and over politicking, and then like they also have draws quite often, which I don't like. So there will be a situation where one person is about to win the game, right? And then nobody there, even if somebody else has like an answer for it, they won't answer it because they feel that then they're going to lose afterwards, which is a fair point. But like I feel like you should just have to play it through rather than offering a draw to the table instead. Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff like that. Some people like it. I just don't care for it. Who's your go-to commander? So right now, I think we still have a little bit of time. Oh no, let me ready up here. So we'll wait. So my favorite commander I have right now is Smeagol. He's freaking awesome. Hey, Cody, thank you for the $5. So I'm really liking Smeagol. Yeah, this little gremlin is my favorite. It's just because I have like a rule that I always have to have one Lord of the Rings deck. There always has to be one. So Smeagol is really fun because the whole deck, it's like a strong casual deck, And you get to do landfall, but you also get to play all the ring mechanics, right? So you run the Golem cards, Claim the Precious, the Call of the Ring, Bombadil's Song. You get to run 9 Nazgul, one ring to rule them all saga. Like I have the One Ring in there. I have like all the Lord of the Rings like staples, which are really, really fun. Smeagol's great. It's a really fun deck to play. It's really, really fun. It's like thematic, right? You have Smeagol, and then like you're playing Nazgul, which are like chasing him, and it's just fun thematics, right? Okay. Cool beans, man. So are they starting? Not quite. Oh, did I not change the map? Oh, map is the road. Sorry, I'm what they call an idiot. Which road? Road to Talipime? Or Imperial. Sorry. They were waiting on me. I was just boomer ranting, and they were just waiting on me. They did do a 40k. It wasn't a full set. It was like a commander decks. It was all right. I didn't care. I didn't think there was anything super interesting. Abaddon was kind of neat, but yeah. What's my favorite campaign in Total War Warhammer? Karl Franz. The Franz campaign is just goated. He's just such a pimp. All right, so let's see what the map is. It's going to be Road to Talipime. All right, so they're still actually building their armies anyway, so it's fine, guys. We have a little bit of time to kill. Hey, Jared, thank you, man. Thank you. So how many of you folks are staying up in the wee hours of the morning? I'm curious. Who is like for those of you in chat, where are you and what time is it? If it's really late, is it like 4 a.m., 5 a.m.? Do we have any midnight chads playing? I know Frosted's pretty late for you. Bretonia's ready. 1 a.m. Okay, fair play. 1 o'clock. Yeah, it's pretty normal. Probably in like 2 a.m. All right. What difficulty setting do you play campaign? I mean, I used to play legendary campaigns, but now if I play them, it's just going to be like casual, like on hard or whatever. Multiplayer is like exponentially harder than anything campaign can present. So just I get my sweat in multiplayer campaigns just to chill. Let's see. Czech Republic 117. Yeah, all right. 2 a.m. Yeah, powerful. Australia 7 a.m. Oh, Dylan, you're up early, man. God, I want to travel to all these places with my wife. Just take her on some grand adventures. Someday. 1 a.m. Good night. Good night to you, my friend. So Generals and Mechabellum are the games that you guys are most interested in. So I'll look into getting those set up. Probably might do Mechabellum first just because it's a little bit more accessible and I would need to just plug and play. But King Franz, happy belated birthday from Germany. Your positive attitude, dank memes, and passion have kept me watching for years. Bring me back to the late night Magic streams. I'm very down for that. Some Magic and chill. I was actually downtown in the city I'm in last night, and I saw the guy from he has a Magic card. I was going downtown to pick up get a big old bratwurst wiener hot dog for my wife, and it's one of the guys, like the co-creators of the Command Zone or Game Nights or whatever that's called. It's like the really like they have really high production value and they always have like celebrities on. You know, they have like Post Malone playing on there, playing Magic and stuff. I saw not Josh Lee Kwai, but the other gentleman. Oh, what's his name? Yeah, Daddy, that is interesting. But I saw him, it was like, oh, it made me think. I was like, I got to get a Magic channel going. Yeah, Jimmy. It was Jimmy. All right. Yeah, he was lurking in the town. Turin needs to go get a hot. So there's a place in town. It's a bar that we have, and they're open super late, which is nice because everything in the town I live in closes at like 7, and they're open super late, and they serve like German style bratwursts and sausages, and they have like a gluten-free option, which my wife can't have gluten, so it makes her sick. So for her, it's great. Yeah, Jimmy, I believe. All right, so just waiting right now. Let me make sure none of these guys are waiting on me. Okay, perfect. Danikin, I think when I told them money was on the line, they both got really cautious with their builds and they're like fine-tuning everything now. Yeah. I love hot dogs, dude. I love hot dogs. I could just deep throat hot dogs all day. If you put mayonnaise and ketchup on them and like some grilled onions, dude, just put a fork in me, dude. Okay, I think I have to go get one after the stream now. You guys got me thinking about wieners. Oh, yeah. Someday, though, that'd be fun. The wife and I stopping by, some German cities and trying the big old bratwurst and all that stuff. Seeing what the real deal is like. Yeah. Yeah, the sweat time is upon us, guys. They're both sweaty. Both thinking about their builds. Yeah, the gluten struggle is real. My daughter has celiacs. Yeah. Anna deals with the same thing, Robert. It's tough. My mom got me a bread maker. Maybe we'll do a bread making video, dude. Total War bread hammer. She got me a big old bread maker for my birthday, so I'm just gonna be a fat sausage in the kitchen making some sourdough. Can't freaking wait. So Shiro says being German and not liking sausages is a weird spot when people from other countries talk about how much they like them. Yeah. Yes. Have I ever tried German currywurst? No, I haven't. That sounds pretty good though. There's definitely a big opportunity in like, at least where I am in California, to open those kind of businesses. Like they would be popular. Like Anna, the wife and I have talked about opening like it's more of a power fantasy because like it seems like working in the food industry and trying to open restaurants and like, even if it's like fast food style is like very difficult. But we've always fantasized about opening a pierogi chain So basically, it's not like a restaurant, but you go in and you order handmade pierogi. So it'd be like, it would kind of have the aesthetic of like a donut shop where they have those racks, and then they would just be filled with different types of pierogi. So like, you know, you'd have the Russian style pierogis, you'd have the meat pierogis, you'd have the dessert pierogis, which have like you know, various jellies in them, and just having that and having it be like, you go in, you know, you pay per pierogi, and you just jam out there, you know. It would be pretty fun, but I don't know. It's like the food industry. I don't know anything about it. Like, I'm a complete idiot, so that would be hard. Baboom! Thank you for the 20. Happy birthday! Thanks for the many hours of great content. One of my favorites. Hey man, more to come. These guys are really doing it. You guys would eat there, right? Yeah, you guys would eat there. You'd be my customer. All right. Well, maybe we just got to move all of you guys to the same city and we'll all hang out and. I feel like it'd be really hard to turn a profit unless you like franchise that, you know, like out of the gates, it's so laborious. Like hand making pierogis and like doing the dough and everything is like, it's brutal. It's really hard work. Yeah. Yeah. A food truck is an option. You could try a food truck. That would be fun. Yeah. There was a food stand near your old office run by a Polish family and they made great pierogis and cabbage rolls. Yeah. Poland uses a lot of cabbage. Like there's one of my favorite Polish meals is, yeah, I've had that, Phoenix. Paszki, yeah. However the hell you say that. It's called bigus. It's a hunter stew. So if you guys are going to have, like, if you like really hearty, like winter food, bigus is one of the best Polish foods. It's so good. It's often called, if you were to go to a Polish restaurant in the United States, it would be called like a hunter stew. Would be like what they would have the translation as on the menu, but it's so good. It's like a fermented cabbage with a bunch of meats and like oftentimes like some sort of a red sauce on it. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, it's so good. Food trucks are great fun. I've ran a bunch over the last few years. That's awesome, William. That's awesome, man. Okay. You guys have had it, right? Let me show you what that looks like. Danikin is taking their sweet time. I think I put the pressure on him. I didn't mean to do that. I shouldn't have told them about the prize till afterwards. But then they would feel bad if they lost because they memed, you know? All right, so this is going to be... There we go. All right, so this is the hunter stew. This is bigus. This is kind of what it looks like. It can vary. So basically... You have slices of kielbasa. So the really good Polish sausage, the kielbasa, is like mixed in with the hunter stew. Sometimes it has more of a reddish hue, and people will put different meats in there. So it's basically just like cabbage, meat, really delicious sauce. It can look different in consistency, but typically the ones I've seen look a little bit more similar to like this in Poland. But it is so good. I don't even really like cabbage that much, but dude, it is bomb. It is so good. Yeah, I'm going to give these guys a warning soon. Okay, they just started. Right as I said that, they started up there. Yeah, with brisket, it's amazing. Oh yeah, Duke Gummy Bear, absolutely. All right, guys, let's break it down. Bretonnia versus the Druki and the grand finals. This is great. This is a lore matchup. Like, Dark Elf Raiders raiding the coast of Borderlow is about as like lore friendly as you get. So, it's going to be very fun. All right, guys, fasten your seatbelts, get ready to go, and let's do it. Yeah, bigus is really good. Pashtet is also amazing. It's like kind of like a meat that you can spread over like bread with some what is that? I can't remember. Oh, it's been too long. I used to hate cabbage as a kid, but when I hit my late 20s, it's like cabbage gene kicked in. Yeah, there are weird things like that. Like taste, you know, changes as you get older. All right, guys, it is going to be Road to Talabheim. This is an Itza-style map, but it's very big and very open, so the Scourge Runner chariots and the various Dark Elf missiles will certainly feast, but so too will the Bretonnian archers if they decide to. Now, we've not been able to really see people effectively deal with Danikin Scourge Runner play. Basically, Danikin yields the objectives to you, sometimes holds one objective, and then counterpunches you in the late game after doing a shit ton of damage with the Scourge Runners. People have been struggling pretty hard with it, honestly. Yeah, it's been pretty sweaty. All right, guys, Danikin is going to be loading up here. There we go. And so begins the great battle of our time. Looking at the army of Bretonnia, mounted yeoman archers going to be going up to grab objectives, peasant mobs into the sunset with grail reliques, as is the usual. Spearmen at arms to the back, and Knights of the Realm on the outside with Royal Hippogriff Knights. So these guys are designed to just get the jump on Cold One Knights and various elite Dark Elf, mobile pieces and really punish them, but they're very vulnerable to the shooting, of course. It is best of one, yes. The SFT, the single faction tournament's usually your best of one. It's just more of a casual format, but it's still very sweaty, but you only play one faction. There's no fancy picks and bans and things like that. All right, guys, I'm looking at Daniken Trop's army. Daniken Trop is going to be using the Bleak Swords, backed up by the Blackheart Corsairs. Blackheart Corsairs will pretty much beat all of the Bretonnian infantry except Foot Squires. So not bad. Like if they have Battle Pilgrims, Men-at-Arms, whatever, they're pretty cost effective. Now it is going to be the High Beastmaster. Very cool. It's just a Scourge Runner. It's a chariot Scourge Runner character that has a snare. So you have a Tormentor Sword. So if you can catch a Bretonnian Knight going a little bit balls deep in your lines, you can punish them with the Tormentor Sword and lock them down, which is pretty heavy metal. On top of that, we do have the Sorceress of Shadows, Melkotz's S tier against Bretonnian Cavalry, and in the woods, there's going to be nothing else. All right, yeah, this is going to be Daniken with the dreaded Dark Elf skirmish play, which is super, super fun to see. All right, guys, moving up are the Chariots. Objective number 1, potentially going to be taken by Bretonnia. We'll have to see. The Damsel going to be using a Power Stone, and this is good. Like, wasting the ammunition of the Scourge Runner Chariots is brilliant. Daniken definitely needs to make sure that Fire at Will is turned off and you're not wasting ammo on the Damsel as it's just juking you. Melkoth's being used on the Yeoman, I think, is a bit of a waste, potentially. I mean, it does a little bit of damage. Now the Scourge Runners are shooting into the mobile pieces here and getting some respectable damage. All right, guys, the objective here does go to Bretonnia. The far side objective is being taken by Bretonnia as well. We do see a Knight of the Realm over here, and they're going to be hanging out. Green Knight is probably in reserve. Probably in reserve. I would wager we're going to see it relatively soon. But yeah, maybe Doombolts are there, and the Doombolt spam is scared away the Green Knight. I don't know. So these Knights of the Realm are about to have a bad time. They're probably going to get caught by a Tormentor Sword, and then from there, they're going to be shot to pieces. So we do see the Beastmaster moving in. It locks down the Knights of the Realm, and they're going to be snared here for only another 4 or 5 seconds, but it is going to be equating to more firepower. Scourge Runner Chariot's able to get some nice shots, and yeah, I don't know how necessary that was, but it still sends a message. All right, guys, Objective 1, Bretonnia. Objective 2, Bretonnia. Dark Elves are going to be on the defense, but this is where Daniken likes to play. Daniken really likes to hang out, just kind of chill in the back, poke you, and then come in later once you're softened up, which is very thematic for Dark Elves, too. Dark Elves absolutely play that way. A foot-based Paladin is going to be coming in, too. So we do see a Paladin, the champion of the lady, with his nice little Grail Juice, his Pimp Cup on the back there. He's got his little John Cup. Going to be heading up. But obviously, the Dark Elves are going to have better capture weight here, right? The Bleak Swords and Corsairs have 5 capture weight. Men-at-Arms and Peasants only have 2 each. So it's going to be considerably less. First cav charge going to be coming in. Knights of the Realm getting a nice square charge into the Bleak Swords, plowing a shit ton of their HP. God damn. But they need to retreat quickly before the Golden Knights saturate in and do good damage against them. And they're going to do that. They will retreat back, taking some casualties, but nothing disastrous. On the middle, we do see a side flank. Knights of the Realm going after the old Damsel. So the Damsel, or Sorceress, excuse me, was in distress there for a moment. But yeah, Plague Penguin, really, really good micro with these cav. Even though this unit is raggedy as hell, it's now going to come in and win this fight. It's going to beat these Bleak Swords and turn that fight for Bretonnia. So big pit fight going down over here. Looks like the Coldland Knights may be overextended a little bit. Alberic does arrive, and Knights of the Realm going to be countercharging them as we do get some Knights Errant coming in. So really good targeting. The Bretonnian army being played very much like a scalpel, finding the good fights and getting what you can out of them. But Daniken has been feasting the whole time. We do see one unit of Knights of the Realm being taken down here, and it looks like the Scourge Runner Chariots are shooting at Alberic. Yeah, they are shooting at Alberic, including the Lord as well. So the objectives are in the process of flipping. Looking at the value, Daniken Trop is up on value, but Bretonnia does have healing. More Knights of the Realm going to be getting called out here. Beautiful Tormentor Sword, so good. That locks down Alberic for a handful of seconds. He eats a lot of Scourge Runner shots. He does Matrix that last shot and dodge them, but even still, he has taken some considerable HP damage. Royal Hippogriff Knights able to chase back the Cold Ones, and the Cold One Knights are going to be getting spammed out en masse right now. Currently, Objective 2 is Dark Elves, 3 is Bretonnia, and number 1 is Dark Elves 2. So Dark Elves not only have the value lead, but they also have the objective lead as well. Now, the dynamic of the game can change when the Dark Elves run out of ammunition. So when the Scourge Runner Chariots finally get worn down, if Bretonnia can mitigate its losses while also getting a bunch of fat heals, they might be able to endure the wrath. Men-at-Arms getting swarmed here. Alberic going to be coming in to help. The Men-at-Arms are staying fighting because of the Grail Relique. And now comes the Royal Hippogriff Knights. So Royal Hippogriff Knights with Alberic is one of my favorite combos because they get anti-large, and that really puts them up a class in terms of, characters. So, or I guess in terms of units, what I meant to say. Murder's Prowess active, though, so the entire Dark Elf army is going to be on steroids for 90 seconds. So this is their time to really start value trading very, very cost effectively. More Cav, Knights of the Realm going to be called in the back. Cold One Spear Riders going to be getting a bit of a surround here, and we do see them getting a full envelop on the Royal Hippogriff Knights. Grail Relique is going to keep those guys fighting, and the Splish Splash Taken a Bath Alberic does drop it like it's hot on the Cold One Knights, and it is a negative 16 leadership debuff, which is quite good. And is that a Dwellers Below? The Dwellers Below activated by Bretonnia, counter-punching the Cold One Knights coming in, and that spell did just get buffed, so it is going to drag down some of the Cold One Knights here, and Alberic and the Royal Hippogriff Knights really, really just trying to hold on. Value trading does favor the Druki. Scourge Runner Chariots are just basically sitting AFK and shooting. I mean, they're not AFK, but they're just sitting completely uncontested. You can't really catch them super effectively there, so that's tough. And here we do see a Melkoth's healing still going down. Alberic fighting Cold Ones, but he does have spear support, so he's hanging in there like a champ. Royal Hippogriff Knights are getting rather low, if I'm not mistaken. They've lost 3 models of their 12, so they're still in a fighting position. Knights of the Realm getting a big old charge into the Corsairs right there, and the Dark Elves are going to be maneuvering their army around this way, looking to maybe envelop. But Bretonnia is holding firm, guys. The Lady wills it. I mean, they're not folding under the Dark Elf pressure. That healing, you know, there's a lot of value spread for the Dark Elves on Alberic and the Hippogriff Knights, both of whom are still alive and still fighting, so the value lead is a little bit deceiving in this situation. Currently, though, as it stands, Dark Elves have a double cap. Bretonnia does have one objective out on the far side right here, and Alberic and his dreaded Grail Relique continue fighting the good fight. But here's also the other thing. The Dark Elves are about to run out of ammunition on their Scourge Runners, which they'll still be good as chariots, but that means that the Bretonnian army is really going to be taking a massive sigh of relief once those giant ballistas start punching them in the head. And maybe there's going to be a chance that the Royal Hippos and the remnants of the Knights of the Realm, with the Grail Relique and the Paladin fighting on foot, are going to just start winning these fights, and they kind of look like they are. It's clobbering time. The Cold One Knights getting routed, the Grail Relique, the Foot Paladin, all those variables stacking, and Alberic turns that fight on its head. You know, he basically makes those Knights of the Realm uber anti-large fighters that can trade actually quite cost-effectively into Cold One Knights, you know? So big brawl in the middle between the two forces as the Scourge Runner Chariots use the last of their ammunition. Doompire Warlock's being called out, so the Doom Bolt's going to be used here, and it is going to be used to try and snipe Alberic, but he's still got a lot of healing cap left. Royal Hippogriff Knights are steady. There's still 5 of those, and suddenly it looks like the Lady is resurgent. The Dark Elves have been pushed back, ladies and gentlemen. We've been seeing Daniken just dominating with Dark Elves. This is the first game we've seen in a while where it looks like it could go either way, you know, for Daniken here. Doomfire Warlock's going to be coming in to the Knights of the Realm, and they're not going to love that trade. They do magic damage, which I don't think is relevant against these guys. It is against the more elite ones, and maybe they'll be able to win it, but we do get the Royal Hippos coming in. Alberic going to be moving across. Objective number 2 belongs to Bretonnia. And now Bretonnia is going to be grabbing objective number 3 as well. So the Lady wills it. The Scariets. Oh, that's kind of funny. That's what we should call the Black Coach, the Scariot, because it's like a scary chariot and it's evil and undead. But yeah, all 3 objectives are going to be going to the Chosen of the Lady. As Alberic pulls back, the healing has been very clutch, and a lot of value has been sunken into Alberic and the Hippos, and they're both still very, very functional in this fight. Currently, 1,400 value here, Alberic sitting at about 700 there, and Quested Knights are now going to be the call-in here. I don't know, guys. Daniken could be in big trouble. You know, Dark Elves blew their load, but I don't know if it was enough. It looks like Bretonnia has endured the wrath and is ready to go for round 2. They got Grail Reliques, and now there's going to be reinforcements coming in. We got Knights Errant in the trees here. Hopefully he doesn't forget about those, as well as Questing Knights. So all forces are on deck. As 3 victory tickets going in per second for Bretonnia. So 654, 657, 660. The numbers do continue. Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma used on those units. We do see an AFK unit back here. I think that Plague Penguin has actually forgot about this unit, which is a very big blunder. That could, if the game ends up getting really close, cost him. Dark Elves are calling in Velociraptor Cavalry, and there is going to be another Doombolt here on the birds. And does it kill one of them? No. The Hippogriff Knights actually endure it. There's still 3 of them, which, I mean, that's like the strength of 3 Hippogriff Knights is like that of like a single character. They're very, very strong. Dread Chariots. Cherry Dreads. We're just making shit up now. All right, so Dark Elves are going to be maneuvering, looking for a position. I mean, they have some heavy hitters on the field. All right, so we do have the Knights of the Ebon Claw. We have Cold One Knights and Doompire Warlocks. Pretty good quality for the Dark Elves. And look, if the Dark Elves are able to catch Alberic in a bad position, let's say he gets surrounded by the Dread Knights, Tormentors sorted, this game could still flip on its head. Doomfire Warlock's going to be fighting these guys. It looks like the Knights Errant did make their way in, so they were remembered in the bushes. On the side objective here, we see the Doomfire Warlocks having a really bad trade. Doomfire Warlocks are pretty bad against heavy cavalry because they themselves are pretty squishy in the armor department. They only have 15 armor and very low AP values, so not going to be very good. All right, big engagement going in. Knights of the Realm, or Knights Errant versus the Knights of the Ebon Claw. And also these Knights Errant are going to be getting bonus first large, but Daniken Trop with a good response, using the Tormentor's Sword to help his Velociraptors escape that fight, which they don't want. And now Daniken's going to be going this way and trying to find some isolated fights. Knights of the Realm going to be losing versus Coldwood Knights, and Bretonnia just grabbing those points. So Bretonnia, I mean, even if they start to lose the value trading again, they do have objectives 3 and 2. So both of them are going to be able to hang out there. In the meantime, on the other side, Grail Knights are being called out. So Grail Knights, a badass unit. Very elite. The big Terminators coming to try and finish the game. The chosen of the lady. Let's go. Who doesn't love some Grail Knight epic charges? Just with the glorious green kind of countryside there. Looks really, really cool. All right. So this objective is going to be flipping to the Dark Elves. The Knights of the Ebon Claw doing well, but Bretonnia is going to be choosing to take this fight. So they're going to be committing their Hippogriff Knights, their Knights Errant, and the Grail Knights. So for the lady, Lance is couched. Couching the Lance. They're going to be in, and here it comes. So beautiful. Big charge right there as the Velociraptor Cavalry eat a full erect charge from those Grail Knights. And you can see they start to die very quickly. I mean, they were getting 2v1, so understandably that's going to be the case. But Bretonnia is still in a commanding position, I think, because the High Beastmaster is kind of fallen off. He's out of ammunition, whereas Alberic is going to be a player for the rest of this game. Bretonnia not being threatened on the other points. Yeoman going to be going to run down those Bleak Swords. And we do see Dark Riders and Coldwood Knights coming in. But the Grail Knights, I think, will sauce this with Alberic. Potentially an opportunity to get a snipe on the High Beastmaster here as well. Grail Knight's going after that caster, but his opponent does react. Grail Knight's sitting at 48 models, so very, very healthy here. And now they're going to be turning about face, getting a charge into enemy cavalry. And they're going to continue fighting. The points are still ticking. 2 victory tickets per second. Another Bretonnian Cab, Knight of the Realm, is going to be called in. Dark Elves are basically just spamming out whatever they can. We see 2 infantry units arriving, but I think that Alberic is just giving the biz. Really good Tormentor Sword, but yeah, Grail Knight's taking like 0 damage and just farming kills right now. Feasting on whatever they can fight. Dark Elves looking really, really in trouble right now. We do see the Trident of Bordelot going down on the Coldwood Knights, who are now going to get charged by another Knight of the Realm right there. Bretonnia definitely in a winning position here. I don't see too many ways the Dark Elves can get back in this game, and what a cool way, man. That's a fun birthday present, man, to see a Dark Elf Bretonnian final, which is like close and contested. 2 great players. Very, very fun. All right, so Grail Knights in the back, able to get the job done. Knights Errant coming in, and with that, the lady wills it. Bretonnia has won a hyper-competitive tournament while being considered one of the weaker factions. It just goes to show that even if you think your faction sucks, if you put in the work to learn that faction, you can still get it done. Bretonnia with the steel chair against the Dark Elves, who've been very powerful lately. They've been very, very dominant. So, looking at the chariots here, we do see 1,100, 800 here, 1,000 there. Very, very fun game. Value for Bretonnia, 1,600, 1,900 there. Knights did very well. GG well plays. Let's get a for the lady in the chats. And I'm sure Daniken will be back another time. Fun match today, guys. Fun stream. Sorry for some of the delays we had early with the website, but, you know, it was a huge tournament. I wasn't expecting that turnout, so got a little crazy with some of the adminning and, you know, website stuff, so. All right, guys, I really appreciate you all. I cannot thank you enough from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of my wife and I. Thank you guys so much for all the generous donations today. It's going to help us keep going, and also will help contribute to future Total War prize pools for major competitive events. So that is going to be sweet as well. Thank you guys so damn much. And I'm going to go paint some Isengard Uruk-hai with my wife. She's going to be painting Saruman maybe tonight. We'll have to see. And that is going to be it, folks. Take care of yourselves. We will see you on the other side. Adios, do widzenia. To answer your last question, Arcane, my favorite campaign is Karl Franz. And that is all she wrote. GG, well to the played. Sigmar bless, or the lady in this case. Certainly the lady wills it. All right, folks. See you around. Take care of yourselves. Thank you for all the kind wishes. Kind wishes. That's funny. Kind wishes. And see you around. Cheers.